Vote for people that go into the legislative
I don't think you know
branch
what you're
to
talking
vote for our
about. You
laws.
don't,
We
you don't, you
we
spell
vote.
legislative, right? I don't think you know what you're talking about. So I'm going
First
to
of all,
ask
I'm
you the question
dyslexic.
again.
I can't really
I'm
spell
going to ask
legislative.
you, and so am I, right? That's sad, right? So anyway, like I asked you before, I'm going to ask you the question again. I don't know why you brought up your racial identity. I don't give a fuck, right? So again, was it morally permissible to enslave black people because it was legal?
No,
Okay, then. So why is it morally permissible to spank children? Because you agreed here that legality is not morality. So why is it okay to hit kids but not enslave black people if both are legal?
it's not legal now, and it's still legal to bust a kid's ass.
It doesn't matter. They were both legal at one point.
Correct, but
Right. So
that
that's the question I'm asking you. If you can't engage with this, right? Dyslexia doesn't for you to understand
okay. I
like
feel like a lot
words.
of the laws back then were based off of religion, and that's a whole nother topic.
I'm
Because
a little bit confused what you're doing here. What are you doing? Do you like there's no
I'm
way
just
you
telling
think
you,
that like
spanking is
no,
not.
honey,
There's
there's no way you think what you just said like genuinely answered my question.
okay. If you look at
Like
a standpoint,
this is exhausting.
I've been in your lives before and you brought up the Bible. Okay? The Bible
No,
also states that
why are we pivoting? Why are
I'm
we
not
pivoting?
pivoting, I'm giving you an example. Like
You are pivoting because you didn't answer the question.
there's things that just don't
Honey, you
okay.
didn't answer the first question. You didn't answer the first question. Why are we pivoting? Why are we running from the like I don't what are you doing? What are you doing? If you cannot answer the question, it's okay to just admit when you don't know something. And if that's the case, I'm just going to move on to the next person because there's no real intellectual conversation to be had with you.
I'm just trying to explain like there comes a point that
You're explaining something that I didn't ask for. That's the issue, right? So both were legal at one point. Both were legal at one point, right? You think because it is legal to spank children, then it is morally permissible to spank children. You don't believe that even though it was legal to enslave black people, right? I mean, even though it was legal to enslave black people, that it was morally permissible to enslave black people. What is the fundamental difference between these two laws that makes
that's
one moral and one not?
two drastic different things though. That's where I'm
The
getting that is
difference
two
okay,
complete
so
drastic different
tell
things.
me what the difference is in which you say one is still immoral even though it is legal.
Because I don't feel like spanking was immoral to begin with. Now,
What is the
racism and
fundamental difference?
all that is immoral.
Okay, again, it doesn't matter, right? Um they were both legal at one point,
Yeah.
right? Slavery today is still legal. Okay?
Not where I live.
So, did I say always? Now where you live? I'm sorry?
Not where I live. No.
No, it is legal where you live. Anyway, so um if you live in the US, it's legal everywhere. Be for real, right? Anyway, as I was saying before, again, I'm going to ask you this question. If you cannot answer this question, there's no conversation to be had here, right? So again, why is it morally permissible to spank children because it is legal, but it is not morally permissible to enslave black people even though it was legal?
I don't know because it's two totally drastic different. They have nothing that correlates with each
Teddy,
other
thank you so much
besides
for
the
the
fact that
subscription.
it's
No,
legal.
we do. That is the correlation then.
I could bring up a bunch of different things that are legal that aren't moral.
Do you seriously like I'm a little bit I don't know how else to explain this to you because I don't know if if you're doing this on purpose. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose.
No, but you're bringing one drastic thing up. That's what I'm telling you. Like, I don't feel that
You
slavery
just
is
you
moral
just perceive one thing to
just
be
because it was
drastic
legal
over the
back
other.
then.
Yeah, and by the criteria that you've set, you should think that people should be enslaved. And if you don't think that people should be enslaved when it was legal, right? Then you're going to have to tell me what the fundamental difference is, right? That would make it okay or not okay to enslave people even though it was legal.
I don't know the answer to that because
Then you're delusional.
I'm not in human trafficking. I can't tell
Then
you how
what
that
you
works
are, I don't
or
know, I don't think you know what
any
that
of
word
that.
means. Anyway, so thank you so much for the bunny ears. Again, then you're delusional. You have no basis for what you're saying here. You have a
So
contradiction in your view.
I just don't see how spanking and slavery are the
Because
same.
they were both legal, and you think that legality determines when something is acceptable.
No, I don't
You
because
think that makes it morally
there's okay.
permissible.
I don't support every law that they have though. That's where I'm
Did
getting at.
I say that you
I didn't
did?
say essentially yes. When you said that I said that when something is legal, it is moral. That does not mean I agree with every single law that has been
You
passed.
would you would have to though, unless you set a distinction of which you have not. So if you're just pleading, that holds no type of logic in the slightest. Thank you so much for the heart me. Like no logic at all. You have set a principle. You cannot
Okay.
have exceptions to
So
principles.
is there not laws that you agree with and disagree with?
Yes, but I do not hold the
Correct.
prince. Yeah, but I do not hold the principle that something is morally permissible because it is legal. That's why it is not a contradiction for me to agree with other laws over others. But you hold that principle. So you can't say that you think you agree or disagree with other laws because you believe that legality determines morality. This is your belief system that you have stated here. Now, unless you want to concede, we can do that. But if you don't concede, we're not moving on to the next point.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not 100. Not everything legal is moral. I understand that, but
Okay,
that's
so
what I'm getting at.
why did you bring up legality in the context of spanking?
Because there's a point that I'm getting at. Like when you go too far with this child's spanking or anything, if you leave marks or something like that, that is now abuse. I can tell you right now,
What did I
it
just ask you? Like I'm confused. Like what did I just ask you?
okay. I don't see the okay. What's the next topic?
We're not on the next topic. There is only one topic.
I done told you I don't. It's just because it's legal don't make it 100% moral, but there's
Right.
laws to agree with and disagree with, and
Right.
that's
So
another
why did
thing.
you bring up legality in the context of spanking then? If you don't hold this view.
Because that view has been set by a group of our peers that we have voted for.
Okay, so you think spanking is moral then?
I feel that the majority of our people feel that it is moral. That there's a small percentage
So
that
because a
believe
lot
it's
of
not.
people so because a lot it's just an ad populum fallacy. So because a lot of people agree that it is moral, then it means it's moral. A lot of people agreed that slavery was moral. A lot of people agreed that slavery was moral. If anything, especially like during like the abolition era, right? A lot of slave owners are like, look, they can't survive without us. It would be immoral for us to free them. They can't survive out in the world on their own.
Yeah, that
Then should those people be slaves? Because a
no, that
lot of people believe that they should be slaves.
but there's a lot of people that believe that they don't as well. So
Honey, there's
there's a
absolutely
lot.
no way you think that's a rebuttal.
I
Like
mean, if
absolutely
you're
no
talking about
conceivable supercalifragilistic expialidocious believable reason why you think that's a rebuttal. Because, honey, I'm gonna say this again, right? This is your principle.
I
This was your
understand,
argument that I'm responding to.
but I'm just saying I
So
don't feel
obviously, I understand that not everyone holds this view, right? But your argument was an ad populum fallacy. That is the fundamental difference between our arguments.
Okay, so I don't. I understand that spanking hurts, but a lot of things hurt. Does that mean that you're not gonna do it?
No. So again, what's the definition of? Oh, well, yeah. Now, fuck it. What's the definition of abuse?
Causing harm to get power over somebody. Essentially, that's the
Right. So when a child breaks a rule, right, discipline does not say that these rules have to be good or bad, right? These things are entirely subjective. So when a parent does that to a child, right, and they're spanking them for, I don't know, putting their elbows on the table or whatever that parent believes is permissible to spank them for, is that abuse?
no. It's discipline. It's
Can a
punishment.
child so when a parent does something that annoys the child or breaks a boundary that the child has, can the child spank the parent?
You're a child. You're in a child's place.
But I didn't ask you that question. Can the child spank the parent? Thank you so much, Minnow, for the boxing gloves.
Is the child raising the parent,
Oh,
or is the parent raising the child?
so there is a power dynamic. So if a child were to spank the parent, what would happen to that child?
There's a power dynamic in every household that
Yeah,
exists.
but there's a fundamental difference between a power dynamic and an abusive power dynamic, and I'm going to explain that to you. So if the child, right, if the child does spank the parent back, what's going to happen?
The child's gonna get spanked back or get put
Oh,
into
so
a institution for being an out of control child.
cool, right? So what you're saying here is that the parent will just simply up the punishment.
Yes, is that not what happens when you?
That is the core definition of abuse. That when one is harmed and they retaliate, the abuser retaliates with even a higher form of harm. A child is
Isn't that how
unable
a punishment is
to
supposed to work?
freely set the boundary.
Isn't that how a punishment is supposed to work? If I break a law and I go to
Punishments can be
prison and
abusive.
I don't agree to it, that's now abuse. And what am I gonna do with
The
that?
the prison system can be abusive indeed.
But if you, that's my point. If you continue to break a law, or that's the point that you're trying to get across to a kid.
The fundamental difference though is that the citizens, right, just like the cops who take us to jail, we can take them to jail.
Correct.
That is what a jury is for.
Correct.
Okay then, so it would be disanalogous. We have systems in place to make sure that it's not abusive, right?
So when you spank a kid, you're setting a boundary because your punishment gets upped and upped, just as if you were to continue to break laws when you get older. If the more you do it, the higher the sentence that you're going to get. The higher the sentence.
Thank you for the corgi. Right. So, cool. Right. So if a parent, right, they're spanking their child and their child is still is still acting out, right? Should that parent now like break their child's fingers?
No, I think that when it gets to that
Why
point,
not?
that is abuse. I feel that
Why
if the
not? You
child,
just said that we need to up the ante when a person keeps breaking the
yes,
rules.
and when I mean up the ante, send your kid to an out of control place and get them help. If you are not able to help your
Yeah,
kid, then you need to
but
get them help.
no. How I don't. First of all, you're not going to be able to determine that, right? You said here, right, that like you have to try everything, right? You have to try everything. You can break their fingers.
I mean, try everything within a legal premises, like something that is not going to get you arrested for the rest of your life as
So now
well.
we're going back to legality.
And
If it was
you got
illegal
to
to
think
break
when
the
you
child, if it was legal to break the child's fingers, would you then break the child's fingers?
no,
Why not?
because that's outrageous. Why would I?
Why is it outrageous?
There's a complete difference between spanking a kid's butt and the kid gets a little upset and
No fucking
cries.
shit. I asked you the question, okay? Obviously, I know there's a difference. You don't need to mansplain to me differences, okay? So again, if it was legal to break a child's fingers, would you break their fingers?
No,
Why not? It's legal. So it wouldn't be outrageous.
it's still outrageous.
But it's legal though.
I wouldn't cause that much harm to a kid though. I'd spank their butt and you leave it at that.
But it
Stand them in
doesn't
a
work.
corner.
But no, but it doesn't work. You've done all these things and it doesn't work, right? And you said that you need to up the ante, just like we do in the prison system. And also, that's not what we do in the prison system.
But is the prison system gonna? Okay, you got caught stealing twice. Is the prison system gonna cut off a finger for every time you get caught stealing?
Exactly right. We have rules against cruel and unusual punishment, right? But there was time where this was legal,
But
right?
then when you're talking about
But also the prison system, you don't
that is
necessarily go to jail
cruel.
longer for doing something multiple times. It's based on, there are set criteria for how long a person should be sent to jail for. It's not just like, oh, you've done this before, now you gotta, no, not necessarily.
It happens.
But you've said it has happened, but that's not how that's supposed to. That's just unchecked power. That's not how that's supposed to be. That's why we have like years for particular crimes, right? So again, you're the one that brought this up, though. You're the one that brought this up.
Yes, but if you're committing multiple crimes, you're getting more time. That was the
Yeah, you're going to get charged for each crime, but
correct.
if you
So you're
if you
still
go
gonna get
to
more
jail,
time.
if you I'm still speaking. So if you commit a crime, go to jail, and then commit another crime, you're not going to go to jail longer. You're going to go to jail for the same amount of time based off of the crime that you've committed.
Correct.
So that's not upping the ante. That's just the same punishment over and over and over again. And that's why we actually see the prison system doesn't fucking work, right? So again, you brought this up, though. You brought this up. You brought this up. You brought up that the parent is going to have to keep increasing the punishment for the child. And now I'm asking you in this hypothetical, because you brought up legality again, so I'm going to fucking hold you to legality. If it was not morally, if it was legally permissible to break a child's fingers as a form of discipline,
it's not.
why can't you do it?
That sounds outrageous. Like I don't understand.
I don't care what it sounds like to you. Hitting a child sounds outrageous to me. Right? So now answer the fucking question. If you no longer want to engage in the argument, I'm just gonna go on to someone who can.
I said that I would not break a kid's finger.
But it's
for the
legal
simple fact
though.
that
But it's legal. But it's
that's
legal.
just too far.
But it's
though.
legal.
Okay, there comes a point
This
that
is the
things go too
criteria
far.
that you
That's
set.
where I've been setting as well.
How do
I've
you
been
dictate
setting
when something is too far?
when you're causing something that's going to become physical, permanent harm. If you break a child's finger,
So only when
chances
something
of-
is permanent harm that makes it okay, like not okay.
and leaving
So like in
physical
certain
marks,
in
yeah.
certain examples of like grape, not all injuries of grape victims are permanent.
But that's
So was them getting raped abuse?
That's a complete different kind of abuse.
But you set
where-
but you set a criteria, and under the criteria that you set, what happened to them wouldn't be abuse.
Not necessarily
logical
because there is internal trauma that comes along with them sort of.
No, but you were talking about physical. You were talking about physical.
That is
Or-
physical. It is not
No.
a visible on the body mark, but it is a
No, psychological trauma is very much not physical, unless you're talking about like their actual brain structure, which a lot of time still would
I'm
be the case
talking
either.
about when a child is raped or something like that.
Yeah, that's not so not all of those end in any
Their
kind of physical harm.
areas have physical.
Yeah, and they heal.
signs.
And they heal. And they heal. It's not permanent. Now what?
But that not always. It doesn't always heal. Sometimes it is permanent.
And that's what I'm asking you. In the case in which it does heal, is it abuse?
Yes.
Why is it still abuse? They don't. You'd have no idea that this person was harmed. Why is it? What the fuck? What are you talking about? This is delusional. Why is it still abuse?
Because that's a heinous crime. That's
Why is it a heinous crime? I'm asking why is it abuse? What the fuck? Stop trying to appeal to emotion. I'm asking you why the fuck it's abuse.
it's abuse because it's something that you just don't do. Like that's just not
Dude.
morally,
like,
socially, anything.
yeah,
except-
so why is it immoral? Like, you keep just saying words, and I promise you, you don't know what they mean.
because it's wrong. It's something you just don't.
Why
do.
is it wrong? No fucking shit. It's something that you just don't do.
Because
That's not even half an answer to my question.
the point that makes that an abuse thing is when somebody does not consent, somebody forces themselves. That's what sets that criteria right there.
Cool. So
But
do children can children consent?
not until they're adults. No,
Right. So then you inflicting harm onto them would be abuse then. Thanks for playing.
I guess in a sense it would be punishment, but
It would
there's
be
no. I don't
abuse.
see abuse.
It would be
I don't.
abuse. Then you would be
There,
contradicting yourself.
you can't go too far. That's
You would be contradicting yourself. Unless you just want to lie now and you just want to backpedal, we can do that for sure. We can definitely do that.
I don't see it as abuse. I see taking
Then
things too far as
you believe
abuse.
that it's permissible to harm children.
I believe it is permissible to punish children, to set a boundary with that child that if you're going to keep making the same mistake,
Right. What if what if a parent's punishment was to grape their child? Is that wrong? That's their punishment. They've set the boundaries and now they have to punish the child. Is it wrong?
yeah,
Why is it wrong?
it's just foul, first of all. Like,
Yeah, I didn't ask you all that. Why the fuck is it wrong?
because why would a parent do that?
Honey, if you there's like who are you people? You know what I mean? Like who are you people? Who are you people? Who are you people?
That's a
How
whole.
do you have like genuine conversations? I just want to know. Like I want to see you speak to like have a conversation with another adult. You know what I mean? Like I really want to see you do that. If you cannot follow through, I need you to keep up. Okay? I need you to keep up. Why is it wrong for a parent to grape their child as punishment? You can say, like your entire argument is just, it's wrong because it's wrong.
There's
I don't know what to tell you. That's
abundant
not a
reasons on
fucking
why that's
answer.
wrong. There's abundant reasons on why that's wrong. It's nasty.
And I'm asking you for them.
It's
People who actually know the
disgusting.
answer to this question would not say, well, there's a lot of reasons. Tell me the fucking reasons.
It's
Why is it wrong?
disgusting. Why would a parent do that?
Why is it disgusting?
main
Fuck.
reason.
Why is it disgusting?
Because that is a parent and a child that shouldn't
Why
be.
is it disgusting?
Because that's not a boundary to be set. That is not something.
What are you talking about?
Again,
They're not setting the boundary of grape. They've already set the boundary. Grape is the punishment. Why is it wrong?
Because that is morally disgusting.
Why is it morally wrong? If Johnny has 2 apples, like I said, like that's what I feel like. That's what I feel like.
There's no. I don't know how to explain that one like at all.
You can't tell me why graping a child.
I can tell
it's
you it's
wrong?
wrong. It's going to.
But why is it wrong?
Because that fucks a kid up.
Really? If it didn't fuck the kid up, is it wrong still?
Yes.
Okay, so whether or not it fucks the kid up it means nothing to you as to why it's wrong. So why is it wrong?
Because it's nasty.
Why is it nasty?
Because that's a child and a parent. They're
Why is it wrong for them to do that?
Because a parent should never touch a child in that sort of manner.
Why? Dude, if you like
Why
there's
would
absolutely
you?
no way you cannot tell me why graping a child is wrong. Like if you were
There's
speaking
no way
to
you can tell me that
no,
it's right.
of course not, because it's not right. I know why it's not right. You don't. That's the fundamental difference between the both of us. I know why it's not right. You don't. Okay? Let's get that clear. Stay in your fucking place. I know why it's wrong.
No,
I know why it's
nasty.
wrong.
That's
You do not know
wrong.
why it's wrong.
It's
I know
nasty.
why it
It's
is wrong.
morally
You
nasty.
do not know why it is wrong. I am fucking asking you why it is wrong to grape a child.
Because it's not a punishment set by a parent. That is.
It is set by the parent. That is baked into the hypothetical. Why is it wrong?
It's a fucked up hypothetical.
I don't give a fuck if it's fucked up. That's the point of the hypothetical, is for it to be fucked up. That is the point. Because I don't know about you, raping kids is something that most people would agree is insanely wrong. Theater. The point of it is to be fucked up. Why is raping a child as a form of punishment wrong?
It's too far. That's too far. It's another too far.
How do we dictate when it is too far?
There's causing too much physical trauma, pain.
There is a permissible amount of physical trauma that you can put onto a child.
Yes, there's a difference between spanking.
So how do you? So how? I didn't ask if there's a fucking difference between the two. Okay, you're not gonna school me on this. It wouldn't be an analogy and it wouldn't be a hypothetical if these things were exactly the same. Do you know what an analogy is? Huh?
Yeah.
Do you know what a hypothetical is?
Yeah.
All right, big boy. Then let's make use of this prior knowledge. Okay, because obviously I know that these two things are wrong. I mean, these two things are different. Okay?
Correct.
Let's be fucking for real. So when you say, oh, they're different, obviously, that's the point. It wouldn't be a fucking analogy if it wasn't. Okay?
That is correct, but...
Right, so simmer the fuck down.
When
obviously, I know it's different. Obviously, I know it's different. How do we know when something has gone too far? Thank you for the heartbeat, Ava.
I feel that everybody just knows when it's too far.
No, because there are rapists who are perfectly fine with it. Right? So no. Thank you for the hand heart. Right? No. That's false. Demonstrably so. Right? So why is it wrong? So why is it wrong to rape a child? This is just an ad populum fallacy. People thought it was perfectly morally permissible. Bro, people thought it was morally permissible to enslave black people. Did that make it right?
I've done told you no.
Exactly. So a lot of people already believing that rape is wrong is not what's going to make it wrong. I wish that was the case. It's not. It's not the case. Common sense
says it's wrong. Everything just says it's wrong.
Rape is permissible in a lot of other cultures, right?
I didn't grow up.
Go ahead and define common sense for me. Because back in the day, it was common sense for black people to be slaves.
It was.
You do not know what that word. It was though. You do not know what that word means. You don't know what that phrase means. All right? Common sense simply defines what is common in the particular society that you live in, right? Common sense would be that women typically have long hair. If you go to another society where women typically have short hair, then women having long hair would not be common sense for them.
I mean, I guess, but I don't.
No, you don't need to guess. That is what that means. Common sense is subjective. What is common sense for you and me is not common sense for literally anyone else. Okay? Right. So, a lot of people already believing that rape is wrong, is not enough to say that it is wrong. So why is it wrong to rape a child as discipline?
How would that be okay?
You have, bro. I know why it's not okay. You don't. So you have like 30 more, bro. You have 30, bro. You have 30 more seconds. Like there's a 30 point IQ canyon between us right now. If you cannot answer this question.
It's wrong. There's so many things.
Okay,
that make
well, I'm just gonna go on to the next person because here's the thing though. But you're saying all this, but you can't tell me any of those things. You can't tell me any of these things
because nobody.
It's almost as if you're saying these things because that is what society says is what makes it wrong. They're morally wrong. They're not telling you what morals make it wrong, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you. Because I've given you a lot of time. And I need you, like, after this to go and, like, reevaluate your fucking life that you couldn't answer this question. Okay? So it is wrong. It is wrong because, one, it takes away from the free will of the child. It causes harm. We know that it causes harm, right? It causes deliberate harm. It is violence against the child. They cannot consent to these types of actions. Now tell me what the logical distinction between raping the child and spanking them would be that would make one abuse and one not abuse. What criteria of abuse? What criteria of abuse does spanking not hit?
There's
no pun intended.
There's not. I mean, spanking is a form
What
of
is the criteria for abuse? So is grape. So is grape. Okay?
But that is something that's completely...
No, really?
Like,
no,
yeah.
Really? Is mist different from a cup of water? Is blue different from red?
Not if it's colorblind.
Is it? Like you right now? You're fucking morally blind.
Okay.
Right? Anyway, like I asked you before, and I don't know why you can't answer this, but I'm going to try it again. What criteria does graping a child hit? Right? That it applies to with graping a child that spanking does not.
You're forcing.
Oh, let me. First of all, let me just make. Wait a minute. I'm not asking. Holy shit, dude! Like, you are a gem. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Obviously, I know that there are fundamental differences between hitting someone and fucking raping them.
You just asked me.
That's not what I'm asking you. That is not what I'm asking you. That is explicitly what I did not ask you. Like, explicitly what I did not ask you. I didn't ask you what the difference between them was. I asked you, what criteria does graping someone have to apply to for it to be abuse, but not spanking? Matter of fact, fuck it. Just make sure that you don't mess this up again, because if you do, I'm going to put you back in the comments. Actually, no, I'm not. You're entertaining me, but in a bad way. So, what is the criteria for abuse? Brittany, thank you so much for this.
My criteria? Like, what I would set as abuse? It depends on what type of abuse.
You dictate what abuse is? No, all abuse has the same criteria. Certain types of abuse do not go off of different criteria. It's all the same.
The criteria that you have set is...
This is not the criteria that I've said. This is literally the definition of abuse.
Correct, but if I look up any form of abuse, it's going to have a similar definition.
It's going to have a similar definition because they all operate off of the same criteria.
Essentially, but there becomes a point that it goes too far to where it is abuse.
What point?
When it comes to spanking, when you are physically hurting the child,
spanking, so you're genuinely, so you're gonna say here with your entire fucking chest that spankings don't hurt kids?
It does hurt children, yes.
Okay, so then it would be abuse.
I mean, essentially, I guess.
Okay, so thanks for playing. You think abusing children is good? You think that people should abuse kids?
I mean,
you literally just agreed. I don't see how anyone else is supposed to take that, but you just conceded.
There's no
W concession. W concession.
I mean, I don't feel I got abused and I got my ass busted plenty of times.
I don't no. Actually, you thinking that it's morally permissible to do so, it's actually a sign that you were abused, because a lot of abuse victims actually see no issue with their abuse, especially in the context of spanking. So, now what?
I mean, I guess, was you not spanked as a child when you did something wrong?
I was. Now what?
What do you do? So if you are...
Bro, if you make any other point, you're going to contradict yourself again.
No,
we all know that contradictions can exist.
How do you punish a child without having to take it to spanking if the child is not taking to taking their belongings, their systems, game systems, or whatever you decide to punish them
Bro,
with.
if your only form of fucking discipline is like taking away a child's game system, you're a crappy parent, dude.
I'm saying
What happens to communication and redirection? You're just gonna take things from them? The fuck is that supposed to teach them? What moral internalization are they supposed to take from that? That should never like that. What?
when you mess up, everything
You're
gets taken from you. That's how it works.
that's not. It doesn't teach them shit. It doesn't tell them why these things ought to be the case. Are you kidding
It
me?
does
That's some of the
because
most
you
lazy
continue to mess
bullshit I've
up.
ever heard in my life. That's incredibly lazy. It's so lazy. Talk to your fucking kids.
I had a stepkid, and talking doesn't always help. A kid will.
Well, you also
Here's the
weren't their
thing.
dad as well, so you know.
Well, the kid also still came to me about everything.
It
So
didn't matter though, because you're not their dad. There's a fundamental difference, right? Like, not even as an insult. There's, come on, like, be
and
for real.
I didn't even think
Be
that
fucking, be fucking for real.
was
Be fucking
not
for
my
real.
kid.
You weren't their dad. All right, be fucking for real. Let's simmer down, okay? I wouldn't listen to you either. You weren't
I,
my dad.
would- I don't
Right?
think
All
I.
right. So simmer down. Right? It doesn't mean anything to the child just as much as it didn't mean anything to me. Okay? They
That's
can
where
see
I'm
you as a
going at. If you
friend.
talk
They
to
can
a
confide in
child,
you. That does not mean you meet the same level as their biological father. Be
when,
fucking for real.
but here's
All
the thing:
right?
if you talk to a
But
child, a
anyway,
child will cry. It's
anyway, you conceded though, so I'm gonna go on to the next person, right?
fine.
I would really beg you to go ahead and
I
really,
didn't hit nobody else, kid. I didn't
just
touch the
really
ball.
go ahead and like think about why raping people is wrong, because it seems like you genuinely don't know. It seems like you've more
I
so
know.
been taught, honey, now I'm gonna finish speaking. It seems like you've been taught that it is wrong. You haven't actually been taught why it is wrong, and that is a problem. That is not enough. Society needs more from you. Brian, thank you so much for the $10 over Cash App. But do you have anything else you want to talk about?
No, it's all good.
Okay, let's go on to the next person, y'all. In the meantime, y'all, remember, we are just looking for some debates. Y'all, we have over 2,000 people in here. Thank you all so much for coming. If you do want to support me, remember, Cash App and Venmo in the bio. But we are going to go on to the next person. Please, if you are in the guest request, we are just looking for people who believe that spanking is not abuse, you guys. Hi, how old are you? Hello? All right, this person's not here, y'all. Give it a second. We will get some more debates. And remember, if you are in the guest request, we are just looking for opponents. We are just looking for people who believe that spanking is not abuse.
Hi, my name is Kathy,
Cool. Hi,
and
Kathy.
I'm probably the oldest person in this live right now at age 60. So I'm from a generation that I don't agree with spanking. I think it is abusive. But what we know about all types of abuse, anything a parent can try could harm a child or another adult. But the thing of it is, back when I was growing up, and I was spanked.
Well, Kathy. Well, wait, Kathy. Do you believe that it is abuse?
I believe it is abuse.
Well, Kathy, I am just looking. This is a debate platform. I am just looking for people who believe that spanking is not abuse.
Well, but again, I was about to say, but it can work as not being
No,
abuse.
spanking does work. I never said that it doesn't work. It definitely does work.
Because again, I was 5 years old. The one time I was spanked, and it was just a quick swat to my butt where I went, "What?" But again, my parents. I have two siblings. We're now all grown adults and all. All my mother had to do was just say, "Would you like me to tell your father?" And we were like, "Yes, ma'am. Okay, no problem."
I understand, Kathy, but I am just looking for debates. This
No,
is
you're
a debate
looking to
platform.
argue, but that's okay. I
Yeah,
work
that's
in
what
politics, so I'm
a debate is, Kathy.
not
Be for
really.
real.
I work in
That's
politics.
what a
I
debate
work
is.
for Congress, so I know what debates really are.
Dude, we've seen Congress.
Dude,
No, the
I
fuck you don't. Like,
But
be fucking for real.
you just
Congress,
wanna
Kathy?
you want to be an entitled black woman, so fuck
They get-
off.
Oh my
Fuck
god, who would have thought you're
off.
fucking racist?
Fuck,
Kathy! Jessica, thank you so much for the $3. That's fucking hilarious,
Okay,
dude.
I said it because of the way you're acting.
Bro,
Not for any other reason.
Kathy, you don't even have a lot of time left, bro. Like, chill out. Don't give yourself a heart attack, okay? Like, come on, dude. Who would have fucking thought? Oh my god. Hi.
Hello,
How
my
old
name
are
is
you?
Ava. Oh, 25.
Cool.
How old
So
are
do
you?
you believe I'm 22.
Awesome.
Cool. So do you believe that spanking is abuse?
No, I was spanked as a child, and I don't consider myself a victim of child abuse.
Okay. So what?
I mean, so no, I disagree with your argument. I
Yeah, but
joined
that
the live
argument-
because you say,
I know, but that argument doesn't really mean anything, like at all.
oh,
That doesn't make spanking not abuse because you didn't think you got hit a lot enough. Maybe I don't know.
so,
So why is spanking not abuse?
why is spanking not abuse? Because, I mean, would you say, let me think, processing. It's not abuse because there isn't any trauma involved. There's no harm. It's,
Kanisha, thank you so much for the $5 or Venmo. Yeah, so you said it's not abuse because there's not any trauma.
it's just discipline. I was also forced to like run a mile in gym class.
That's cool, but your personal experience mean nothing here. Okay, that's not evidence.
Okay, how can I talk without personal experience? I'm not the only person that's been spanked.
By
that
by
doesn't
using
think
by
they were
using
abused.
reputable sources and evidence, that's how you can talk without personal experience. So
Okay,
yeah,
let me find something.
okay, yeah. So you said here that I'm sorry. What was your argument again?
That spanking is not abuse because there's no trauma involved.
Oh, there's no trauma involved. Okay. So how do you dictate that?
I mean, if we want to be objective, because we can't just talk about personal experience and feelings, if Child Protective Services and the cops are not called, most of the time it's not something worthy of abuse. Like I said, my
Well, that's demonstrably false, and I think you should know
demonstrably
that.
false.
Yeah. One, because CPS and police only deal with something that is legally wrong, right? Spanking is fully legal. It's still abuse regardless. Unless you, I mean, thank you for the heart me. Do you agree that like spanking, I'm not spanking, that legality dictates what is moral? Thank you for the heart me. I mean, the hand heart me.
It should. I mean, we want to
You
pass laws
believe
that are
that
moral.
legality should dictate what is more, like, I mean, are you kidding me? Or that legality
laws should
does
be moral.
dictate? I'm sorry. I asked you the question in the wrong way. Do you think that legality does dictate morality?
In most cases, yes.
So how do you know that this dictates morality in this context?
In the context of spanking,
Yep.
well, it's not illegal to spank your child because it's not abusing your child. It's punishing your child and giving your child discipline.
It also wasn't illegal to enslave and hit black people. Was that moral?
100% not. No.
Why was it not moral?
I think we both know why.
No, we don't.
I don't want to talk about that part. I don't want to go there, please.
If you don't want to engage with the conversation, then I'm not going to be able to talk to you like at all. There's no
Okay,
conversation to
we
be
can
had.
keep talking.
If you're gonna pick
I'm
and
sorry.
choose what arguments you're going to entertain,
I'm sorry.
right? So, why was it wrong?
Because racism is wrong and slavery was wrong because you're taking people's rights to self-govern away.
Right, they're taking people's right to self-govern away. Right. So, during the time of
Also,
like,
we'll say that slavery is 1,000 times worse than spanking.
yeah, it depends, right? So again, you can really make the arguments both. That's like purely subjective. But like, I guess I would agree with you on that. I guess I would rather be spanked than be enslaved. But that's not really relevant here. Whether or not something is worse than the other. It's talking about whether or not something is permissible, right? So you said that slavery is wrong because it takes away one's what? Right to self-govern. Right. Right. So, during the times of like abolition stuff, right? Abe Lincoln, whatever, freedom fighting, whatever the fuck, right? A lot of slave owners, their main argument was that slaves cannot take care of themselves, right? And a lot of time these slaves would need discipline and these slave owners would whip them. Was that morally permissible?
No.
Was that right? Why was that not? Why was that not permissible? Why was that? Why was that not?
Because
torture?
you're torturing people.
But they were disciplining them.
Do you don't
How do we dictate what is torture?
hurt? I mean, whipping is torture, is it not?
What's the distinction between disciplining the slave this way and spanking a child? What's the distinguishing factor?
I guess a child that was spanked isn't being whipped and is not in bondage.
Does it matter though?
So,
Does it? Did I just get fucking bucked? Anyway, I'm
what's
sorry.
buck?
I'm playing Minecraft. I just got bucked by a fucking goat. I don't. Anyway, I didn't know they put that in. But anyway, yeah. So like, what's really the distinction here?
I'm sorry, if you're playing Minecraft right now and talking to me, it feels like the tension might be a little split. I might want to just move on out.
Trust me,
I'm
it's
sorry.
not. Trust me, it's not split. It's not split. It genuinely helps me like focus more. So, WADHD. So,
Let's move back to spanking.
we are on
Let's talk
spanking.
about parent responsibility.
Well, no. If you just want to concede, I don't know why you want to pivot. I don't know why. I don't know why you want to pivot so hard. We don't need to. We can stay on the first topic unless you want to concede to the first one, right? Unless you can
Let's
give me the
talk about
distinction.
let's I think if a
We are talking about spanking. We are. This is your logic, and we're breaking it down simply. Like, I'm asking you what the distinction would be between what would make like a slave owner who's like whipping their slave as a form of discipline wrong.
it's wrong because you're hurting somebody.
Spankings don't hurt somebody?
You might be changing my opinion, honestly. Like, I do want to be here with an open mind, not just debate to debate.
No, it's fine.
But does that mean I was a victim of abuse because
Well,
I was
no.
spanked?
I think this is an important.
think so.
No. I think this is an important part of the conversation for us to have, and I think that's a really good question that you have. I am not here to tell you that your parents are terrible people. No, your parents could be great people, lovely people, right? I am not here to tell you that your parents are monster abusers. Absolutely not. Spanking is something within our society that is insanely normalized, and I believe that it ought not to be. Which which gives us some kind of moral nuance to the people who do engage in these types of actions. This doesn't mean that your parents are terrible people. It does mean that your parents engaged in violent acts. It doesn't mean that they're terrible. It genuinely just means that they didn't know any better. And I'm not going to blame someone who doesn't know any better. Just as if I wouldn't blame a child. So, I'm
agree.
not going to sit
I
here and tell you that your
don't-
parents are terrible people.
I agree. I don't have children, but if I did, I would never spank them. So I think in a way I do agree. Spanking is abuse. I want to ask you a question though, please. What is a way to discipline a child that is not abuse? Because obviously children are going to need to be disciplined,
Yeah.
and they're not going to like getting disciplined,
Of course.
but there has to be a safe way. Can you give me an alternative to spanking, please?
You know what? Honestly, I could probably give you one better. Because I have a couple friends that actually like specialize in like child psychology. If anyone is here, hold up. If anyone is here, either it's Social Post, Anson. I don't know if Aaron's around. Has anyone seen Aaron? Like these are all like trained professionals. Is anyone else here? Anyone can hop into the guest request. I can just give you.
I mean, I have a bachelor's degree in communications, and I've worked in senior care. I know senior care is not the same as spanking children, but I have some qualification, not a professional psychologist.
No. I fully understand. I don't doubt your qualifications at all. Anson, I think this would be a great conversation for you to take over for the meantime.
What was the question was what to do instead of hitting your child? I mean, I have two teenagers. I've never hit either of them. They're both super respectful. I have one that was way more difficult, say like 3 years ago, when he was like a tween. So around ages like 9 to 13ish, he was horrible. And I mean, yeah, so we did things like we took away privileges and stuff like that. But also, I think it's about mutual respect and sitting down and having conversations. And that can get difficult. It's the more difficult way to parent. But talking to them about, like, hey, why was this a bad decision? And what could we have done instead? And things like that, right? Treat them like humans. Talk to them in the way that we would talk to an adult, but just we need to change. We need to adjust our language so that they can understand what we're trying to talk about. If that makes sense. Allow them to ask questions. Allow them to have opinions, because those are all skills that they're going to use later on. Hopefully that's a little bit helpful. I mean, I can't really get into like every detail in 5 minutes, but if I give you kind of an idea, I mean that's basically what I would recommend is just talking to them like people, because they are people.
Ava, did that help at all?
Yes. Oh, it helps a lot. I think it's better to talk to a child before you hit a child. I don't think you should ever hit a child.
Right.
So I guess, yeah, you're right. Spanking is abuse. The question is, like, how do we move on from there? Is somebody in the comments said,
I think
yelling is abuse. I wouldn't say
Yelling
that.
can be.
it can be. It
I mean, it
depends,
can be.
because
But I would say just like spanking can be abuse, but also spanking can not be abuse. It can go both ways.
so it may not always be abuse, but it's always violent. And we don't want to react to other people violently, right? Like, I'm not gonna, if somebody said something to me, like say in a store, for example, I'm not gonna react by like slapping them. I'm gonna maybe walk away from them. You know, I've done that. That's a technique I've used a lot, in terms of the kids. Like, if they're talking to me in a way, like, so, and obviously this means that they're being safe. They're not endangering themselves or somebody else, and they're just being rude to me. I might ignore them. I might not acknowledge them until they talk to me in a way that's respectful. And that alone sometimes can teach them, hey, I'm not going to talk to you if you're being disrespectful to me, because that's not how we talk to people.
I see. I don't want to. I'll speak my truth. What do we do in cases where a child, or even more specifically like a teen, is violent, and violence might be needed, or at least restraint? Like,
Oh yeah, no.
you cut somebody if they have a gun. I believe there's
Yeah.
a time and a place where spanking is needed.
I don't know if a child is displaying like straight up violence, like an actual teenager, right, and is going to inflict harm onto you. I think self defense would be in order. I'm not against that. I'm not against hitting kids in every aspect, right? Like, if they're genuinely about to hurt you, you have every right to defend yourself. I agree with that. It is at that point, when a child is displaying that level of violence, it is no longer about discipline, in my belief. Would you agree with that?
I mean,
Nancy?
yeah, I would keep yourself safe somehow. Like, it depends on the age of the child and everything like that, obviously. But I would say, like, defend yourself against whatever it is they're trying to do. And I would recommend some type of therapy, because if they're actively hitting their parent, then there's probably a bigger issue somewhere that needs to be worked through.
I agree. I have one more thing I'll mention. Like I mentioned earlier to the host, what's her name? It's not Baby Bop.
No,
Is there-
it's Tashika.
Say it again slowly. I'm using a speech caption reader.
Oh, Tashika.
Tashika.
Yeah.
Tashika. Cool. So my father, obviously I'm hard of hearing, I'm deaf, so it wasn't really effective to talk to me for so long, because at least until I became fluent in ASL and lip reading and English, what could they do? If they want to communicate with me. So if I would reach to steal something at the food store, my father would slap my hand, like a little slap. I wouldn't say that was abuse. I think physical contact sometimes is helpful, especially with people with disabilities. I'm not saying like there's a big difference between spanking and breaking somebody's arm versus like gently touching somebody. Like touch is so important to like the deaf community.
You
With
know
the people
what?
asking in
Okay.
the comments what ASL is, American Sign Language. Sorry, Tashika,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I was. You know what? Like, you actually bring up a pretty interesting point that I've been thinking about as well, Ava. Because I do like think about that as like how are parents supposed to interact and discipline children that cannot communicate or cannot hear to be able to communicate, or maybe the parent is missing the correct I don't know. I forgot what the
Cues,
word. English is so hard. Yeah, you know what I mean.
like
Like
social
they're
cues.
yeah, they're missing cues. They're missing tools that will be able to make them better communicate. And you saying that like your father would like slap your hand to get your attention, right? And you knew what that meant. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I would have to educate myself more on like disabled children.
So I think so I worked with before I became a therapist, I worked with kids as a behavior therapist. And so there's different tools that are used. One is called PECs, and that's basically like little pictures. And you teach the child like the relation between the picture and whatever it is. So like it could be a picture of a phone, a picture of a bathroom, a picture of like there's a ton of them. A lot of times they have like Velcro, and you can stick them to a board and you can communicate through that. We've used that. There's apps obviously now on things like iPads because, you know, to help communicate with pictures and things like that, because of, you know, all the advances in technology. Um, there's there's all different ways that they that we would use. I had one child that was not only nonverbal, but his first language wasn't English, or the language that was being used in his home, I should say, wasn't English. So that was super challenging because we really had to work, you know, to get him to understand the things that we were trying to communicate to him. There's different things though. Like if a child's nonverbal, typically they're going to have some kind of intervention with a specialist or a professional, if that makes sense. And there's all it just depends on the child. But I would argue that something like, for example, if I have a young child and they go to reach for like a pot on the stove with hot water in it, me slapping their hand away is way different than me chasing my child because they did something wrong and then like whacking them or hitting them with a belt or something. Those are two very different actions. One is doing something to keep them safe and safe from harm, and the other one is actively harming them. And how they perceive being spanked or hit with a belt or whatever it is people do is subjective. So to some kids, arguably, that can be traumatic, even if it doesn't leave a mark. And that's the thing that we may not know until they're older, and that's the dangerous part about it.
I feel like I do definitely want to learn more about how discipline works with parents of disabled children. I do definitely want to learn more about that. To be honest, like that's not something I thought about. Like I have thought about it, but it's definitely not something that I would like really break down in my head. Like I would understand that. But like overall, I feel like my arguments would still apply here because I would just perceive it as that being the gentlest means to get you to understand when you're not supposed to do something, right? So like in the
Sure.
context of spanking, right? We know that spanking is not the gentlest means in order to teach a child about boundaries or respect or things like that, right? But if within that moment, the only way in the gentlest means to convey to you what you were doing was wrong was to just instinctively like slap your hand away from whatever you were doing. I don't know if I would necessarily call that abuse. Would I call it violence?
Right.
Probably, but I wouldn't call it abuse.
Yeah, it's a type of violence, but like I would totally choose whacking my kid's hand away from something that could potentially harm, burn them, or hurt them in some way over like, you know, I don't know, or even just startling them to stop them from doing it. If I was, you know, typically you're right there, you're right next to them. You're not going to leave something like that out with a young child and not pay attention to them, I would hope.
Yeah.
But
I feel like
definitely
that's
different.
basically where my argument begins there. Like the gentlest
But
means in order to
yeah,
convey these things to a child.
imagine like you're also teaching a child or children that it's okay for people who care about them to hit them. So what happens when they get in a relationship and, they get stuck in this abuse cycle because, yeah, but, my parents hit me, so why wouldn't it be okay for my partner to hit me? They were mad. I did something wrong. Like that's, how many times I hear that? I hear people justifying being hit because, well, I did something wrong, so I deserved it. And if you dig into that a little bit further, probably a really good portion of the time, they were spanked by their parents as a kid. So they agree or think in their mind. It's even subconscious. It's not like they're sitting there saying, because this happened, this is okay. It's subconscious. And they're like, yeah, but I did something wrong, so it's okay that he punched me or whatever.
Thank
Ava, did
you.
you have anything?
I guess I just have one last thought. I think you've covered everything. I've actually have reconsidered my opinion. I think, yeah, spanking is abuse. I guess the last question I will give, this can go to either of you, would be what should happen when a child is spanked? Should CPS be called? Or should this be what? So we all agree now that spanking is abuse, so at least to some level.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happens when a parent spanks their kid?
Yeah. I think there are a lot of ways in which we can handle this. First of all, it would immediately have to begin with the stigmatization of spanking. We would have to stop normalizing this type of violent behavior towards children. That would be first and foremost, right? And I would say, obviously, if we just put this into law, today, right? And a child calls the police because their parents have spanked them, I don't think we should be sending those parents to jail immediately. No, I don't think that should be the case. What I do think should be the case is that we should be able to give parents more outlets and more resources on how to raise their children. The thing is that a lot of the time parents are possessive of their children in such a way that can lead to abuse because they feel like no one is allowed to tell them how to raise their child. But there are ways to do things. And I feel like once I think the biggest part would be to train parents, new and upcoming parents, how to behave in this context, if that makes any sense. But I do agree, after a while, there should be a penalty. You know what I mean? There should be a penalty, especially if it's a repeat thing in a particular household. But if it were to go into law today, I don't think parents should be going to jail. I do think at some point there should be repercussion.
I mean, in my field, so we obviously I'm a mandated reporter, right? But I take that responsibility very seriously, and we don't want to be calling Child Protective Services for every little thing. As it stands right now, spanking is not considered illegal, so no, we wouldn't call CPS because somebody spanked their kid. But what I would do in my situation is I would provide what we call psychoeducation, which is I would try and educate them on the negative effects of it, how it's not effective, potential long-term effects. And of course, I would want to give them alternatives, educating parents, giving them tools and resources. That's what we need to be doing, not punishing people constantly for every little thing. We need to help each other.
Well, thank you. Good night.
Nice meeting you.
For some reason, I can't.
Shit, I'm so sorry. My whole thing was muted. Again, I'm so sorry, you guys. If you do want to support me, Cash App and Venmo in the bio. But yeah, hi. Do you believe that spanking is abuse?
No, it can.
And why is that?
It can be. I mean, when you think about it like this, and I ain't trying to get into it like that, but spanking is in the Bible. So if you're trying to tell me or what people saying about not beating your child, it's in the Bible. So if you're a good Christian or you read the Bible, you should know it's not illegal. Now, if you're going to sit up here and ball your fist up and hit your child and this, that, and other, yeah, that's abuse. Now, like you said, I've been listening for the last couple of days because y'all was on something else the other day. When it comes down to beating your child, yes, you don't have to beat that child because you said something earlier and I wanted to get in, but I'm at work. I'm gonna say this, and some people might not agree with me. My children are not my friend. I'm their father. So you can go and talk to your friend about something, but when it comes down to a certain thing, I'm still your parent. You got to understand that I am your parent. So when it comes down to certain things, if you're not going to discipline your child the right way, when they grow up, these streets out here is hard. So if I tell you not to do something and you keep on doing it, I can take your TV, I can take your phone, I can take your clothes away from you and stuff like that, but you still haven't felt the consequences.
Clothes?
Yeah, I mean,
taking your child's clothes.
My son was bad one day. Oh, baby, trust me. If you,
that's weird as fuck. Anyway, that's by definition taking away your child's dignity.
Wait a minute. Listen to what I'm saying.
No. That's the end of that.
Wear the top notch. My little girl wear Coach all the time.
You're taking away your child's dignity.
No,
that's
listen,
weird. Anyway, no, it's fine. It's fine.
You gotta listen.
No. But you've been talking.
I'll go shop in the thrift store, so you gotta let somebody finish first. I'll go shop in the thrift store because, like I just said, my children wear Coach top notch shit. So if you want to be bad and you want to act up in school, I'm gonna take you to the thrift store and buy the worstest shit for you. You want to act up in school?
You're teaching your children insanely terrible life lessons.
Listen,
One, it's first of all, I live in a 5-bedroom, 3-bedroom house. W, right? Anyway,
house. So like I say, I'm telling you, I got it.
Cool. W. We love it. We love the middle class. We love it. We love it.
To have discipline with your kids.
My guy. I heard you. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, you're teaching your children some terrible things, some weird, dehumanizing, and classist ass shit. Okay, but anyway, anyway.
You better than the Bible, because if it tell me in the Bible, God put all of us and every creature on this earth. So you telling me what He said is not good? Now, like I just said, balling up your fists, everything like that. That is abuse.
Anyway, okay, I heard you, bro.
So
bro, I heard you.
Anyway,
goddamn. Because goddamn, I heard you the first time. Anyway.
So what, you just told me I'm teaching my kids
making your kids shop at it. Yeah, because first of all, there's a lot of weird moral. Bro.
Child needs to stay in a child place. Now, like I just said earlier,
God damn. Simmer the fuck down, bro. All right.
Shit right, man.
Right. So, how do you know that the Bible is the correct way to determine whether or not something is moral or immoral?
The Bible is the only book that I know that's out here that hasn't been rewritten or anything like that.
It has. That is demonstrable.
Maybe it's in the Quran. Now, okay, you is right. The Bible, it's a lot of Bibles out here, but even in the Holy Quran, and that book has never been rewritten in over 15,000 years. You trying to tell me that it's wrong?
I don't think that's the case either. But anyway, how do you know that it's? How do you know? Yeah, and neither has Harry Potter, right? So how do you know that the Bible is? How do you know that the? Oh my God.
Go ahead.
How do you know that the Bible is the correct way to determine when something is correct or false?
Are you Christian?
Something is moral or immoral? Hell no.
Are you in the church?
No.
You don't know. Then you're not gonna know then. So that's the thing that you gotta.
Bro? What are you talking about?
So how can I make you understand it?
I need to already understand it for you to help me to understand it. Do you hear how that sounds?
I just told you, if you know the Bible, it's not against the law. It's not a bad thing. Now, like I said,
so how do we know? Why is the Bible the way to determine this is the question.
Because it's a book and it's been out here for the longest.
So is Harry Potter. So is Shakespeare.
You can bring up Harry Potter. I could bring up.
So is Spider-Man. Exactly. What is the distinction?
Is Spider-Man teaching you how to raise your child?
Yes.
Spider-Man has taught me how to raise my child.
It absolutely can. Are you kidding me?
Harry Potter, if you keep bringing up Harry Potter and all that.
Spider-Man is known to have some of like the best displays of like morals and like child development. Are you kidding? What are you talking about?
Somebody wrote that? You know that's a script. Somebody wrote that. So when
and somebody didn't write the Bible?
Who wrote it though? God's disciples wrote that book. Ain't nobody put that on.
How do we know that it was God's disciples?
Hey, that's what they said.
So 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 you just believe this for no reason? You don't have any proof.
Okay, so the
So
proof
how
of
do
the
you know
matter
that this
is,
is the correct way to
the
determine
proof
whether
of
or
the
not
matter
something is right or wrong?
the proof of the matter is I'm 49 years old. My
What is that
mother and
supposed to
father
mean?
disciplining me when I did something bad, but when I did something good, nothing happened.
Oh
But like I say,
yeah,
if
okay,
I
we
go over
get
there,
it.
if I tell
This
you, okay,
isn't
that fire is hot, don't touch it.
my guy.
But then you go over
I
there and touch it,
need
you gonna learn that it's hot, right? So
I
you have
agree.
to understand
Hey
and
guy,
experience something before
hey guy.
think about it.
Jesus, dude. Anyway, like I've said before, like I don't know why you keep pivoting to point after point after point. I'm
But
going
look
to
at
need
what
you to
everybody's
maintain
saying. I
some
don't
level
think
of
you're reading your
consistency.
comments either. So it's like if everybody
This is just an ad populum fallacy. A lot of people are
look
going to
at your
disagree with
comments, like you
me.
said, you got $2,000 people in this thing right now. But look at your comments. You're not reading what's going on. So like I say, some people
Why
agree with
does
you,
this?
some people don't.
Of
Some people
course,
agree with you,
and
some
people
don't.
agreeing with me or people disagreeing with me isn't going to dictate whether or not I'm saying is correct.
Correct. Now, like you said,
Okay,
in the
then. So
beginning
why
of
did
this,
then? I don't know
believe
why you
second
brought it up
is
because you just disagreed with yourself. But let's go
how did
on,
I?
right?
How
So
did I?
again, how
I
you
never
brought up
disagree with myself at all.
because you said that it doesn't matter, and you just made the point to show that it does matter.
What does it? I'm talking about what you're saying. You just said I say read your comments. You said it doesn't matter.
Why should I then? Why should I read my? Why should I read my comments if I already
Because
don't
it's
care?
people in here commenting on what you're saying. Now,
Exactly,
like I
right. So
say,
you want
their
so for some
opinion.
reason you want me to value these comments.
No,
I don't care if they agree
I'm
or
not looking at you
disagree.
validating anybody. But like I said, if you're gonna
Gaslighting is
have a
crazy.
conversation, you gotta look at it and
Anyway.
be like, okay, somebody said this.
I'm
Why do you believe
I'm
on it?
speaking to you. I'm not
Right.
speaking to the comments. I'm speaking to
Okay.
you. Stay on topic, please.
Okay.
Keep up. God damn.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, again, like I asked you before, stop going on these fucking rambles, bro. Anyway, so again, how do we know that the Bible is the correct way to determine when something is moral or immoral?
Because the Bible taught me how to be a better man, a better person when I was young, an adult and a better man.
Why does that mean anything? Why does that
It
mean
means a
anything?
lot
That's not
because
evidence.
okay, I look at it like this. I have two children. I have a son and I have a daughter. I hit my daughter one time in life, spanked her once, and I only hit her once. So that showed
Bro, on God, on Jiminy Cricket, on Jiminy Cricket.
You don't want to.
I
listen.
don't
Like
give
say,
I don't want to. No, I absolutely do. I absolutely do not want to listen to this. I don't want to hear your personal experience. I don't. This isn't like my guy. Like I don't know how. Like, dude.
I can't talk about nobody else's experience except mine. So what are you saying?
I don't want to hear your experience. This is a bro. This is a debate platform.
No, it's a conversation.
No, it's not. It's a debate platform. It's my platform. I dictate what it is, and it is a debate platform.
So we're debating right now.
Yes, so your personal experiences don't mean anything.
But it's my personal experience. I can't live off of your personal experience.
And it's not. I don't use my personal experiences.
When you talk, like I said, I've been looking at you for a couple days.
Bro, Anthony, I don't use my personal experiences. I use evidence. You are not using evidence. I require reputable sources. Like they teach you this in school. Your personal experiences are not evidence. No, that's not how that works. You know that's not how that works. Or at least I hope you do. You can unmute. But like, please, like, Jesus. Chill. Bro, you're muted. Bro, you're muted. He is crashing out. 15-bedroom house. I really wonder what he does for a living. Bro's young Metro. Where's Parker? I don't know. With his woman?
Oh, I'm sorry. I muted myself. I didn't know that. I'm so sorry.
No, I muted you because you were crashing out. Like
I'm not crashing out, man. I'm just talking. Oh, you want to know what I do for a living? I own 3 hair salons.
Oh, that's cool. Anyway. Yeah, like I said before, in a debate, you cannot use your anecdotes. That's just not how that works. They're not reputable, right? There's no way to prove that what you're saying is true. You can't account for any kind of bias. Like no one, like what? That's not how that works. You saying that you've done this with your kids is whatever. It doesn't mean anything to anyone.
No, like I said, I don't discipline my kids like that. There's other ways of doing things, but like I'm saying truthfully.
No, I'm saying that like you talking about your children is irrelevant. It's not
So who else I'm
evidence.
gonna talk to? We're talking about disciplining
You would
kids.
need
So
to talk about
I'm
reputable
talking about my kids. I
sources.
ain't talking about nobody else. I don't go around beating everybody else.
I'm not asking you to talk about any kids. I'm not asking for your personal experiences. I just said that. I don't want your personal experiences.
So we just
That
talking about
doesn't
spanking, period.
No, we're talking about if you're going to make a claim, I require evidence.
How can I give
You
you evidence right now? You want me to give you a book to read or something? You want me to tell you where to go look it up at or what?
if you have any sources, like if you aren't prepared for this type of conversation like that, that's fine. But
Okay.
we're not going to be able to
Um,
get anywhere if you don't have evidence for your claims.
if you look up in the police information and stuff about discipline and they call it paddling or paddling or something like that. When you look that up and stuff like that, it's not considered as abuse. So like you
Yeah,
said
so again,
let me
you're
ask you
going
one
back to
question, because
legality.
like you said earlier, if you spank your child or something like that, call the SPC or whatever like that and stuff, or child services, what are they going to do if they come in the house and see that, okay, the child is living good? There's
Yeah,
nothing wrong, but the child did
again,
something wrong. So yes, the parents did discipline that child.
I've already gone over this multiple times. Legality, one, does not dictate morality. Two, um, organizations like CPS and like the police force do not account for spanking because spanking is legal.
Correct.
Do you believe that legality determines morality?
It depends on the situation.
What situation would it depend on in which legality would dictate morality?
It
It was
depends on
legal to own black people as slaves. Was that fully moral?
was it? I mean,
Was
when you
it?
I'm asking you right now, if you look at it in a certain way, slavery is still here. Depending on if you're going to work every day,
Slavery, and that's correct. Slavery is still
it's
here.
still
So
here. If you're working a nine
do
to
you
five
believe?
job for somebody, making them rich, where they can boss you around and tell you what to do and this, that, and other, it's just another form of slavery. It's just that
I understand this. I understand this,
free.
and I can agree to some aspect.
Yeah,
But you would agree that these things are not moral, correct?
it couldn't be moral. I mean, like I said, just all
Right.
depends.
So
I don't spank my
right.
children for every. I don't see that
I'm not
discipline.
saying
No,
that you do.
understand. I'm not saying that discipline is for everything. Oh, your child didn't do the homework, you want to beat them. They didn't brush your teeth, you want to beat them. You didn't do this, you want to beat them. Like you said, communication is key, because my kids can come and talk to me about anything. But don't tell me you did something wrong, because now there's a discipline. Okay, you did something wrong, you can't drive your car. Go take the bus or something like that. You wanted
I
to do something
understand
wrong,
what you're
go do
saying.
something
I really
else. So
do.
discipline comes every type of way or form.
I understand what you're saying here.
Right.
But again, right? Like you can discipline your child without having to inflict harm onto them.
Correct.
At this point, I don't know what we're talking about at this point because like,
I'm just saying that I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. Correct. You can discipline a child other than hitting on them and beating on them and stuff like that. That is correct. Like I said, one time my son wanted to act up in school because he had these Jordans on in his outfit and everything. So you want to act a fool? I took him to the thrift shop, made him wear those clothes. Now, until you start acting right in class and get your grades back up, this is what you're going to wear every day. Now, because everything in this house, I bought it. Nothing in this house belongs to you. Nothing. The toothpaste, the soap that you wash your body with, nothing belongs, because you don't work. I take care of you. The food that's in the refrigerator, I put that in there. So when I'm listening to somebody tell me, oh, I'm not going to do this, and I be seeing kids at the airport and this, that, oh, fuck you, mom, and kiss my ass and this, wait a minute, who the fuck is you talking to? You talking to me? Wait a minute. I'm a not.
Okay, well, I understand this, right? I understand what you're saying here. I understand what
When you have those type of people that's out there not beating their kids, but your kid talk to you like that. This goddamn boy out here, because I live in Florida. Y'all remember the Valentine's Day when this boy shot these people up? They never disciplined that boy, but they giving him guns and he cussing at them like that. Come on now, think about the world now.
Yeah, I understand what you're
So
saying.
discipline comes to a certain level, but I ain't saying beat him. You ain't gotta beat him. But if it comes to that, you see what I'm saying?
One, I think taking your child's clothes away is weird. I understand why you would do it.
The way they was
I
feeling his
understand.
body, he just couldn't
I
wear 'em.
understand. I understand. I understand the logic that you had there, right?
These-
And I think
these
it's.
Jordan
I
Clarks,
think
you
it
gonna
is.
take it off.
But
You gonna
I'm
put
not.
these
I'm not. I'm not
shoes
finished
on
speaking.
And take your ass to class. Take your ass to school.
I'm not finished speaking. It depends on that can be touchy. It depends on how you do that, how you communicate these values to your children, because it can teach them a good lesson about like classism. I agree, right?
It teaches about everything, about life in general.
I
You out there
understand this. I understand this,
You're
but like,
clown.
I
Grow up.
need to be able. I need to be able to speak at some point.
Go ahead, sweetheart. I'm listening to
Right.
you.
Right. So again, I don't even know how we got here. Anyway, so yeah, there are ways to discipline a child without like inflicting some kind of pain onto them, right? You're talking about like the person that, performed that mass unaliving. I understand where you're coming from. I really do, right? But again, to say that like he's this way because his parents didn't hit him, I find to be asinine. Like, what evidence do you have that spanking children is going to make them less violent?
What? Are you serious?
Yeah. Dead
Okay.
serious.
A lot of things taught me a lot. When it comes down to, like I say, spankings and stuff like that, that let me know I had reached the limit of trying my parents or trying this person. Because like I say, I could take your stuff away from you. I could do this and do that. You still gonna go out there and do it. You still gonna go out there and do it.
Well,
until
that's actually more likely when you
real
spank your
firm on you
children.
to make
though.
you believe like, okay, he not playing right now. I'm not gonna do that no more.
Well,
Period.
this actually, again, but I'm asking you for evidence though, right? Because like, what evidence do you have to say that like, this is going to teach children,
That's-
to not do something, right? And also
That's
to not do that thing when you are not around.
That's the good thing about it. That's where faith and trust come in at, because truthfully, you're asking a question where you're looking for information and stuff. There's no information that you could pick up a book
Yes, there
and read.
is. Yes, there
Where?
is.
Show me
For
where.
sure. There's 100% proof in statistics that spanking
No.
is only harm children.
Statistics are made by who? People. And then, like I say, if you got the wrong,
mean?
the statistics and
So
people.
is the Bible and everything that you've ever had.
So, like I'm still saying to you, you're saying that there's a book out here that teaches people how to not spank their child and discipline them, and they're going to be all right when they grow up. That's what you're telling me? They're going to be fine. They're going to, be lawyers, doctors.
Yeah, there are a lot of factors that play into like how a child will turn out as an adult. Obviously, not spanking your child is not the only way to make sure that your child has the best possible outcome. But we know that like just because there's a chance that they might not have a good outcome doesn't mean that we should hit them.
Okay, that is true. But I'll put it like this. Let me ask you a question. If you have a gun in your house right now, right? And your child, because I don't think you have kids, and you tell your child not to touch that gun, but your child go and touch it, you just gonna say, "Oh, Timmy, give me that. Don't touch that no more. Go have a seat."
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So
No.
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do in that situation?
I would 100%. No. Here's the thing. That is, and I understand that, right? I would absolutely still not hit them though. Absolutely.
What would you do?
No, there would be first of all, if there's a gun in the house, and my child has found access to it, I'm no longer going to have a gun in the house. Second of all, I will be speaking to my child about safety about these things, right? There are ways to teach children how to engage safely, because this probably isn't going to be the first time that they're going to have a firearm. But if I leave a firearm somewhere in which a child is able to get it, first of all, that's my fault. I am not going to punish my child for that. Absolutely not. But I understand this. But I would think about it in this way.
Somewhere and
If a
everything
child-
like that.
But it doesn't
You know.
matter. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter.
Your child is gonna
if
touch
the
that gun
child,
again.
if the child has found a way to access that firearm, and I have not taken the time to explain to them the dangers of these things, it is my fault still. I am not going to punish them for that.
You think kids don't know? You see all the games out here that
A
they
lot
play?
of kids do. You think
GTA 5
they?
and this,
But
that,
wait,
and
do you
other-
do you seriously think children like genuinely, willfully consent to these things?
What you mean consent? They know what it is. If you're teaching your child from the time your child is born to the time they reach 5 years old, kids are like a sponge. Whatever you teach them, that's what they're going to learn. So like I put it like this. I've had guns in my house. Don't touch them. If you touch them, I'm going to break your fingers. Now, it depends on how you say it. He might
Break
be
their
scared.
fingers. What the
Hey,
fuck?
I've never broken my child's finger, but if I tell you that,
That's even weird to threaten them with. I'm not gonna lie, dude. If they found your gun, that's your fault. Why are you punishing them for your shortcomings? No, I'm speaking within the hypothetical. If they find your firearm, that is your fault and that is your negligence, not theirs.
sweetheart, like I'm still sitting up here saying, you got safes out here and stuff like that you can pick with a coat hanger. So the thing that I'm sitting up here saying like this, if I tell you don't touch that gun, and it's in a locked safe, but your child went and got a butter knife or something like that and pried that thing open to touch it, they deserve something.
That is your fault.
How is it my fault if it's locked up?
It doesn't matter if it's locked up. I am listening to what I'm saying. The fact that even within this context, the child has access to the safe to begin with is your fault. Yes, of course.
So like I say,
somewhere where the child is unaware and does not know where it is and will never find themselves in contact with it. If in any context that child finds that gun and is able to open it, it is your fault and your responsibility as the person who owns the firearm. And what are the contexts is that acceptable?
That is true from what you're saying. That is true. But like I'm going to what I just said. If I tell you don't touch it, and like I say, it's under lock.
You shouldn't have to tell them anything. They shouldn't even know that you have it. That's the point. Your children should not know that there is a life-ending weapon in their house.
Why not?
Because we understand the dangers of firearms in children. They should. I believe that they shouldn't even know that you have that.
Why not? Because just like you said,
because they are children and do not understand the risks of these things.
Like I keep saying, listen
and
to what you keep saying.
I know you've heard the stories of these children.
You keep saying that they're children, and yes, I know they're children. So when you talk to a child, they supposed to listen to you, right? But if
they can listen to you, but that doesn't mean that they understand.
I'm not. Like I say, we're talking, we're having a debate. If I tell you don't touch that gun because you didn't let me finish, if I tell you don't touch that gun because it can kill you, it can hurt you, you can hurt somebody else with it, this, that, and the other, don't touch it. It's in here, it's under lock and key. I have the key around my neck. So like I just said to you, if your child, I'm gonna go get this butter knife and see if I can pry this safe open. Yeah, it's my fault because I left the butter knife there, or did I leave the key? Because I got the key. Why did you go in it?
No, it would be your fault that you would even tell your child that it exists in the house.
Sweetheart, you just said earlier, it comes down to communication with your child, talking to your child.
That does not mean that you can. That doesn't mean that you should tell your child that there is a life-ending apparatus in their abode, just off rip.
What age are we talking about at? That's what I want to ask you.
I don't think anyone who is not the owner of the firearm or not the adults in the house should know that there's a firearm in the house. Anyone who is not, because one, it's not anyone else's business, and two, it can pose a risk to the owners. This is basic gun safety.
Okay. Question. Another question. So my daughter she's not of age, but she's 17. It's a gun in the house. If somebody break into my house and she has access to it, I'd expect them to do something. She can't, she's a woman. You got 5 guys break into the house. What you want them to do?
I understand this, right? So if you live in an area where this is like
talking to them?
No, absolutely not. No. I think your child should have a way to defend themselves. I think there should be provisions around the house that can keep them as safe as possible, right? Alarms, other ways for them to defend themselves, stun guns, stuff like that. Non-lethal things that will allow them to be able to defend themselves if these things were to happen. But if they are not the owner of the gun, they should never have their hands on that gun.
But it's people out here that's like
I understand this. A
9-year-old child,
and I think those parents should be behind bars.
Teach them how to shoot guns and stuff.
And I believe that those parents should be behind bars.
Why?
No one who does not own the gun should have the gun in their hand.
But it's not illegal to take a child hunting. So if I teach my child how to use a gun, why?
It should be. I feel like it should be. People eat. I understand this.
In America, but
we do not live in a society where that is necessary. So yeah, no, I think even in that context, you should not be giving your child a firearm No.
No, I've never done that. But like I
I
say,
know. I'm not saying that you have. I'm saying that I find that to be wildly immoral and irresponsible for parents to do.
that is correct. Cause like I put it like this. I don't hide stuff from my kids, but I never told them that there was a gun in the house until they were of a certain age.
Yes,
Then
I understand.
taught them gun safety, everything like that. Look, I don't want you playing with that or anything like that. I don't want you to be out here and get into a fight and get mad and then come back home and get that, because that's not what that's about. Now, if you got into a fight with somebody, you should have either walked away before or after. And then there goes the other thing as far as like, you know, the spanking thing and stuff like that. You have to sit down and talk to a child. Your child, you know, whoever it may be, this, that, and other. It comes down to communication. Because like I just said in the beginning, if I tell you don't do something, don't do that. Now, if you do it, I'm going to sit down and talk to you and figure out why you did it. If you do it again, now I'm going to be kind of pissed off. And now I'm looking at it like, okay, are you trying me? Because I told you twice, don't do that. Now, here comes the third time when they done did it. Now it's time for me to beat you, because I feel as though as the adult in the house and you are a child, you trying me. So
yeah, but I understand that. But like, why are we resorting to violence in the context of children?
But it's not violence. It is not violence. Like I say, I'm not putting on
what
boxing.
That doesn't mean that it's not violence. Just because you're not going out of your way to give your child a black eye does not mean that it's not violence.
When I beat my children, I don't even take their clothes off. So like I say, to me,
it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Why you keep saying that? You just said earlier that
I don't see why.
Wait a minute.
No, whatever
you said earlier, your parents used to spank you, but to me, looking at you, you turned out to be a pretty good woman. You're very beautiful. You're attractive.
I turned out this way in spite of my parents. Because one,
it turned out that way because of your parents, not in spite of them. Because of them.
No. I did not say. In 1 second. Anton.
Yes,
I didn't say in spite of my parents. I'm saying in spite of them hitting me, right? Because my older brother is fucked up because they would hit him. The man is fucked up. Okay? So simply because I turned out a particular way in spite of this does not mean that this harm is not possible. My oldest brother is fucked up. Okay? So that's like one of the first things that he brings up when we ask him, why are you so angry all the time? Why are you so aggressive all the time? It's because he was a problematic child. He had unchecked mental illnesses that people would punish him for around in the family. And he was believed to be some kind of like demon child. And because they were constantly hitting him, it made him feel like he was always a problem and that he was evil. And now he's perpetuating the same type of violence. So just because I turned out this way doesn't mean that it's not possible.
Can I ask you a question? Was your brother a bad child? Do you think he was a bad child?
I don't believe he was a bad child. I believe my brother has like really unchecked mental illnesses.
Okay, so
I believe he's bipolar.
That might have been, you know, a thing that your parents might not have checked on to realize what was going on. Because, like, you know,
no, we were in Jamaica. Of course they wouldn't. Of course.
Oh yeah,
right.
Okay. Oh, my
they
bad.
They didn't have the resources to even do that. You know what I mean?
Right. I didn't know you.
But that doesn't mean that like it's not a problem that they did do these things. Right?
I mean, it can be. It can be. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that there's no problem with spanking a child, because if you do too much, yes, it's going to be a problem, because your child could grow up to hate you.
Yeah.
For something that they feel as though that it could have been something different. Because like I say, when it come down to your child doing something, you got to talk to them first. Let them understand. Let them know I'm here in your corner. This, that, and other. As far as doing all that beating because of, like I say, that's crazy. Now, like I say, I don't know what's going on. Like they say, people mental health and stuff like that. Yeah, you have to talk and find out what's going on before you decide to pick up a belt and just beat.
I don't believe, but again, this is violence that you're portraying to this child here, right? That's the point. That's my issue with it. This is violence that you're portraying to this child, and I believe that in no context is it permissible to inflict violence upon a child. In no context.
Okay, that's your belief. I can't stop
Yes,
you.
but it's not just a belief. This is backed by the evidence. We have evidence of these things.
Well, I got evidence too, because like I say, my son, he's 21. My son still asks me, can he go places? No. If I tell him no, he not going. If I tell him yeah, he gonna go. And son, where you gonna be at when you coming home, this, that, and other stuff like that. But if I tell my son right now, or he asks me, Dad, can I go somewhere? And I tell him no, he's not going. And it's not the simple fact of that. It's the simple fact of that's my child. I talk to my child. I've watched my child grow up from when he came out of his mother to the day that he is now. Yes, we went through some things and stuff like that, but he knows I never spanked you to hurt you. I spanked you to let you know that
I understand this, and first of all,
you
that's
have to
cap
learn how
though.
to think,
Like
talk.
my thing is, I feel like there's a way for you to address this. Not to address this, but like you did spank him to hurt him because spankings hurt, and
I
that is
spanked
the
him
way.
I spanked him for
You may not have, but that doesn't mean that it didn't hurt.
This is what
Like,
you gonna get. This is what you
that
gonna
doesn't
get.
mean, but it doesn't mean that it didn't hurt though, right? You
I
definitely
didn't
spanked
say
him
it
to
didn't hurt. I did it so it could hurt. Because
Right,
I'm
so you did
saying it
spank him to hurt
this.
him.
My child go out here and do something, get drunk or something like that, go out here and kill somebody. Now they in prison. You know what they be doing in prison to people? So I would rather beat my child before he winds up in a place
This
where
is insanity.
he shouldn't be at.
That's literally insanity. You
When
gotta
you
know
think-
that, bro.
you keep saying it's insanity, but
I
if you
actually,
look at the
I
prison-
actually quite like you. I think you're a funny
Florida,
person.
It's over 100 and something prisons in Florida alone. They look
I
at
know.
prison as a business. They're looking at prisons to where,
But that
okay.
does not mean that it is permissible to inflict this pain upon a child simply because they might have pain inflicted on them in the future. This is psycho work.
It's going to happen. I mean, you got to think about
That
it
doesn't
like
mean that it's permissible for you to inflict that pain upon them early.
why not? What's early
What
to
do you mean, why not?
I'm asking you what's
What
early.
evidence? What evidence? What? No, for real. No. Like, fuck it. Fuck it.
What's the age
What
limit?
evidence? There is no age limit. What evidence do you have to say that inflicting this pain on them early is going to lead to better outcomes, other than your own personal experience? But I already told you. But if you don't have evidence for these things, that means you've done this for no reason, simply because it felt, because it instinctually felt good to you, or because you were raised to believe these things to already be true. You have no reason to be inflicting this pain. But you have no reason to. Okay, so like you don't believe that this is even a good thing. Like this isn't even something that you enjoy, right? Why are you doing this then?
I'm not supposed to enjoy it. I'm not supposed to enjoy beating my child or
I
disciplining.
mean, not enjoy. That was a weird word, but like again, I'm confused, right? What evidence do you have to say that this works? That this lowers their chances of engaging in like harmful activities in the future? What evidence? What evidence do you have for this? Because if you don't have evidence for this, that means you've been hitting your kids for no reason.
That's what you believe. Because like I keep saying, you keep saying
I believe this because you
No
cannot
book
give
out
me
there.
a valid, like any kind of
There is
valid
no book.
evidence.
Baby, I gave you one book and I said the Bible. Other than that, I
And you
can't
can't
give you a
prove,
book
and
that
you
tells
can't
you-
prove how the Bible is true or false.
It does prove it because, like I said, I have two kids.
You
might not have
simply
kids,
no.
but
Be,
I have
your
two.
your
And by
understanding
me
here is that you
leading-
simply already
by
believe
me
this.
leading- Baby, by me leading and believing in that Bible and the way I taught them, trust me, it worked. Like I said to you, my daughter.
I am absolutely,
Listen,
and it's not that I
my
think you're a
daughter
bad
is
person.
17 years old. I hit my daughter one time in my life. My
I
son is
understand
21,
this.
and
I
hit
never
him
said
5
that
times
spanking
in my
doesn't
life.
work. Hitting,
I've
yeah,
never got a
dude.
problem out
I
of
get it.
after
I get
that.
it. I get it. Hitting people makes them stop doing things. Yes, I know. That's how torture works, right? Hurting people makes them stop doing things. Okay, we all know this. It's basic human psychology. Okay.
But you're calling it torture. It's not torture.
I'm not calling it torture. What I'm saying is that we understand that you can get anyone to behave in any way that you want if you inflict the right amount of pain onto them. I understand this. That doesn't mean, like, do you believe that it's morally permissible to inflict pain onto people to get them to do what you want them to do?
No.
Okay, then. So why do you think that this is permissible?
I say it's permissible because I didn't inflict pain on him because of what he did. I'm
It
inflicting
doesn't
pain
matter. It doesn't matter. You
It does
are
matter.
inflicting
You keep
pain
saying
onto
it
them
don't-
because they are
Show
not
me-
behaving in the way that is preferable to you.
So do you think talking to him is going to change that?
No, talking to a child is not the only form that can get them to internalize particular morals.
So tell me another form right now, dude. Because
Yeah,
I already
so-
said I've said everything that you said. I've said talking to a child, sitting down and talking to them again, explaining certain things. I've even said, okay,
if you've done this for the child and they are still engaging in the same,
what else is there to do?
So how do you prove that you have communicated with the child in a way that they can understand? How do you prove that? How do you know that you've done that? Because simply speaking, just because they can talk to you doesn't mean anything, though, right? That doesn't mean that they necessarily understand the things that are coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, they do.
Or they internalize the things that are coming out of your mouth. What is required for a child to learn is that internalization of whatever you are saying. If they cannot internalize what you're saying because they do not understand what you're saying, then like you can say anything. It doesn't mean anything to them. Or they might want it to mean something, but if they simply do not understand, there's not much they can do, or not much that you can do. So basically, what you'll do if they do engage in the same acts is you're punishing them for your own shortcomings as a person who's supposed to be communicating with them.
I just said I communicated with them.
But how do you know that you have communicated with them in a way in which they can understand?
Sweetheart, that's one thing that you can't sit up there and even answer that question for yourself. Because like I just said to you, and you
can.
No, because you keep asking the question, but you keep seeming like you want to tongue tie me. If I sit up here and I talk to you over and over and over and over and over again, and you keep doing the same goddamn thing over and over and over and over again, your child heard you. He just don't give a fuck. So
that's not necessarily the case.
It is the case. If you tell somebody don't do something and they keep fucking doing it, they don't give a fuck what you said.
No, that's not true. That is not always true.
If you tell me not to do something and I say, okay, I ain't gonna do it no more, I promise, and then an hour later I do it again, and you gonna sit down and tell me, oh, didn't I tell you don't do that? I'm sorry, I ain't gonna do it no more, I promise, mommy, and I do it again. What the hell you gonna do? Keep sitting there talking to me while I keep doing it over and over and over again?
It depends.
Stop it, man. Stop
bro,
that
bro,
shit.
Bro.
Stop
it depends.
That shit for real.
bro. First of all, goddamn.
So you
Jesus.
Anyway, your child over and over and over and over and over again, and they gonna keep doing it.
There are examples. There are examples. No, there are examples of children, neurodivergent children, who they will say, "Oh, I understand." And they don't fucking understand, especially if you already have a history of hitting the child. Of course, they're not going to say that they don't understand. It depends on the environment that you've already curated with the child. A lot of neurodivergent children engage in these actions all the time. Of course, this is not how that works. It is not all the time that these children engage in these types of behaviors and really understand what is wrong with it.
Huh? You know how many times I go to the airport and I see these moms and stuff out here with dog leashes on their child just so they can hold them and snatch them back and stuff like that. If I tell you walk beside me, I'm not gonna put no dog leash on my child.
And I find you to be just as weird as them.
That's your opinion.
if your way of doing this is inflicting pain onto the child, I don't know how a person would ever be able to learn under being in pain or under the pretenses of being in pain. Like, I don't understand. A lot of neurodivergent children, like for example, a lot of autistic children, a lot of children with like ADHD, right? They typically have a lot of behavioral issues, even if their parents speak to them. They don't understand. You are not communicating with your child in the way in which is necessary for them to understand. And if you do not know, that you are communicating with the child in a way that they fully understand, and you know without a shadow of a doubt that they understand, you should not be punishing them for not understanding something.
Okay, you are correct. I never said you wasn't. You are correct. But if
then you're going to need to determine that your children understand what you're saying at every time. You're going to need to show them things, explain to them things in ways in which they will understand. But if you punish them for your lack of communication, that's straight up just abuse.
No, it's not. Because I just sat up here and said to you, because like I said, you keep saying the same thing, and I'm going to keep saying the same thing I said. You keep saying communication. How many times, and I'm going to ask you this question, how many times you think if your child do something that you're going to have to talk to them about doing the same goddamn thing before they stop?
Then at that point, it's not even about making them stop. It's about at this point, if you have exhausted all your ways of communication, right?
Wait a minute.
And the child...
Let me rephrase that. If you tell your child over and over and over again something not to do, how do you think or know that they got the understanding? How you going to figure that part out? By just talking?
Exactly, right? And I understand this, right? One second. Yeah. So like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, right? There's not there's not going to be a lot of ways, especially for parents who may not have the resources to understand when their children are like actually trying to disrespect them, or if they're like if they genuinely don't understand something. I understand that, and I agree, right? How do I say this in a way that makes sense, right? Yeah. So a lot of the time at that point, if a child is still engaging in particular actions, especially those that can be harmful, even after you've already had this conversation with them, it is time to seek some outside help. Like, I think that's okay.
So
I think that's okay.
I'm gonna tell you what to do.
It's time to take your fucking kid to therapy. It is not normal for your child to just rebel against you for no reason. Right?
You want me to say one thing?
It is uncommon for children to just be incredibly distrustful of their parents to the point where they just don't listen to them every single time that they speak. It's time to either take your child to therapy, a child psychologist or something like that, that can actually give you the resources to help you understand your child.
And as far as like child psychology and stuff like that, because my sister's one, she has all types of kids come in, they be talking this, that, and other, and they still be disrespectful to the psychologist because their parents ain't teaching them shit. So like I'm sitting up here saying, if you're telling me that I already have, or like I'm just putting it in a scenario, you have a child that comes into your shop or your place and you're trying to talk to this child and give them guidance and everything like that, and it's, oh, fuck you, or you're not my mom, or you're not my dad, but then you cussing out your mom and dad. That to me is on the parents, because I'm gonna tell you like this, I don't give a darn who you are. If a person like that or a child like that grows up and they know how to cuss and this, that, and other stuff like that, where did they learn?
I agree. I agree. These things would be on the backs of the parents.
Yeah, where did they learn that from? You have social media.
But that's what I'm saying though. I feel like
things that
I feel like in the context, I understand what you're saying. I really do. But in the context of spanking, parents should have a lot more resources than they do, right? I feel like a lot of time parents have a lot of pride, and I find it to be kind of selfish to an extent, because parents believe like, oh, no one can tell me what to do with my children. But I think that should be the case, that there are some people that should be able to tell you what to do with your children, right?
There are people out there. When you think about it,
I understand, right? But like what I'm saying, what I'm saying is that if your child is not listening to you and they are rebelling against you, they are engaging in harmful behaviors, dangerous behaviors, it is time to seek help for the child. And it is time to keep seeking help for the child. I think as a parent, when you decide to have a child, that is, you've taken on the moral responsibility to care for said child.
That is true. But I got a question for you. When people have babies and stuff like that, mothers, when a mother goes on maternity leave and everything like that, I think she gets like 3 to 4 months. Your baby is either in daycare with your grandmom or you're paying a babysitter. But by the time that child goes to daycare, let's say they 3 years old, they're going to learn right there that, okay, you also have someone teaching your child something because you have to go to work. So during the course of the day, your child is either at a school, somebody's teaching them something, they're learning something, or they're watching other people do something bad. Your child might be getting bullied. You might, my homeboy, he drops his kid off the daycare. He's 2. The child keeps getting bit. He went to the school to talk to people and stuff like that, but the people tried to kick the baby out or try to.
That's a lawsuit, my guy.
And it's a lawsuit like that. But when you have children that are like that and they're getting bit and this, that, and other, but you have to go home and talk to your child and, okay, I'm gonna teach you how to defend yourself. Go tell somebody first. If they don't do nothing, okay, hit them or do something to them, because when I get there, I'm gonna straighten all of that. So there is certain things that can be done. There's certain things that can't be done. But when
I do believe in teaching children self-defense as well. Don't get me wrong.
So sometimes
I don't believe that every type of hitting is wrong. That's not my. Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I just got jump scared this fucking game. I'm so sorry. I just got hit by a bird. I'm sorry.
Also, want to say is when it comes down to kids, depending on the age, when they go to school, they have certain peer pressures and stuff like that from other kids that will try and make them do something that they know they're not supposed to do, and to try and be in the in crowd, or like I say, even if you're 5, I don't give a darn if they 5 all the way up to 20. There are peer pressures out there, so you might tell your child not to do something, but because they want to hang in this crowd, they might do it.
I
And
get
they,
it. I
and
get
they
you.
get
I
away
get
with it,
you.
they
I
do it
get.
again, do it again until they get caught.
I get you. I understand. I understand what you're saying, right? But like for example, like I've been spanked. My parents did not spank me a lot. They definitely didn't. I definitely got a lot of grace growing up. Okay. Instead of these things, my parents taught me about peer pressure. They taught me about these values, right? And they spoke to me in a way that I could understand. Mind you, look, my parents are not the most educated people in the world. They're from Jamaica, right? We lived in the mountains.
Say
There wasn't
that.
a lot of no, they're not.
Don't you say
No.
that.
This is not an insult. This is just the facts.
You ain't got to be no rocket scientist to raise no kids.
Oh
Don't
no
say.
no. Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Like I
That's
said.
not. Wait, Anton. Wait, Joe. Wait, no. That's not what I'm saying. Hey, big man. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. My parents are amazing parents. I love my parents. Okay.
I know you do. I'm just.
I'm
playing.
saying. I'm saying quite the opposite. What I'm saying is that I'm actually saying like literally the opposite. Like, despite my parents' like lack of education, the fact that my father wasn't able to go to school and my mother very similar, right? They were still able to they were still able to instill these values in me, in which that could allow me to do something like this every day, or these values that would allow for me to not experience something like peer pressure. They put these things in me, and they did not require any kind of violence to do so a lot of the time, right? And even still, when they inflicted violence upon me in the form of spanking, I still didn't fucking listen to them they acknowledged that they knew that I wasn't gonna fucking listen to them if they hit me. Of course not, right? Because they've already instilled the value in me that I shouldn't listen to people, right? And so if they hurt me, I'm not gonna fucking listen to them, and they understood that that's their fault. Okay, so right, so like I feel like regardless of any kind of like education that parents have, that this is something that they can do. This type of violence is not required. A lot of the things that you have like stated here as a reason to inflict this type of pain and harm onto a child sounds like something that we can just straight up blame the parents for.
I mean,
I don't see in what I'm just saying I don't see in what context violence against a child is required. You haven't given me one, nor have you even given me any kind of evidence to say that that these things actually help children. Unless you believe that it's permissible to harm them.
That's the thing that I'm sitting up here saying. I can't say it's going to help all kids. I've never wrote a book or anything like this. Say, okay, if you do this, this is going to help every child. I can't say that. And like I say, there is no book out here, and the only one that I said is out here that's telling me that it's okay to do this, because it says in there it takes a village. Now, and what I call a village is in my household. I don't call a village the whole goddamn block. Now, the way I grew up, if I did something bad down the street, my grandma friend could beat me, the deacon of the church could beat me, the pastor could beat me, my grandma could beat me. When my mom got home, she beat me, and my dad beat me when he got home. Then I still ate, took a bath. Then they came in the house and talked to me. My grandma, the deacon, beat my ass because I did something wrong. But when it came down to my parents talking to me, it'd be like, okay, everybody beat your ass because you did something wrong. Now I gotta beat.
And you believe this is permissible, my guy?
Believe you me? I never did it again.
Of course, my guy. I never said that spanking isn't persuasive.
Believe me, I never did it again.
100, bro. I'm not disagreeing with you that say that spanking works. Of course, it fucking works. You can get anyone to do anything if you hurt them enough. 100%, right? But if you're gonna hold to this, you're gonna have to also hold to the fact that you think it is morally permissible to harm someone to get them to behave in the way that you want them to be. Like, for example, it is harm. How is it not harm? Like, how are you defining harm to say that what I'm saying is inaccurate?
Because like I said, you got to listen. Now, me, like I keep saying, because I don't think you heard me, I've never beat my child 20 minutes, 30 minutes, this, that,
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that you did. I don't think you're a monster. Anton, you know I don't think you're a monster. I cannot stress it enough. I don't think you're a monster. I don't think you beat the shit out of your kids. That's not what I'm saying. But under my worldview, it's wrong either way. Right? And what I'm saying is that unless you're just straight up going to admit here that this is not harm, you're gonna need to tell me how it's not harm.
It is harm because
Right.
like I
So
said,
you believe that it's morally permissible to harm children in this way,
not in a certain way that
or just to hurt people to get them to behave in the way that you want them to.
I would say yeah. I mean, if you want, if you
Why do you think that is permissible?
I don't, but the way you keep saying it, I have to give you an honest opinion. And like I said earlier, because like I said, I own a couple shops. When I see
understand
women,
and I appreciate that, but why do you think it is permissible to harm people to get them to do what you want them to do?
I don't, but like I say, in so many ways I do. Now, this is the thing I'm gonna say. I do not believe in women or men. Like I say, I own a couple shops. Kid come in the shop, sit down. They stand up, and then you take your fist and beat him in their back, or you hit him in their chest. No, I don't like that. That's abuse. That is abuse. Now, if your child is doing something and you take your belt off or something like that, and you tap them 2 times or something like that, and they cry, okay, they got the point. But sitting up there hitting the child like
how do you know that they got the point though? Like this is what I'm saying. But that's why I'm asking. But that don't mean nothing. That doesn't mean anything. Again, this is why I have to ask you this. Why do you think it is morally permissible to hurt them to get them to do what you want them to do? That isn't that you could say, like, I can agree. Fuck it. I can grant to you that they got the point. They got the point that you'll beat the shit out of them if they don't sit down. That's what they got.
I just told you. If I
doesn't matter. Or at least I'll say the way that you want me to say it. They got the point that you will harm them if they don't sit down. They got the point. Why do you think that is permissible to teach a child?
Why do I think that?
Why do you think it is permissible to harm a child to get them to do what you want them to do?
Because you got to listen. You're gonna listen to me.
Okay, so do you agree? Okay, so like in this case, then do you agree with like police brutality?
No.
Why not?
You're not beating on a child. You're beating on a grown person. Now, if I see a police officer beating on a child, I might go to fucking jail that night. Because I'm a jump on a police officer. Trust me. I bet not see no police officer beating on a child, not unless it's theirs. So when you're sitting up and telling me that you have an adult that's over 18.
Wait, what's the distinction? Like, but wait, no. Like, what's the distinction? Like, do you believe that like domestic violence is okay?
No, I don't. If I see a dude hitting on a woman, I don't even have to know you. I'm gonna fuck that dude up.
Yes, but like,
it's like I look at it like this.
But what? But wait. So then what's the distinction?
Hit your motherfucking mother in her mouth.
A lot of them do, but the thing is, right? Is
okay,
like
you got to die. You got to die. Goddamn it! I don't give a fuck how much If you mad at your mom or something like that, you go home and hit your mom in the mouth. Bitch, I'ma kill you. I don't mean.
Jesus Christ!
I'm gonna beat your ass from middle across the street.
This conversation.
So with that being said, yeah, man, you got to fight.
This conversation
Every day I see you, I got to beat your ass.
In the car, chat. Anyway, look.
Beat your ass from here across the street. You hit your mama. Right.
No.
Okay. I got to have some of you, goddammit. I'm gonna take my.
Oh my God. Bro, okay. Okay, Jesus. Bro, you're fucking hilarious. Anyway. Look, anyway.
I like you, man. I really do like you. I'm gonna be like, I love you, girl.
Bro said you got to die.
I got to see you. Shit.
Oh God.
You ain't had a proper upbringing. You want to goddamn me hit on people with shit. Nah.
Bro. I can't stand you. Anyway.
Now, that's the motherfucker that should have got a beating. You see what I'm saying?
No.
He should have got his ass whooped as a child. Whooped, goddammit.
Jesus.
Go outside, get the switch, the belt, and the goddamn stick.
Y'all are a mess. Anyway, let's get back to the conversation. No, because for real though. Oh my God.
No, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I mean, like I say, you good now. You good because it's kind of hard to talk to you and stuff. This is my first time. It feel like we on a date and stuff, but it's hard to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? A little bit. but it's kind of easy, you know. It felt like I'm sitting across the dinner table and we sit at a restaurant eating about life goals and shit. But
Oh my god. Let's just get back to the conversation.
yeah,
Please. Jesus. Anyway. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that again, like you could say that the police officer is doing the exact same thing, right? Like you can say that he's simply inflicting pain on this person to get them to submit or do whatever the police officer wants them to do. Like, why is that not permissible to you?
to me, because he overstepping his boundaries. When it come down to the police officer, they supposed to protect and serve. Now, if that person is fighting back, like I say, you got to go home at the end of the night. But as far as like beating, like you said, you got taser. A police officer has a taser, has mace, has certain things that they can do to stop a person from being this way. But if a person is handcuffed or you got this person subdued on the ground and you steady punching them in their face and this, that, and other stuff like that, that's abuse. That is abuse.
Right, and it would be abuse because, would you say it's abuse because it's unnecessary for them to inflict this type of harm?
Yes. When it comes down to that much harm, yes. That's too much. That is way too much. Like I say, even to me, tasing somebody, that's too much because there's people out here that got tased that died, had heart attacks. Now, to me, shooting mace in somebody's face, shoot mace in their face. You can control the thing because now they can't see you. Put the handcuffs on them, talk to them, whatever. But if you sitting up there and you pull out your billy club, and these things are made out of metal. They go from 3 inches to 6 feet goddamn long, and they sit up there whacking you with it. Nah, that is abuse, because those shits break bones.
Okay, so would you agree, if this is the case, then would you agree that these things would not be permissible because that level of force is unnecessary?
Yeah, that's too much. That's too much.
Right.
That's too much.
Would you agree with the concept of the gentlest means? Do you know what that means?
Yeah, a softer way of doing things,
Oh, no. This is I know what it sounds like, but it actually doesn't mean that necessarily. So the concept of like the gentlest means is simply defined as only behaving in such a way that is completely necessary. And if there is something that results in the least harm, then anything outside of that thing that is the least harm would be determined as like unnecessary, because anything after that would be excessive. Would you agree?
Correct.
Right. So if I can prove to you that there are better ways other than spanking children, would you agree that spanking them would be excessive?
Yes, I could agree with you. I never said I didn't.
And then if that's the case, would you agree that spanking is abuse? What you mean? What you mean?
You could call it that.
No, bro, my guy, I like you. Okay, I walked you down the line.
Yeah,
We got to follow through.
I'm following through with you.
Right? So if I could prove to you that there are gentler means to spanking, you would have to agree that it's abuse if done any other way.
The facts,
right? Facts.
I never said you were wrong. I never said you were wrong. Like
you ain't say I was right though. That's the problem.
No, I did say you was right. I said I agree with you on everything. Baby,
then why anti? What the fuck are we doing?
It was a debate. Like I said, it's my first time. I didn't even think you were gonna log me on. You see when I was sitting up there like, oh shit, that's my name. What I'm doing up in the bar? Oh shit, I can talk.
Somebody gonna pick me. Somebody come get him. Somebody come get him. Somebody come get this.
You know what I mean? I've been sitting up here watching for damn near hours. So, you know what I'm saying? I clicked out, came back. You still here talking with your little beautiful face. So I said, let me go ahead and talk some shit right quick. I mean, like I say, I can't say I don't agree with you, but when looking at it like this, yes, I have beat my kids. Like I said, I ain't beat I've never went ham on my son. Like I said, I hit my daughter once in life, and she going on 17. It took me one time to hit her, and I hit on her butt with her pants on, And she ain't want no more of that. She was, no, daddy, I don't want you ever hit me again. Whatever you tell me to do. I can look at my daughter right now when she doing something wrong. I can look at her like that church look.
But you wouldn't agree that behaving in that way towards your child and inflicting that level of violence on them would be abusive. Matter of fact, we don't even need to call it abusive. We don't even need to call it abusive. Would you call it violence?
What I did, or what some, just
what you did in the context of spanking your child, would you call it violence?
No, not what I did.
Why not? Why not? Like spanking your child once, right? That one time, right? We might not necessarily need to call it abuse.
I hit her
call
once.
it violence.
No.
I know.
But
like even in that context,
that was it.
In what context is hitting someone not violent?
Because, I can't say that it is violent. I'm not saying that it isn't. It very much is so violent. But the thing that I look at like this, when it comes down to, and I'm just going off of my experience with my child, she probably thought in her head, my daddy would never beat me. My daddy always say he gonna beat me, but never do it. He always say he gonna do this, but never do it. And I always used to say that, because like I say, to me, I don't know if you want to say fear or this, that, and other, whatever. But it's not like I tried to put fear in my kids, because I will always tell you, look, when we get home, I'll beat your ass. And I get home and go right to sleep, and they be like, oh, they be in the room thinking, daddy finna come in. Every time I walk past the room and look in there, they get right. So I'm like, okay, but
why do you think that's permissible though? Why do you think it's cool to like fucking scare your kids?
It's not that I'm trying to. I mean, at the point probably when you did it, listen, I was at the mall one day with my son. My son was, I think, 10. And you know how they got the shoes stacked up on top of the boxes and everything like that? I forgot what store we was in. This boy took his arm, and I'm talking about the shelf was real long, and said, wee, and knocked every shoe off that rack. And I'm talking about, it was like maybe 50, 60 shoes. I said, boy, when I get home, I'm gonna beat your behind. Pick these goddamn shoes up. He picked all the shoes up, but from that point on, he did everything right. You walk in, get over here, this, that, and blah, blah, blah. When he got home, I never beat him. And he asked me, daddy, you ready to beat me? I was like, I'm gonna do it later on. Just wait. He kept asking me, because I guess he was expecting me to do it, but I never did it. So he learned, okay, my daddy said he was gonna beat me. He was real mad, but he didn't do it. I'm not gonna try my daddy no more, because the next time he said he might do it. So like
I still find, to be honest, I still find that to be unacceptable. That just sounds like psychological torture.
No. Listen. It is kind of psychological, but when you think about it like this, the child, to me, learns something. Because like I say, my son, he talks to me. We talk. My kids talk to me. So when he came to me a couple days later after that, and he was like, Dad, I will never do that in the store again. I'm sorry, this, that, and other. And he learned from that, because I didn't beat him. But thinking about it, I gave him enough time to think. Now, if I would have went up there with the wrong mind state and beat the crap out of him and this, that, and the other, he probably would have wanted to do something again. Because
but why would you? But what is threatening him with violence supposed to teach him here?
It ain't teaching him nothing.
Yeah, then by your definition, that would be excessive and abusive.
I mean, all abuse can come in any form.
I know, but it all has the same criteria.
Correct. So, like I say, I'm not saying that.
So what you did would by your own standard would be abusive and excessive.
Yeah, like I say, the way you keep saying it, I'm gonna say yeah to you. Yes, it was.
Right. So, okay.
Was it right? Was it right for me to say it? At that time, no, but I could have said it a different way. But at the end of the day, I still said I was going to beat you. Now, like I say, at the end of the day, so that gave my child time to think about what they did. Was it wrong? Was it right? I know I wasn't supposed to do this, but I did it. I'm sorry.
I'm confused. I'm confused as to why you can walk your child through that instead of making them afraid of you in that time.
I did do that. It wasn't a simple fact that I think he got afraid of me. It was the simple fact, like I say, we're in a store. I'm shopping with my ex-wife at the time. Well, my ex-wife now, my wife at the time. We're shopping for shoes for them and stuff like that. Just shopping so we could go out. We've been at the mall all day long. And you chose to do that? Boy, you see how many bags you got? And that's what you did? I'm going to beat your behind. Now, I could have took everything back and this, that, and other stuff. But why? If I'm going to go buy them clothes next week or next month, I'm going to buy them some clothes. I'm going to take these clothes home, and they still gonna be here, but you can't wear them. You want punishment. You know.
I understand this, but the issue that I have here, right, is within this context, you are threatening your child with violence and making them scared of you for no reason, even though you yourself knew that you weren't going to.
There was a reason. There was a reason.
No. I can say that there was a reason that still would make that action of you saying that you were going to inflict violence upon your child like impermissible.
Yeah, it is impermissible.
You were scaring the shit out of your child for no reason.
Correct.
That is unnecessary. The fact that we understand that there are gentler means in order to do so, but means that you doing that would be unnecessary, and so by definition would be abuse.
Yeah, it could be.
No, it is like psychological abuse.
It is. I never said it wasn't. There it is. Because like I said earlier, my kids are not my friends. Now, they can come and talk to me and tell me everything. I'm their parent. You can go tell your friend how you want to do this with such and such or this, that, and other, and you can still come to me and talk to me. But when it comes down to you doing something bad that you know is wrong, because like I say, once a child gets to a certain age, I don't give a darn if you keep saying child. Once a child gets to a certain age, I mean, my daughter was 2. If I say, don't do that, she knew that mean not to do that. You know what I'm saying? So like I say, depending on what stage of age, that could have been threatening to her because I said, don't do that. No. That could be threatening as a child. So like I say, regardless of how you're saying it, I my child at 1 or 2 years old because I'm doing that. So like I say, what you're saying it real good. You know how to talk real good. But wouldn't you consider that as a threat too?
Me talking good?
No.
Oh, what you just said? Oh,
my child. Anybody?
It would depend on. It would depend on what that meant. Well, it would depend on what that sound meant, right? If you making that sound would to them would be associated, and you knew that this is what it's associated with, right? If you know that this is what that sound would be associated with, like them, you inflicting like pain onto them, and then you don't do it, right? Then yeah, the use of that sound can be abusive, right? Like the use of an air horn towards a child, right? You can replace this with any sound. Yeah, it can be abusive.
Like I say,
but the sound in of itself is not abusive. The sound in of itself is not abusive. Making that sound in and of itself is not abusive. But it is when and how you use it that is abusive.
That's what I'm sitting up here saying. If, like I say, a child at 1 year old, 6 months old, or something like that, any child in America know what that means. That means something is not right. Stop. Don't do that. Or whatever. I don't care if you taught your child when you say, don't do that. They understand English. So don't do that means don't do that. Or like your child's crawling this, that, and other. You like, don't do that. And you pick them up. Mm-hmm. They're always going to be expecting you to pick them up because you said, Or some people might put their hand out or point their finger at them like, don't do that. No. And you shake your hand back and forth like that.
Oh, Shannon, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Some people might think that that's abuse, but is it really?
It would depend on the context. It's heavily context dependent. Like for example, like like what I said before, if it is going to be associated with something that is harmful to the child, then
but
it would be abuse.
It is.
Oh, if it is, then it would be abuse.
That's what I keep saying. Mean don't do that. You know, so that's what kids associate that with, even at 1 year old. So if you're saying that abuse is this, abuse comes in all forms, at all ages, at all times. So with that being said, you know, like you said earlier, is there a book out here to tell you this? Is there a book out here to tell you that? No. You know, you have to have communication with your child, open communication. And I say it starts in the home and at a very young age. If you teach your kids at a very young age and stuff like that, you won't have to beat them. Because like I say, my son's 21 and I hit him 5 times in my life. 5 times. My daughter's going on 17. I hit her once in my life. So when it comes down to that, I didn't have to discipline my kids at every darn thing they did. Beat them. My son went in Walmart and stole some headphones. I didn't beat him because of that. He got in trouble in school and he got in trouble. I let him go through the little system to show him, okay, this is what's going to wind up happening to you. If you don't want to listen to me, the little
Thank you for the 422. Thank you.
The little Scared Straight program, when you got all these prison inmates yelling at you and stuff like that, this was going to happen to you. Now, yeah, I might have beat you once or twice and it didn't work, but you hear these people here telling you, oh, they going to be making you walk around with your hand in their pocket and, you know, all this other stuff. If you don't want to listen to me, this is going to happen to you. Now, is that abuse?
Again, that can be abusive as well.
Yeah,
You
that's
kidding me?
abuse. You gonna learn
Yeah.
one way or other, because if you don't listen to what I'm telling you, and I'm not trying to beat you, these people in here gonna be beating your behind every day. So this is
You doing beyond scare straight? They have too many lawsuits to count. But like the thing is, no, that would be abuse to say like this terrible thing is going to happen to you if you don't listen to me, and you don't actually give your child any like valid reason as to why to listen to you. You just use fear. That would be abuse, like literally by definition. That's straight up just like that's literally like the entire plot of Rapunzel. Like you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, and we all can acknowledge that she was in an abusive situation.
Correct.
Like, you know what I mean? So like I think that would be abuse in certain contexts. But we've been talking for a while. Do you have anything else that you want to say before I move on?
Nah, move on, baby. I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll be on your live tomorrow. It was a pleasure talking to you.
All right, man. I appreciate you. Man. Be safe. All right, you guys. Oh my god. Anyway, Leo, how is everybody feeling ready to lock back in? We're gonna lock back in, y'all. We're gonna lock back in. That guy was like low-key hilarious. But let's go back into the debates, you guys. But yeah, if you do want to support me, you guys, remember Cash App and Venmo in the bio. Also, did Dean ever come back, y'all? Did Dean ever come back? Oh, goodness gracious. I don't think he did. Give it a second. We will get some more debates. And no one's loading in, y'all. But in the meantime, y'all, double tap that screen. Everyone here, share the live. Share it back to your friends. So everyone comes back, you guys. He got perma'd? Oh my god, chat. He cooked. Hi, how old are you?
Sorry, I have a voice condition that makes my voice really young, and I don't know if you believe me.
Thank you for the money gun, Bryant. How old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm 17.
Oh no.
But I turn 18 next month.
But then you gotta come back next month.
Oh. Wait, please, I've been waiting since
It's not,
days.
I understand. It's not my rule. It's TikTok rules. But yeah, I'm gonna go on to the next person. I appreciate you. But it's not my rule. I would talk to anyone if this wasn't the rule. Hi, how old are you?
Hey, 33. No worries.
Cool. So do you believe that spanking is abuse?
So it was a great time listening to your guys going back and forth and stuff like that. I'm kind of in between because
Shit.
I got spanked when I was a kid.
Wow,
I mean,
Vienna, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much, my
oh
love. Sorry, continue.
wow, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
No, you cool. That was beautiful. Yeah. So like I was saying, like I was abused when I was younger and stuff like that, and it got to moments where like me and my parents actually got into a conversation, and because I have two younger siblings and stuff, it was important for me to like try to state it in front of my parents. It's like, yo, the way you're going about it might not be so right and stuff like that. It is different ways to go about, you know, about educating your kids, not punishing them per se and stuff. And as I grew older and stuff like that, I was able to actually have a conversation with my parents and like got them to change their mindset. Like I was getting ass whoopings over ass whoopings. And when I look at it down the line, it's like it didn't really serve a purpose besides just them feeling like they were installing fear. And I feel like that's where we're going nowadays. For Kevin, I feel like this is where we're going nowadays uh, in the world and stuff like that. We're getting to this point where people are trying to teach fear to their kids and stuff like that. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I can see why, because when you think about it, like,
You do think it's abuse, or you don't think it's abuse?
I think it's abuse. It's still abuse. It doesn't matter whether
Okay.
it's mental or physical. It's still a form of abuse. Like you
Oh.
have parents that will say, "Oh, listen to me or do this because I told you so." Because I told you so did not bring anybody to get anything done. If anything,
Yeah.
because you said because I told you so, I'm gonna go and do exactly what I want to do because I want to discover it myself.
I understand you, but I am looking for debates. I'm looking for people who disagree. But like, I'm very happy that you were able to have this conversation with your parents. It must have been a very good feeling.
For sure. Now, in the other side, like I was gonna say, like the Bible do says that you got to correct your kid.
Yeah,
And that's
it
where
does, but like I don't think just because the Bible says something that we ought to hold to it. It's going to need something a little bit more than that. Because we know like the Bible simply just says these things. It doesn't give any evidence as to like why these things ought to be done. It just says to do these things. So I believe that it's better for us to operate off of what has evidence. But like yeah, but if you don't disagree, I'm gonna have to move on to the next person. But I do appreciate your
I,
time.
I got you. Thank you guys, and I'll be here.
Of
I'll be
course.
watching.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You too.
Y'all,
Bye
let's
bye.
go on to the next person. Bye bye. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. But in the meantime, remember, if you are in the guest request, we are just looking for people who believe that high body count. We are just looking for people who believe that spanking is not abuse. Hi. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
No,
Why is that?
because I feel that
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Where were you born?
Um,
Mods, get him the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out. All right, y'all, let's go to the next person. But in the meantime, remember, Cash App and Venmo in the bio if you do want to support me. That's the best way to support me, you guys. Hi, how old are you?
20. That's a 3.
Cool. So, do you think that spanking is abuse?
Wait, first, can I hear your opinion real quick, or is that okay?
Yeah. So, I believe that spanking would be abuse, or at the very least, violence. Both I dictate to be immoral. So, like for example, we understand the definition of abuse to be the maintaining of a particular power dynamic via the recurrent uses of violence. And since we know that like a child who is in a household that uses spanking as a form of discipline is not going to be able to dish out these same kind of punishments to their parents or really anyone else around them, right? And so a lot of time if a child were to retaliate, it usually would end in some kind of like even worse punishment for the child, right? And so we see this in a lot of like say domestic violence situations. And that is how these things start. We also know the harm that comes from spanking. There are many studies that have been done, but a particular study that I like to cite would be this one from PubMed called Spanking and Child Outcomes, right? They did a meta-analysis of 4 other relatively large studies beforehand. They conducted a meta-analysis, and they found that these studies included things that like most other parents would also dictate as abusive anyway. So the studies don't actually prove anything. So they went over and they conducted their own study as well, and they found that children who were spanked, not even using any kind of like outside weapons like a belt and stuff like that. Children who were not even spanked using these like type of methods were still found to have like a lot of negative outcomes, such as like antisocial behavior. They externalize problems, internalize problems. They tend to have worse relationships with their parents overall. They tend to, as adults, have antisocial behavior, a lot more mental health problems, things such as that. They also were more likely to find themselves in abusive situations, and were more likely to abuse others and even be in support of said abuse. Oh, they also had like lower cognitive ability.
Yeah, I agree. Spanking is abusive, and so it causes trauma verbally and emotionally. When you get older, you will tend to flinch more when you are yelled at. Yelling also can cause psychological trauma as well.
Yes.
So I do agree that spanking is abusive.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I do appreciate you.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. But in the meantime, remember, if we are in the guest request, we are just looking for people who believe that spanking is not abuse, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Cool. So, do you believe that spanking is abuse?
I do. And I just wanted to make a couple points that I don't think have come up yet, if I'm not mistaken. Like, for instance, the guy earlier who was, the gun conversation came up and all that, yada, yada, yada. I just wanted to say, like, if it's abuse when you're hitting your partner, like, that is assault. You go to jail for that. That is not okay. It just blows my mind how it would be okay for you to incite fear and put your hands on a tiny human. And not even just a kid, even into teenage years and even adult years for some people.
Well, I understand, but don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Okay? I do this. It's okay. But I appreciate you if you don't disagree. If you don't disagree, I do appreciate you, but I gotta go on to the next person. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's go on to the next person. Y'all remember, if you are in the guest request, we are just looking for people who believe that spanking is not abuse. I do appreciate all the support today, y'all. I just wanted to do a chill live as the first day of the week. You know what I mean, chat? You know what I mean? Do y'all know what I mean? Yeah. Do y'all know what I mean? Do y'all know what I mean? Okay. Oh, shit.
Yo.
Hi. Do you think that spanking is abuse? Oh my God, I almost fell into a cavern.
I do not think it's abuse. I do think it's violence, but I don't think it's abuse.
Oh, why don't you? I would like to. Why don't you think it's abuse? Like, how would you define abuse?
Abuse constitutes misuse via the definition. So
That's just the Oxford definition.
right, but I mean, regardless, abuse would constitute misuse. Correct?
Yeah. So why can't we just say that like spanking is just a misuse of discipline? No,
I don't think it's a misuse. That's the problem.
Exactly. So why is it not a misuse?
Because I don't think violence is always a bad thing.
Neither do I.
I thought you did earlier.
No.
I thought you said that you said violence and abuse is immoral, and that's what you just said, like 2 chats ago.
Oh, I guess you didn't hear the context. Violence in the context of like one defending themselves requires violence, right? So obviously I would not hold any particular.
I see what you're saying. I just think that, okay, so obviously everything is subjective, right, for pretty much everyone, right? And you had the guy earlier that was using the Bible as his grounds, correct? Mm-hmm. So if you're going to say that spanking is wrong, what is your basis? What is your grounds for saying something is wrong if you have no, let's say, God to adhere to, right? So what is the basis of your grounds for thinking something is wrong or right?
Yeah, so in terms of morality, it would just be my preferences, and my preferences would be for things to be handled in the gentlest means necessary. We understand that spanking does cause harm, and it is unnecessary, and by virtue is what's the word?
But what if it causes more good than harm?
What evidence of that do you have? Because we have a lot of evidence that it causes way more harm.
Hundreds of thousands of generations of people being spanked by their parents. And
hundreds of thousands of generations of people who have the worst attitudes and worldviews known to fucking man.
Well, that happens anyway. This
is incredibly subjective. I don't even know where you're getting this from. Where you're getting this from. History of what?
History of the world. People have been spanking people for forever.
Okay, and you're saying that because these people turned out good by your standards, that means that it's because they were spanked. You do not have a constant to even
whether there was
make this assessment.
Punishment or not.
My guy, you don't have. My thing, you don't have a stand. My point is, you don't have a standard.
You said that, Tim, or you can't say I don't have anything to stand on. You don't know who I am, so let's just go ahead and just.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I just said you don't have a standard. In order to make an assessment like this, you're going to need a constant. You don't have one.
Okay, all right. Here you go. And the
you don't have a constant. No, wait. Just really quickly, I'm going to be more specific. You don't have a constant of a society in which people are not spanked compared to a society where people are spanked to determine whether or not the people in each society turned out better than the other. And even then, you're going to need to. I'm not done. You're going to also need to dictate what is better and what is worse, right? And then you're going to also need to dictate that spanking is like the pivotal thing that causes them to behave in a particular way. So you're going to have to agree to a lot of things. We're going to have to find out a lot of information.
That's a lot of studies. That's a lot of studies.
They don't exist. You're going to have
to. So we're going to risk
people's
lives. We're going to risk people's lives by not using corporal punishment. We're going to risk a whole society.
What evidence says that you're risking people's lives?
The NIH did a study in the 70s, all right? Jordan Peterson was talking about this.
You're pulling up a fucking study from the 70s, bro?
I'm literally looking out my window. It's raining right now. I'm not looking out. This is something that I know about. Shit. This is why I stopped on this.
Yeah, but immediately I have a problem. From the fucking 70s?
Hear me out now. That's all that.
No, from the 70s, bro, 50 fucking years ago? No, that's not a source.
Just hear me out first. I'm not saying okay. So our generation is the only people that knew anything. Like what?
No, our generation
well,
is the only one. I'm so okay. I'm gonna explain to you why I'm not gonna accept that, because our generation has the most information, right? So in order for you to bring up a source that is as accurate as possible,
but
it is going to need to be as recent as possible. So if you bring up a fucking study from the 70s, I don't see why you're pulling it from the 70s.
Study. This kind of study is not going to be done.
And if it hasn't, I'm not. It doesn't have to be done every single day. But if you cannot even find a study of this that has been replicated from this decade, you have a problem.
Okay. Answer this. Do you believe that children have sociopathic tendencies at birth, can develop that, or do you think it's something that's developed just through
No, narcissism.
Life?
I don't know about sociopathy, but something like narcissism is developed. People are not born narcissists, and children do have to an extent some form of like good and bad.
Okay,
like even babies.
I agree with that. So you think there are just legitimately bad people on Earth?
By my preferences, yeah.
Okay, so would those people not need to be punished one way or another?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so some people do not adhere to other forms of punishment.
But wait, I need to be more specific. It would depend on the type of person, right? There are sociopaths who, how do I say this? There are cases of people who have committed heinous crimes who they actually genuinely don't understand or have a concept of things like empathy, right? And if that's the case, I don't believe that like putting them in jail or punishing them actually does them any good. I don't think that that's permissible.
But if they're causing other people pain, does it matter?
Oh, I still think it does matter. I think in cases like that, there should be repercussions for sure. Like for like a homicidal maniac, for sure.
Right.
But like, I don't believe in just like throwing them in jail.
But not physical pain?
No, absolutely not. No.
So if someone inflicts physical pain on people and never stops, they should not have physical pain inflicted on them ever.
No.
So war is absolutely out of the question.
It depends. Oh, I fucking hate war. I think war is.
I think war is bad too, in the sense that I
think war is incredibly immoral.
Well, sometimes it's necessary.
No, it's not.
Why is it not?
I will never.
People that need to be taken out.
I will never. I will never find it permissible for a bunch of rich people safe in a room to send a bunch of poor people or people that make less than them out into a war to fight their battles. I don't know. Like, there's no logical reason that war exists. Like,
what if the king himself and the leader goes out in the front lines?
Yeah, I still think that's fucking irrational.
It's stupid, but it's not.
No, I think the concept of war is just inherently irrational to me. There's no reason all these things can't be just. if y'all want to fucking fight so bad, go ahead and hop in the ring. But I don't see the point in people
violence.
going to war and fight. Yeah, but like if violence, I literally just gave you the criteria. If violence is what you want, I don't think it should extend to other people. Like the concept of like the Navy, the military, special forces, I think all that shit is dumb as fuck. I think it's stupid. I think it's barbaric.
At one point, okay, so if there's no way of stopping people by force from doing heinous crimes, right? Which would be violence. That'd be really the only way.
I believe honey. I believe in the gentlest means, and if the gentlest means includes that of violence, then I believe that violence ought to be used. If it's not the gentlest means, then it's unnecessary.
I mean, I can agree with that. So you do believe that sometimes violence is necessary?
I never said that it wasn't.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's all I'm saying. I just don't think it is abuse. I think it's misuse is what constitutes abuse only.
Okay, so how do we know when it's being misused? When it's unnecessary, right?
I think when there's greed involved, when there's things involved that cause, yeah. So you brought up
these are incredibly specific.
You were equating slavery to spanking earlier, right? And I think the main thing that guy just couldn't put into words was the biggest difference between the two was that there was greed and power involved. But when I'm spanking my child, I'm legitimately don't want her to go out here and get hurt by someone else.
Yeah, but there is power involved though. So what are you talking about?
I don't want that power. I don't want anyone to have that power.
But you do have that power, and you're abusing it.
I was given that power by the universe, God, whatever you believe in.
But now you're abusing it, though. So it doesn't matter.
It's not abuse. Matter how. It's not abuse.
But it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter how you like. I don't know why you just like pivoted so hard. It doesn't matter how you got that power or why you have that power. Why would that ever matter?
Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? The world or me?
No one has to do it. To say, you think? Yeah. So
I know that
if you knew that your child was going to get raped sometime in the future, you're going to rape your child to prepare them for the world, huh?
Absolutely. The world's worse than I am.
You're gonna fucking rape your child?
Wait. You said rape?
Yes.
No, God, no. What? What are we talking about here?
What are you talking about?
We're talking about spanking. I didn't even hear you say the word rape. I didn't want to talk about rape, but I guess we're talking about it. What was the question?
but you said the criteria that you gave here, right? Was that like the world is going to be worse than them, and you want for any pain that is inflicted on them to be from you. That's mad work, my guy. Because if you knew that your child was like likely going to get raped, and if she's a girl, probably most likely at some point in her life, are you going to rape her?
No.
Why not?
That's so just off subject. Like it's not even.
No, it's not.
Yes, it absolutely is.
This is your principle.
That's like.
How is this off? How is this
almost?
How the fuck is it? Where did I gaslight you?
It doesn't make sense. It's not even.
What doesn't make?
That's not
your own principle. Doesn't make sense, bro.
The pain
that's
that that I would inflict on my daughter is because out of love, 100%. And you can say
okay.
Not,
you can just say that you can grape her out of love. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like
what? That's
you're saying that you can literally beat her out of love.
What is love? What is your definition of love?
I actually don't know.
Okay, so let's go to the Greek, right? There's 7 words for love in Greek, right? All right, eros is a love for sexual love. Out, right? We're gonna just throw that one out there. Philios is brotherly love, right? Correct. Mm-hmm. In English, we don't have these words, but there's a word called agape. That's self-sacrificial love, correct?
I know. Yeah.
Okay, that's the kind of love that I show my daughter.
But you're not sacrificing anything, though. You're hitting her. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not sacrificing. It's sacrificing the pain that I don't want to do it. No one wants to do that. At least if you love your child, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, but like the reason the reason that I brought that up is because you said that the world is going to inflict pain onto your child, and you would rather it be you. So like, if you knew that your child was going to get raped, you're gonna rape your child, bro. This is your logic, not mine.
That's totally different. That's
but by your logic, you could 100% rationalize that as love, right? Because again, the love and the definition of love that you've given here. How was that greed? You said you said you knew that this is going to happen to her.
That is benefiting
right?
me. How does punishing my child or spanking my child benefit?
You can literally just say, oh, you know, like this is hurting me more than it's hurting you. You know what I mean? So like again,
I mean, yeah, if you're a freak,
you knew that this was
like that.
You knew that this was going to. You knew that this is probably going to happen to your daughter at some point in her life, and you want for this pain to be inflicted by you and not other people, right? Why is it not? Why is it?
You said it too quick. What did you say now?
Right, you knew that this is going to happen likely to your daughter in life, right? So, what's wrong with it then?
No. Okay, let me rephrase when I said that the world is going to do things to her and the world is going to be bad in general, right? Let me rephrase why I said that. Because the world inflicts pain on people, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just part of it, right? Mm-hmm. So if you do something wrong, it usually ends up causing you more pain. Okay. Right? Am I right?
Do something wrong, like you do something incorrectly, or do something immoral.
Do something evil, it ends up inflicting more pain, and it just hurts you, right?
I mean, it depends.
So is it not better to learn that at an early age? Hey, this right here, what you're doing is not okay.
I don't see why we can't apply this to grape. I can't see what all this is for.
Because usually the person getting raped is innocent in the situation. That's not even.
It's R word or essay. So wait, is it permissible if they're not innocent?
No.
How do you define innocence?
Why are we using things that are benefiting the aggressor as is
You don't have to say that it's benefiting you. You can literally make the same argument for grape as you are for spanking.
Okay, you use rape and slavery in arguments already. Rape and slavery, they benefit
R word or SA, bro.
They benefit the aggressor. Spanking your child doesn't benefit you. It hurts you.
But I just said, first of all, you can apply this logic to spanking as well. You can just say that like spanking benefits the aggressor. You don't have any proof.
Maybe somebody that's messed up.
You don't have any proof that it benefits the child. Like I'm gonna need to see where spanking doesn't benefit.
Right. So it's subjective, but you kind of
right. So this exact argument that you're making here, that you're like weirded out from me by, same argument that we can make for grape. Same argument that we can make for spanking. There's no distinction between the two in terms of these.
There's no benefit for the aggressor. That's
yes,
not
there is. Yes, there is. There's a lot of benefit for you because now the child is behaving in a way that you want them to. If I did something wrong and someone raped
but I'm not doing it for me.
I'm never doing what I did. I'm never doing what I did again.
I can sit there, put my headphones in, and scroll on my phone, and not even worry about my child.
Yeah. So again, this argument works for both sides.
My child sticking a fork in an outlet. Right. I can put my headphones on, just scroll on my phone, just let it happen. Right. Or I can inflict pain that's going to happen anyways from the fork going in the outlet and save her life.
Yeah, so how can this not apply to
grape?
It
just is what it is, girl. It just is what it is.
How can this not apply to grape?
I'm not benefiting from it.
Yes, you are.
How?
You're not benefiting from spanking your child, bro?
Okay, I guess I'm benefiting by my child living.
Oh, shit. Ooh. Yeah, so again, how are you not benefiting? You're not benefiting from your child living. You're benefiting because the child is now doing something that you want them to do. Like, come on, be for real.
No, I am being for real. This sounds almost like past trauma coming out right now from you. Like that's what it's like, literally what it sounds like.
It's really not. Just what this is just basic logic. What the fuck are these zombies?
It's not basic logic because most people don't have this stance that you have. It's not basic.
I mean, most people don't.
It's very fringe logic.
Well, most people don't critically think, so I wouldn't be surprised by that. So,
most people don't what?
Most people don't critically think, so I wouldn't be surprised by that. Not one bit.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to here with you, but
right. Set your disgust to the side, right? This is the first point of your own logic, bro. This is the first point of your own logic.
Which one? What's the first point?
Right, the fact that this argument that you made for spanking can be used for grape. We know that your child is most likely, a lot of the time, very likely. Say if she even goes to college, her chances of getting raped fucking skyrockets. And you believe. Yeah, that's fucked up. Anyway, so you believe that this pain it's better done by you than others. So you would think it's permissible to rape your kid. Yeah.
I'm her father.
You would think it's permissible to rape your kid. This logic would be sound if you held it.
I don't understand your logic. I don't understand
what don't you understand? Because this is your principle, right? You would prefer for these terrible things.
You
right?
are creating a straw man. That's a straw man. You want to use logical fallacies all the time.
What part of your argument did I misrepresent?
All right, let's see if you can even do this argument more without bringing rape.
No.
Let's see if you can do it. No.
Bro, you're
debate without making a straw man.
Bro, what part of your argument did I misrepresent? What
part of your argument hasn't been a straw man?
None of it.
All of it.
That's what I'm asking you.
You brought up rape 17 times.
Exactly, because it's a defeater. So what now?
It's not a defeater. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
If it's not a defeater, then defeat it.
I gave you a valid answer for your
rape. And I gave you a valid answer as to why it doesn't work.
Benefit the aggressor. I'm not getting anything out of
both spanking and grape does benefit the aggressor. That's the entire point of these things.
Well, I disagree. Let's go to the chat. Let's see what the chat says.
It doesn't matter what the chat says.
It does. We're in a debate.
Exactly. So that's explicitly why it wouldn't matter.
It's straw man. It's a straw man.
Bro,
let's move on. What's your next point?
No, we're not moving on. We're not moving on, bro.
Okay.
Just because you cannot defend your argument now.
There it is.
Or that you're uncomfortable doesn't mean
it is what it is.
Is this what you're devolving into now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Is this what we're
It just
devolving
is
into
what it
now?
is. You look. I understand your parents.
Is this
probably
what
beat you.
I don't?
They beat your brother. I heard it earlier. It's just part of it. It's part of life. It sucks. Life sucks. It sucks.
Okay, so
But you
now,
have to
so
teach your
chat,
children that
he
life
can't.
sucks early.
Chat. Right. So you should grape your kid then. This is your logic.
See, straw man.
Getting grape, you
have nothing.
How is it? How is it? Where did I read?
You really.
This is
honestly
your
suck.
principle, bro. This is your fucking principle.
Hey, what you were doing earlier when Tyler was on, was that abuse? Was that verbal abuse? What you were doing?
No.
Exactly. You're a sociopath.
How would it be abuse?
Because you were yelling at him.
He had the power to leave.
Screaming at him.
First of all, this is consent. Him coming up here would be consent. He's seen the way that I've spoken to other people before. Also, he had full power to leave. And not at one point did he even feel like he could not leave. He had the full power to do so. He subjected himself to that type of treatment on his own accord. It cannot be abused by that definition.
So people that subject themselves to abuse can't be abused?
If they consent to it, then no.
Because I feel like a lot of abusers consent to abuse, right? You said that earlier, actually.
No one consents to abuse. That's what makes something abuse.
Well, they're usually abused first, right? Before they consent to it.
What are you talking about?
Abusers make excuses for their abusees make excuses for their abusers all the time.
That doesn't mean that they're not being abused, nor does that mean that they necessarily consent.
What? You said it earlier.
Yeah.
You said earlier in this chat that abusers sometimes allow their abusees allow abusers to abuse them.
Where did I ever say that?
You said it in this chat.
I said it in the chat.
Hi, baby.
In what chat?
Hey, Muriel. Do you think spankings are bad, or do you think they're necessary?
Bro, this guy's. First of all, let's not ask are you asking your child about this, dude?
Because she's smart.
Am I cooking you this fucking hard? You gotta ask your victim if you heard.
Hey, why
I'm
you cussing
confused.
in front of her? Come on.
Man, fuck your kids,
Come on,
bro.
she's 9. I literally had to.
Then why are you bringing her into this conversation, bro? That's weird as fuck. What is your problem?
She's been in the house the whole time.
I don't give a shit,
It's a
bro.
lady
Like
that thinks
what?
spanking is
What
bad.
you just did here is abusive.
She's trying
like,
to take. She's trying
what
to
you
take,
did here
she's
is
one-
abusive as
She's
fuck.
one of the people that's trying to.
Why would your
take the
child?
ability- No.
Why would your child ever disagree with you if you fucking hit them? What you've done here would be abusive.
Mom, no, I'm on this. Wait, what did you say? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go on to the next person. What you just did here was gross.
You can try to paint me as the villain if you want to.
You're a
If you're just trying to take
person.
You're trying to take parenting away from the parent. You're one of the people.
You're a gross person for what you just did.
I feel like a lot
And
of
the
people
fact
don't
and the
think
fact
that.
that like you don't even see how what you just did was fucking weird and gross.
You just don't like you got beat.
I did not get beat. That's weird. That was weird. And like people who can't see how that was weird, I worry for you. I truly do. That's like if could you imagine like a really abusive person going up to the person that they're abusing like, I'm not abusing you, right? The fuck?
Hello?
Anyway, hi, how old are you?
18.
Okay, so what year were you born? Mods, fucking ban them. Block them. Block them right now. Block them right now. Anyway, y'all, let's go on to the next person. Let's not, like, when we're talking about children in this context, let's not fucking bring up your kids. Yeah. Hi, how old are you?
25.
Okay, so do you believe that spanking is abuse?
I see two different ways you could look at this. It can be abuse, and it can be a learning method.
I can't hear you. Hello? If you can't see me, I can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a website actually that if you go to, it actually says that there is a controlled study where it showed 8 out of 10.
Did you read the study or did the website say there's a study?
I was reading the study. I was looking it up and everything else, and I had seen the study. It said 8 out of 10 of the test subjects had to learn.
What is it called?
It's
Shit. If you can't see me, I can't hear you, remember? Remember. Hello? Hello?
hello.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, if you're not on the app, I can't hear you. It turns off your whole mic.
Sorry,
Yeah. So you kind of just have to like remember it and then come back.
my bad. But it was saying, for every 8 studies, that it showed that there
But
was
I'm asking like what is it called? What is the study called?
NCB
NCB?
.NLM.
No, what's the name of the study, bro? What's the name of the study?
The study is just a physical punishment. And
Angelica, what's up, my love? Thank you so much
study
for the
is just about
galaxy.
physical punishment and whether or not it's necessary.
No,
and if
but
it's
like,
actually
what is
effective.
it? What is it called? What is the name
I forgot
of
the
it?
name. I forgot the name of it, but on there it was like I was saying. It was saying for every
Thank
8.
you so much for the heart meet. But I need you. We're not gonna be able to have this conversation if you can't tell me what it's called and where it's from.
Well, I was trying to give you the website that I had seen that led into that study as well. That's why.
Oh my goodness. So does this study have a code?
Uh,
Oh my god, I'm so rude. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so rude. Oh no. Oh my god, I'm so rude. Tashika's so rude. Go fucking cry to your mother. Like, for real. Grow the fuck up. No one cares about how your feelings feel.
and there's nobody being rude. It's all just a conversation going on.
No, these people are soft as fuck. Anyway,
No, I get you. I get you.
So what is your thing?
I'm trying to find it
You
right now.
you
but I
have
can't
got
find it
to
right now.
find the title to this. You've got to find the title to this. Like I don't.
As soon
you're
as
not
I
gonna be
find
able
it
to stop
back,
this.
as a matter of fact, I'm gonna follow you, and then when I do find
You
it
can send it
again,
to
I'll
me.
send it to you. But yeah,
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you so
but
much.
I did want to say I understand where you're going with it as well as to the punishment side of it. It doesn't have to be done all the time, and in most cases, it doesn't have to be done at all. I only
Okay,
say
well,
that because I have been part of that side of it too.
okay. Oh, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your time. But thank you so
No
much for
problem.
your time. If you want to send it to me, just send it to me in the DMs. I can
For sure.
look at
I
it in a
will.
little bit. Thank you so much.
For sure.
Yo, let's go on to the next person. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I'm feeling kind of chill. It's almost 9 p.m. over here. It's like 10 to 9. So I'm kind of hungry. Chat. I'm kind of hungry. Hi, how old are you?
Hi,
Hi. How old are you?
I am 37.
Cool. So do you believe that spanking is abuse?
No. Spanking. Honestly, I just got on this live because I'm not going to lie. I just got out of work and I'm driving home. So I'm like, let me just get on this real quick.
Oh wait, no, wait, no. If you're driving, we can't have you up here. It'll get both of us in trouble. So remember, like if you're driving, that is against TikTok TOS. So I got to put you down. But sorry about that. Please get off your phone while you're driving. Hi. This person's not here. Give it a second. Give it a second, y'all. We will get some more debates in. But yeah, if you do want to support me, remember Cash App and Venmo in the bio. And fuck this app, honestly. Hi, how old are you?
27.
Brian, thank you so much for the $25, and I definitely will. Yeah, so, do you believe that spanking is abuse? I'm sorry.
For the most part, no. Not like extreme. There's like, hold on. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I can't hear myself. So I think spanking is not abuse if you don't do it every time. Like for example, me, I was spanked with anything that could be reached as a child, and I would never do that to my kids. But like, if it's where one of my kids like makes their brother or sister bleed, I feel like a pat on the butt would be like a way to tell them that's not good. But I don't try to do like hitting. I want to try doing better.
I'm confused. Why do you think it's not abuse? Because I'm confused.
I don't think it's abuse if you don't like spank your kid too much. Like a constant every little thing they do, and you spank them, and it's not even something so.
How do you define this? How do you know when something is serious? That would be inherently subjective. So how would you even determine that?
Like when they're like, hold on. Are you asking like when they should be?
No. How do you determine when something isn't that serious? If the parent believes it was that serious, and they have a right to spank them, under your view.
Can you explain it better?
Yeah, whether or not something is serious is subjective from person to person. I'm asking you, how do you dictate when something is serious or not? When is something worth being spanked over?
When one of my kids is causing violence and won't stop even if I try to communicate with them.
How do you know that you've communicated with them in a way that they'll understand?
Because I would sit with them and ask them like, why'd you do it? And if they tell me,
How do you know that that's the way that they need to be communicated with?
so they can understand not to do it.
Yeah, but how do you know that that is the way that they can be communicated with?
I wouldn't. I do like. I still don't understand.
Yeah, so this child, you're trying to communicate with them, understandable, right? Say they still do it again. How do you know that they're doing it again because they want to do it again, or if they're doing it again because they don't understand what you said? And how do you know when it is permissible to punish them?
I think it's permissible to do a spank to them if they're doing it like, if I see it with my eyes, not just like if one of the siblings comes and tells me. Like,
How do you determine when the child is doing something intentionally? Are you going to punish the child for doing something that they don't understand?
I would punish them by telling them to go to the corner.
What is telling them to go to the corner going to do? What is that ever going to do?
I tell them to go to the corner and like think of what you did, of your actions.
How do you know that they're going to be thinking of anything? Are you kidding me? What does that do? This is lazy.
Like, how is that lazy?
You told this child to go to the corner and think of what they did? What kind of Disney Channel ass fucking reprimanding is that? What is this? What is that supposed to do? What evidence do you have to say that that works? Have you even taught your child how to even do that? If you haven't even given your child the tools to be able to perform that kind of skill, which takes a lot of work, by the way, what the fuck is putting them in a corner gonna do?
I think my kids do think of what they did wrong.
How do you know
and
that?
Like,
what demonstration do you have for this? Okay, people lie. How the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? What is this? Why do you think so? Like, again, why do you think that spanking's not abuse?
It's abuse if you do it like constantly for no reason.
What do you mean? First of all, you don't know the reason. The reason is subjective, inherently so. Right? What do you mean constantly? I'm talking about in the case of discipline, right? I can agree that it's abuse even in that case. When is it not abuse, and why would it not be abuse?
When it not be abuse, like for your kid to like get scared and all that.
Yeah, so no, that's you don't need to necessarily be scared for something to be abused. So when is something not abuse? When is spanking your child not abuse?
Never.
You just contradicted yourself.
Because there's like, yes, it's abuse, and sometimes it's not. Like sometimes it's the only option
How do you determine that?
when they bite and hit. And they don't
So
mean, and they don't.
when they bite and hit, your only option as a parent is to inflict harm onto them?
Is it by how hard you hit them? Because I don't even do that.
No, I don't care how hard you hit them. It's all abuse under my worldview. Why is it not abuse?
It's not abuse. It's not abuse if they have some special need, and even if you put them in therapy. I was put in therapy, and that didn't even help because in my town they didn't even care.
It's because you didn't find a good therapist. That has nothing to do with therapy. Let's not talk about all therapy. That's incredibly harmful. All right? Just because you didn't have a good therapist doesn't mean that therapy doesn't work. That's a you problem. But anyway, you're not giving a reason as to why it's not abuse. Do you even know what abuse is? What is the definition of abuse?
Getting hit, choosing violence.
So if spanking is getting hit, that means that the parents are abusing the child?
In some ways, spanking is not abuse. In some ways, it is because you use it to extent.
And I'm asking, thank you guys so much. I'm asking, is it not abuse, and why is it not abuse? I don't think, like, my guy, like, I don't think even you know why it's not abuse. I don't think we're going to be able to get anything out of this conversation. Like, I don't think even you know the answer to this question. Like, I don't think you know the answer to this question. Brian, thank you so much for the $5 over Cash App. W Brian, y'all. I don't think even you know the answer to this question. So I guess I'm just gonna like go on to the next person. Jesus. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Yo, W Brian, y'all. Brian been paying for my dinner these past couple days. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, so do you believe that spanking is abuse?
Yeah, but I wanted to ask you about one thing you said in an earlier debate. You said you yelling at this one dude was not abused because he could leave at any time, right?
Yeah, I said he could leave at any time, nor did he have the impression that he could not leave.
Yeah, and he the one dude, he even asked you, right? He was like, "Oh, well, so basically if someone could leave at any time, or if someone's letting it happen to them, that it is not abuse," and you agreed to it, right?
No.
You
It's
didn't
still
agree
abuse.
to it?
You cannot, no one lets themselves be abused. It is very much a psychological thing. Abuse inherently is non-consensual.
All right, that's all I wanted to ask. If you thought,
Were you confused as to what I meant? I can explain it to you.
yeah, I was pretty much confused. That was it. I
Yeah,
just
so
wanted
like
to know
basically,
about that.
I'll explain it further. So like basically what I was saying, like abuse is inherently non-consensual, right? There is, in order for someone to be abused, especially like let's say like in a domestic violence situation, a lot of people will take it like if the person, right? Because I said before, I agree, right? I said that like these people can leave, right? And a lot of time you said you can apply this to say a person within a domestic violence situation, oh, they can leave. But the part about it that still makes it abuse under my worldview is that they feel like they cannot leave. their abuser has trapped them both physically and psychologically, or sometimes just psychologically is all they need. And so because the person who is being abused does not feel like they can leave their situation, that is where the non-consent comes from. Because if given the will, they would leave. That makes sense?
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you.
All right, yep.
Clear that up.
For sure. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. Goodbye.
All right, y'all, let's go on to the next person. But in the meantime, remember, we are looking for some debates. I'm kind of hungry. I didn't eat nothing today, chat. I didn't eat nothing today. I'm kind of low energy, you know, a little bit of low energy. I just want to chill. I just want to breathe. Just want to bleed. Oh, Jesus. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm back.
I just be forgetting.
I'm home.
Okay, cool. So why do you think that spanking is an abuse?
So yeah, I'm 37 years old. You know, I have 3 kids. Okay, and my oldest is 16, my daughter is 12, and my little guy is 11. Spanking is definitely not abuse, and not every child needs spanking. Not every child is different. My oldest didn't need spanking. My daughter did. My little guy didn't. You know.
Well, the anecdotes here are not arguments. This is a debate platform. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't tell me anything, nor does it prove anything.
Well, I wasn't done talking. What?
I know you weren't done talking, but already what you said was like wholly irrelevant, and I'm not going to listen to it.
What do you mean it's irrelevant? Well, you're not trying to. Do you have kids?
No.
Oh, okay, exactly. You don't have kids, so until you have kids,
Right.
you can't sit there and say.
Until I have kids, I'm gonna give up like you did. Be for real. Anyway,
Give up.
so can white people can white people it seems like I struck a chord with you. I struck a chord.
No, you didn't. I'm trying to talk.
All right. I'm gonna
just
explain
cut
to you. What the fuck?
You
are
don't
y'all
have to
doing down
explain
here?
to me. I need to explain to you, obviously, because I have. 3
Okay,
kids.
so
I have no kids.
I don't care about your kids,
learn
bro.
to listen, girl. Learn to listen. How about
learn
that?
to not abuse children. How about that? Right.
Oh, that's
So
not
again,
abuse. You
it
asked
is
the
abuse.
question, but you don't want to hear the answer.
I'm gonna yeah,
not
because
abuse.
honey, have you ever been to school before? Have you ever been to school? Have you ever been to school before?
I'm a child care provider.
Ooh, that's bad.
no,
anyway, so again,
Yeah,
are you bad? Are you mad? Are you angry?
No, I'm not mad.
Are you
Even in a
angry?
training-
Are you angry?
Oh, you
Even
like-
in a what?
Even in a training, when you take trainings for kids, there's a question when kids are.
Hey, my guy,
neglected.
I don't give a fuck.
Listen,
I don't give a
but-
fuck.
Exactly,
You
'cause
deal
don't know
with
how to listen,
legality.
girl. You don't know how to listen.
You deal with legality.
Listen.
You deal with
Listen. Learn how to
legality.
listen. That's the problem.
Have you
with
ever been to school before?
I've definitely been to school, honey.
Right, so let's use that
think
prior
because you
knowledge.
talk like,
let's
honey,
let's
honey,
let's use that
honey,
prior
listen,
knowledge.
Listen, honey. Listen, honey. Oh my God, honey, listen. Oh my, you think that you smart because you talk like that, girl? Please be for real.
If you
don't
seriously
have
think
kids,
you
if
think that I
don't have
think that
kids-
I'm intelligent. Wait. You think that I think that I'm intelligent because I talk nice?
I'm sorry, you got abused
Brr,
as a child.
I didn't
I'm
get
sorry
abused,
that
but here's the
happened to
thing.
you. I'm sorry, I got abused too. and I know
Okay,
the difference.
person who works with children. Chat. Anyway,
yes.
anyway,
you're
so
right.
again, can white people think that racism is wrong?
First of all, we ain't talking about white people.
Answer the question, please.
No, I'm here to answer the question. That
Can
you
white people
posted.
think that? No. Let's break it
I'm
down.
not here to
Let's
talk
break it
about white
down.
people. I'm here to answer the question.
Honey,
that you
there's
don't wanna listen to
there's
that
absolutely
answer.
no way you don't understand this analogy.
No,
That's
there's
really
absolutely no
bad,
way
bro.
that you don't want to understand.
There's a 30-point IQ canyon between us.
Okay.
Okay, right. So again, can white people think that racism against black people is
I'm
bad?
not going to talk about racism.
Okay, so if you're not gonna if you're not gonna engage with the arguments, then there's no conversation for us to have.
That's not the question.
Well, you already weren't answering the question anyway, so I don't know what to tell
I
you.
thought this was a debate. You get mad because people don't agree with you?
Do you seriously think what you just did was like a debate? You were telling me about your fuck ass kids. I don't care about your kids.
You didn't even let me
That's
finish.
not a part. I don't want to. I just told you I don't want to hear it. It doesn't mean shit to me.
Because I am.
No, you don't, because it would be irrelevant. You notice how I can because I can still make these arguments, and I don't have kids, right? So again, we get it. You had kids, honey. Because I don't want to hear that you're not answering the question.
Okay.
At this point, you're just acting like a child. You already weren't answering the question, okay?
Bro, I got on here.
Bro, I'm gonna. Okay, so whatever your fucking name is, right? Whatever your name is, whatever your name is. I don't care about your backstory. I don't care about your fucking kids. Fuck them kids. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? I don't care about your kids. It doesn't validate your arguments any more than anyone else's, right? What would validate your arguments would be the evidence that you pull. The evidence that you pull cannot be your fucking anecdotal experiences. I'm going to tell you why that is, right? They cannot be your evidence because one, they're unfalsifiable. They are not reputable, right? We cannot prove that you did not have any kind of biases when talking about these children. There's no constant that you have to even say that spanking worked on your children. Not a single point of any anecdote that you can give me here would be a point of evidence for you. So simmer the fuck down. If you've been to school, if you've been to college, use that fucking prior knowledge. I don't give a single fuck about your kids. Okay? I don't care about what you have done. I don't care about your personal experiences. This is the debate. You use evidence. If you do not know how to engage in this without using evidence outside of your personal experiences, you do not have the range for this. Okay? And it's okay. You don't fucking have the range for this conversation. But I don't give a fuck about the personal experiences you've had with your kids. Okay? What I care about you is fucking hitting your kids for no reason. So go ahead. Go ahead and unmute. But like, if you've been to school before, if you've been in any kind of academic setting, then like you should know this. Like this is not, it's not hard for you. It shouldn't be hard for you. And if it is hard for you, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Did you grow up yet?
what did I just say to you?
Did you? I didn't hear one thing you just said because you just talking and talking.
Okay.
Talking and talking.
Your kids are
You don't
fucked.
grow up.
Anyway, let's go on to the next person. Anyway, let's go on to the next person, you guys. That person works with children. That person works with children. Anyway, hi, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 24.
I don't know what it is about these like child workers who are they just fucking suck, don't they? Yikes in the chat. Anyway,
No.
do you think that spanking is abuse?
I honestly do, to be honest with you, because I grew up in a Middle Eastern household, and I you know it doesn't matter what ethnicity you are. I'm sure everybody gets their ass.
Wait,
beat,
you don't you do think it's abuse?
No, I do. I mean, I think hitting your kids is abuse, yes, and I think it's like to what extent? Like if it's like a little bit, or like if they don't understand, I think that's still wrong. Like to just hit a kid for no reason whose brain isn't even developed.
I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to hit them even if they do understand.
Oh, like I would say, you know, like the spanking, like little tap on the butt or something like that. I don't know, but like I would say, like for me, I like you said, you know, personal experiences. You could be biased for sure. I respect that argument right there. But I'll just talk about my personal experiences. That's all I can talk about. Growing up, like I did get hit. You know, growing up, and I don't like that. Like when I have.
Well, it doesn't sound like you disagree with me though. It doesn't sound like you disagree with me,
What?
and I'm sorry this happened to you.
No, I am sorry. No, I
but
do agree.
like-
Like I don't think spanking in any. No, I really do agree with you because like when you grow up, you don't realize it's a problem until you like realize that it's a problem. Like I have one of my good friends who has amazing parents, and she's never gotten her ass beat, and she's.
I understand, but like my love,
You know what
I
I
understand. I'm very I do understand. I do understand. I do know what you mean.
Yeah.
But I am just looking for people who disagree with me. If you do agree with me, I do appreciate you. But like,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry that this happened to you, and I'm really happy that you got through it regardless.
Yeah.
But like this is a debate platform, so I'm just
No, I
looking for
wanted to
opponents.
actually ask you something too. Did you get spanked growing up?
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah, no, I don't like that because, like, honestly, like, when I have kids one day, like, I've always wanted to be, like, the gentle parent, you know, because it's, like, there's so many different ways to parent. And as far as, like, I'm trying to think, like, spanking in any regards, I don't know, maybe because I got spanked, like, that's something you got to unbreak, you know what I mean? I'm not that I would ever want to put my hands on my kids, you know what I mean? Like, that's messed up. But I want
agree.
to say thank you for, you know, making a platform and talking about this because it's really something that like not a lot of people talk about because it's so, I guess, quote unquote normalized. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
I appreciate you so much, but thank you so much. I'm happy
Someone
that you
told me to
that
read
you
the
were able
room,
to grow out
bro.
of this.
Like, nah.
It's fine. But I'm happy that you were able to come out of this on top. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Of course, you have a good one. Let's go on to the next person. Yeah, remember, we are just looking for some debates, you guys. No, it's fine. It's fine, chat. Sometimes people don't get to talk about these things often. Hi, how old are you? No! Let's go on to the next person. What should I get for... Oh my god, it's 9. What should I get for my incredibly late dinner tonight, y'all?
Hi,
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old. My English is not good, so
That's fine.
yes, spanking is abuse. So
It is abuse?
Yes, it's abuse.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Because I'm
Hey,
going.
don't spoil it! Don't spoil it! Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. We're gonna leave it right there. We're gonna end on top. But we are just looking for people who believe that it is not abuse. But thank God you think that it is. Hi, how old are you?
37.
Cool! So do you believe that spanking is abuse?
It is, but timeout's better.
I don't believe a timeout is better. It depends on when you're using the timeout. But if you do think that it is abuse, I'm gonna go on to the
You
next
say
person.
you want an owie, then they know better.
I'm sorry?
If you say you want an owie's like a spanking. Yeah. The same thing. You want an owie, they'd be like, oh, no, that's right.
Yeah,
like
man. Who would have thought? Kids don't want you to hurt them anyway.
Exactly.
You think it's permissible to abuse children?
No.
So what are you talking about? Yeah. So what's the distinction between spank? Yeah. So like, can discipline be done via abusive means?
No. I feel like it'll hurt the child more.
I'm asking you, what definition of discipline are you operating off of, in which says that it cannot be done via abusive means? What is the definition of discipline?
Knowing right from wrong. Learning.
How do you determine what is right from wrong?
What's hot and what's cold. You still got to teach them.
I don't know what you're. I don't think even.
Right, so the stove's hot. You got to touch it.
I don't think even you know what you're talking about.
You get what I'm saying?
Nah.
I mean, spanking is abuse, but I still give him an owie.
So I don't know why why are you laughing about abusing children?
That's not abuse. I don't understand. You say you want an owie.
You calling it an owie doesn't make it not abuse. First of all, and also you fucking agreed that it was abuse.
A timeout's better.
What?
Timeouts are better than abuse.
Timeouts can be abuse.
You're not a fan.
Are you dead ass? Like, are you good? Are you good?
You don't understand. You rather
I don't
spank
think
your
even
kid?
you understand.
I've been my ass whipped in a corner, kneeled on rice when I was growing up. Shit.
And that's fucked up. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Exactly, but it's still I'm not gonna be grown to hit a kid. That's not how I'm gonna be raising my.
You're saying two different things. You're conveying two different ideas, my guy.
Two different ideas.
Yeah, you're conveying two different ideas. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think even you know what your stance is here. Well, then I'm just gonna move on to the next person then. Just gonna move on to the next person. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to do that. Y'all, I might take like a 30-minute break. Because I am starving. I'm starving. I'm gonna engage in wide back activities. Hi, how old are you? I'm going to undo all of the work I did today. I'm going to undo absolutely all of the work I did in the gym today. I really want to go get some ramen. I wonder if I ask him if he'll take me. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Cool. Do you believe that spanking is abuse?
I'll debate it, yeah. But I don't actually.
Do you
believe
actually?
it, but I'll debate it.
Oh, well, no, I'm not. You know what, chat? Do you guys... No, wait, 1 second. How about this? A lot of people come up and they want to, I guess, practice or do like devil's advocate stuff.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys want to do a devil's advocate? Brian, thank you for the $5. Do you guys want to do a devil's advocate live one day? I appreciate you, but I am looking for people who genuinely hold this. Yeah, but like we can do like a devil's, like on the, not on the main account, but like on a second account. Do you guys? Would you guys? We can try. A lot of people come up and they just want to try it out IRL. It's fine. Hi, how old are you?
44.
Okay. So do you believe that spanking is abuse?
I do.
Oh, cool. W. You're so pretty. See, only pretty girls are anti-abuse. The fuck? W. Oh my goodness. That's hey, come on now. That's a heart. Anyway, let's go on to the next person. Hi, how old are you?
25.
Cool. So, do you believe that spanking is abuse?
Well, not. It depends on what you spanking them for. I don't think most spankings are abuse.
In what context is spanking permissible? Why do you think it's morally permissible to inflict pain onto other people?
Let's just say, for instance, like you have kids that mess with plugs, go out to the street when they're not supposed to, mess with the fire, something that can cause them to harm themselves, basically.
So if they're about to harm themselves, why do you think it's morally permissible to harm them?
Well, if I'm spanking them on the hand, besides them getting hit by a car, which one would be better?
Probably them getting hit by a car.
Hell no,
Yeah.
no way.
Yep. Now what? Think of
So
it
you're
now.
saying that instead of spanking them on the hand, telling them it's a no, that's not better than them?
No, I'll be for real. Yeah. So you're gonna have to. I was just fucking with you. You're gonna have to give some kind of evidence to say that like hitting them on the hand is going to prevent them from running into the street.
Well, yeah, I'm okay.
I don't know what
like
evidence
this.
you have for that.
Spanking. The reason I say spanking is not abuse to a certain extent is like just whooping them out of nowhere just to get them to teach stuff. Cause I mean, me personally, if I was to be around a
No,
child,
I'm not. I don't think that you whooping them out of nowhere. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that. I think in every context it is abuse though.
Well, yeah, because okay, hold up. It's I feel like it went abuse because a certain extent to what the example I use, but the only reason I'm gonna say this, I do feel like it's abuse because some fact is I'm gonna give you an example. Let's just say for instance I spank like my 3-year-old. I see how she reflects at me as I hit her, as if I am harming her, and it also give her like a scare tactic, like she's scared of me. So that is like a mental and a physical abuse. Now, yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree. But
okay.
Yeah.
So then you. I think she's crying.
That's my 1-year-old. They fighting over the toy. That's fine.
You gotta go handle that. Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now. Anyway. But yeah, like, well, if it sounds like you do think it's abuse.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I'm not gonna say like just whooping them, like spanking is abuse because I don't like touching them like that, and I don't want nobody else touching them either. So yeah, but like I said, the only time I'll spank them unless it's dealing with them. I mean, falling down. Well, if it's a mistake that they making, I can't spank them for it. But if it's something I have taught them over and over that can harm them, yeah, I spank them for it and keep telling them it's a no, basically.
I mean, I get that. I at least understand your worldview here and why you think this way, right?
Yeah.
So let's say this. Would you spank the child if you weren't sure if they really understood you?
That no, because like I said, I agree with that because children come into this world not knowing anything. They actually have to be taught. So you're right. No, I
Right.
wouldn't do that.
So in this context, like, how do you know that when you've said this over and over and over again, if you're saying it over and over and over again, how do you know that the child has truly understood you? Doesn't matter how
Well,
many times you've said it.
agreed, because you're right. So yeah, you're right. So at this point, I don't. I think spanking is abuse because like I said, some things I can whoop my child over and over for, even if it don't matter, they still not listening because they're not getting, their brains are not developed yet. So you're right on that part. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, and here's the thing though, children aren't dumb, right? They're not dumb, not by us, not by any means, right?
Exactly.
But I just feel like we should really take the steps to communicate with children in a way that makes sense to them, right? A lot of time we're talking, we know what we're saying. That don't mean they know what we're saying. You know what I mean? So I feel like, and even still, like there are a lot of like say like neurodivergent children who they hear what you're saying, but sometimes they just tend to be more impulsive, right? I don't think they should be punished for that either. Like children with like ADHD or like autism and stuff like that, right? A lot of the time these children are subjected to a lot of like spanking, this type of abuse, because they genuinely sometimes don't know any better, or they don't know how to communicate to you in a way like to say that they don't understand, you know what I mean? And people just kind of leave them up to their own devices. So but yeah, if you believe that it is abuse, then like yeah, is there anything else that you want to talk about?
That's actually it. This is actually it. So I didn't see it from that point of view, but that's actually it though. Because I do, like I said, they don't understand. I can't whoop them for it because we as adults sometimes act like we don't understand. Then nobody come hitting on us either. So I do understand.
I agree.
Yeah, now I do understand it. So yes, I do expect this abuse. So
All right,
yes.
period.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Remember, hey, but real quick though, you got kids in the house. I would say please change the fire detector. It saves lives. It genuinely does. So yeah, I appreciate you though.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. In the meantime, I've been hearing a lot of people talking. Shut up! I've been hearing a lot of people talking shit in the comments. I'm not being nicer today. I'm tired. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Cool. So, do you believe that spanking is abuse?
No.
Why?
I think it depends on the context because, obviously, like, two people are not the same, two kids are not the same, and different kids require different things to like learn. Because me as a child, I was gonna listen to my mom regardless of what she said, but my brother, that man is insane and he want to be acting out every type of way, and I feel like the only way he would listen is if he like got spanked. So I think some kids require like a different like method.
Yeah, what evidence do you have of this? That's like, because I can agree, spanking hella works. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You can no, but that doesn't mean that we should do it though, because you can get anyone to do literally anything if you hurt them enough, right? Especially a child.
But I don't think the spanking that was like happened was like that's like it wasn't like we were leaving with bruises or nothing like that. Like
you don't need to be left with bruises for something to be abuse. A lot of SA doesn't end in bruises.
Okay, but I feel like comparing it to SA is kind of crazy because it's like a tap of a hand or a tap on the
No,
butt.
you said that it wouldn't be abuse, or it wouldn't necessarily constitute as abuse under your worldview because it doesn't leave marks. But we know that there are abuse
I mean,
that
that's
doesn't leave
not
marks.
the only reason though. Like obviously the
Well, then what would be the only
pressure.
reason? Because now that can't be a reason.
No, I'm saying like the way she hit us or spanked us wasn't like hard or anything. Like it was a tap on the hand or like a tap on the butt. Like it wasn't like she was actually beating us. Like
I don't think that's what she was doing either. I'd
so
hope
then
that's
why
not what
I
she was
don't
doing.
understand why you comparing it to SA.
Oh, because the criteria that you gave here was that it didn't leave any marks, but there are many types of abuse that we would still acknowledge as abuse that doesn't not leave any marks, right? And sexual assault a lot of the time doesn't really leave marks.
No, I get that, but I'm saying like it's not even comparable to.
It is very comparable. I just compared it.
But you're taking like one part of like me saying it wasn't harsh or like too hard.
No, what I'm showing you is that this is not a reason that you can give anymore because it can apply to other types of abuse that even you would agree is abuse. So that cannot be the criteria for what would dictate as something not being abuse. Like it can't be anymore because
So
there wouldn't be any distinction.
So what definition are you saying for it to constitute as abuse?
Yeah, so abuse is simply defined as the maintaining of a particular power dynamic via the recurrent uses of violence, right? We understand that children cannot consent to these things. They cannot consent to this harm being done onto them. Also, we understand that children cannot defend themselves typically when being spanked. Right. And yeah, unless you want to admit that it's like morally permissible to inflict pain onto others to get them to do something or behave in the way that you want them to behave.
But I feel like doesn't society do that already to like adults? Like
yeah, and I think that that's fucked up. I think that's wrong too.
Okay, I can see that point of view if you're saying like the whole point of a society and the way other things are handled is also wrong. But and growing them up into the world that we are now, it's not wrong to be like, if you do something wrong, you might get hurt.
Yes, it's okay. I think that is an important lesson to teach your children. I think there are better ways to teach them that than to inflict the pain onto them themselves. Like for example, like you again, I'm gonna bring up SA again, right? Mm-hmm. Little girls, right? Like say fuck it, like African American young girls, right? Mm-hmm. Our rates of sexual assault are exorbitantly high. Extremely high, right? Mm-hmm. Should our parents fucking essay us to prepare us for the world, given the fact that the chances of that happening to us are so extremely high? Or like even say for women going to college, it's even higher than average, right? Should they be essayed to prepare them for that, to teach them that lesson? I don't think so.
I think that like spanking is a way of showing a minor consequence for a major one. Like it's not 100% to show them 100%. This is exactly the harm that you're going to go through, but this is like an example of that.
Yes, but why is that permissible to you? Why is that reason permissible to you? Because again, this is going to open the door for a lot of other things. Like for example, like I said before, and this is a case that has actually happened before as well. A parent wants to teach their child about sex ed and how to protect themselves. So instead they essay their fucking child, right? This is a real thing that happened. Very recent case.
But
is that wrong?
There's a limit to everything. Like
what limit?
There's a limit on like anything. Too much of anything.
How do you determine that limit to say that it's abuse?
Because like there's a point where it goes from like a tap on the hand to like now you're beating the shit out of your kid.
Well, no, I'm not talking about that. We can both agree that that's abuse. Right. But I think it's all abuse. That's a fundamental difference between the two of us here. I think that it's all abuse. So like if you think that that's abuse, okay, period. Like we agree on that. Love it. A win is a win. But I'm talking about whatever you believe that is not abuse. I believe that it is abuse, and that's what we're talking about right now.
But also, you're saying no case necessary. But I'm also saying like, what if you had discussed with this kid many times, many ways? You introduce them to counselors, and they're still not getting the point, and talking is not enough.
If after going to like a lot of other counselors and you have exhausted all of your resources here, it's still not permissible to hit the child. It just simply means that you have not found something that works for that child. That is still not an excuse. I wouldn't even say an excuse. That is still not a valid reason to begin inflicting bodily harm onto that child. Absolutely not. Because again, you're going to open up the door for a lot of different types of abuse, especially say towards neurodivergent children.
Do you think
that is the experience of a lot of neurodivergent children?
Do you think that there's not good examples in the world today of people who have been spanked and turned out like perfectly fine? Because I feel like I know of people.
I don't know how you would define perfectly fine. It depends on what you mean by that. If you mean that like they got a job and they have their own family, whatever, right? But again, these people tend to have.
They're not violent or.
Oh no, it depends, right? And even still, you can make this argument with any other type of abuse as well. There are people who have gotten raped and turned out perfectly fine. Is rape still wrong?
Well, obviously, but I'm saying
exactly like, right. So their outcomes mean nothing.
You're saying it's abuse in the way that when they're developing, now it's causing harm to how they are like thinking about life and how they go about
Well,
it.
yeah, of course, this abuse and like, or not even abuse, a trauma would be subjective, right? So like, the how that child internalizes what they have experienced may not be the same as like how another child will internalize their experiences. The point will be is that we know that there are no benefits to spanking other than that for the parents to gain control over the child, and that is what I feel is abusive, or
I
by
think that's
definition, that would be abusive.
I think that's questionable that there's no benefits because I personally, in my life at least, I'm using my life as an example, but
Well,
me personally,
you
I've
wouldn't be
seen.
able to though. Like genuinely, like no disrespect, you wouldn't be able to, because one, the way that these studies are found, is they have constants. You do not have a constant. You do not have some kind of simulation on some like Rick and Morty type shit, to be able to go through your life as a person who hasn't gotten spanked. You have no way to demonstrate that these things have actually worked on you. If anything, we can make the argument that you have turned out, I presume, well, in spite of you getting spanked, right? But again, this doesn't mean anything. This is an argument that you can make for any other type of abuse, verbal abuse, rape, physical abuse. You're going to need a constant. And the difference between your personal experiences and these studies is that they do have constants. They do have something to compare it to.
But
That's why we don't use
are they
personal
seeing every
experiences.
factor that's being put into it though? Like a study is not
That's
going
the
to
point of the
know.
study.
But I don't think they'll see every factor of it because they can ask one question and someone could
Well,
blatantly lie.
well, first of all, every factor that would be impossible. That's going to be the case for most people. Social pros, do you want to come up? You can definitely come up, social. But yeah, like, of course, it's going to be the case for anything. We're human beings. We don't know everything, right? But we know for a fact, or for it most likely to be the case that like there's no benefits to spanking other than to just end, like it's like immediate action to a particular behavior. But unless you want to come up and say that like it is like morally permissible to like hurt a child to get them to behave in the way that you want them to behave and have no regard for their like overall well-being in their life, then that's going to be a whole nother conversation that we can have. But I would hope that's not what you think.
I think we agree to disagree at this point.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why.
Because personally, I don't think spanking is that detrimental to their well-being in life. Like,
What evidence do you have of this?
well,
And it doesn't,
personal
and it
experiences,
doesn't,
I
and
don't.
also it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be detrimental in every case for it to still constitute as abuse. Verbal abuse isn't detrimental in every case. Sexual abuse isn't detrimental in every case. Still abuse, and we still understand that these things ought not to happen.
Okay, I feel like my definition of abuse is just maybe different than yours then because I
I
don't see it.
mean, then what's your definition of abuse?
I think something that is detrimental to their health and their life and their well-being.
Well, spanking is detrimental to their health and to their life. I thought you just meant it's not detrimental in every case, and that's going to be the case for every kind of abuse. We can prove that spanking is detrimental to a child's life, for sure.
I don't think so in all cases. Like there's always
Again, so you're talking about all cases. If this is going to be your qualifier, then like sexual assault wouldn't be abuse under your worldview. Verbal abuse wouldn't be abuse under your worldview. Psychological abuse wouldn't be abuse under your worldview because not in every case is it detrimental to a person's life.
I think essay in every case is detrimental.
You have no way to prove that. You just feel that to intuitively be true.
I think for
Like,
if somebody is forced or in a way like hurt, like there's a level of hurt.
you're just feeling these things, but like you cannot prove that this is the case for every person who has been essayed. There's absolutely no way you're going to be able to do that.
But comparing a hit on the hand to essay, like
Well, no, I'm comparing your principle. We're following through with your principle for abuse. We're not even comparing spanking anymore, right? This is your principle for abuse, and your principle for abuse would make literally all types of abuse not abuse.
what I'm saying is that what I consider abuse is a level of pain caused in somebody's life, like a hit to a hand. And essay to me is like
Right. So like so then I'm gonna run you through this hypothetical. Like a person, there's a person and a child, like a man and a child, right? This man grapes this child, but then afterwards they put the child in a fucking tube, right? And this tube erases the child's memory. Did they still abuse the child?
Sorry, say that one more time. I'm confused.
Yeah, so within this hypothetical, there's a man and a child. This person grapes the child. Then after the grape has happened, they put the child into like a station, right? That completely wipes the child's memory. Did they still abuse the child?
Yes, but
but it didn't have any lasting effects. This is a contradiction.
But also, just because the kid forgets, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Like spanking is different.
Okay, so it doesn't have to have any lasting effects then. You just contradicted yourself.
No, but I'm not even talking lasting effects. I'm talking about in the moment. Like
you quite literally said lasting effects.
No. Like I mean, like in the moment. Like if
how do you have lasting effects in the moment? That's not what that means.
No. I'm not talking about lasting. Like I'm not talking about lasting effects. I'm talking about the pain that's caused in the moment. A hit on the hand in essay is like in the moment. The pain is not comparable.
Why does the pain need to be comparable? And also, you don't know this. Go ahead, Social.
I was just going to say, it's not about the pain, that, I mean, ultimately that's why they quote unquote behave after you've done it. But it's about the fear that you're invoking in them. That's what's really causing the trauma. You're right. If you hit them or spank them, whatever you want to call it, that'll heal. But the impact that you've had on their psychological kind of understanding of your relationship with them has changed. So you're supposed to be their protector. You're supposed to be the person that looks after them, that they come to when they're unwell or they're hurt. But you've just become their abuser. As soon as you even threaten the idea of physical abuse, you've basically told them that they can't come to you because you're going to be unpredictable about what they can and can't seek support from you for. And this is coming from someone that's worked in youth mental health. I've got 2 psychology degrees and a master's in social work. And I've been working in youth mental health for 16 years. 16 years. And I've seen the effects of all these young people that have either been abused physically, verbally, emotionally, financially. This is the impact. You find them in therapy. You find them having these really negative beliefs about themselves, about the world, about the impact that this has had on them. And yeah, sure, that might mean that some people go through this life and say, oh, I got hit and I was fine. Yeah, they might be fine. But the impact that has had on their understanding of themselves, their own identity, their confidence, their self-worth has changed. You can't be the primary caregiver, the person they're supposed to run to when they need support, and their abuser. At the end of the day, spanking is abuse. And anybody that says, oh, it's only a light tap on the hand or the bum is mistaken, because it's not even the impact of it. It's not even the pain that's caused. It all comes down to what the child perceives as them being bad. Am I loved? Why would I be loved when the person that's supposed to be looking after me is the person that's abusing me?
I feel like that's, no offense, I feel like that's kind of subjective though, because when I know you're not trying to use personal experiences, but my mom spanked us and I still feel, I would go to her number 1%. I feel loved by her and protected by her at all times.
And no one is saying that you shouldn't. No one is saying that you're like, your mom's like a terrible person.
I know, but I'm saying there's other factors into a child considering their parent
as I said,
and a protector.
Yeah, but that doesn't, like, as I said, some people might actually not have that impact, and now you can think of it as an adult brain. When you're a child, I don't know how young you were when you started to get hit, but as a child, you wouldn't have thought this way, right? As a child, you would have internalized it. When you get hurt, when you get physically harmed by your primary caregiver, you internalize it because you're very egocentric. All children are egocentric. They think that the universe revolves around them. So if something good happens, it's because of me. If something bad happens, it's because of me. My mum and dad are hitting me. That means that I've done something wrong, or I am bad, or I'm not loved, or I'm unimportant. Whatever the negative core belief or cognition that's been stemmed from that has occurred. And you're right, I am using anecdotal experience, my anecdotal professional experience. But the reality is that this, like, the information and the research is always used in these lives and people don't listen to them. Even though the research there tells us that spanking is abuse, that any physical contact with your child in a way that's used as quote unquote discipline is abuse. And I think what the issue really comes down to is that this was used for a very, very long time as a means of discipline. And it was not even only used, it was encouraged. My childhood growing up in the 80s and 90s, it was you need to hit your children because if you don't, you're spoiling them. They're going to be entitled. That was the rhetoric and that existed. And so I understand why people think it's okay because for the longest of times, it was in schools. Teachers were allowed to hit their children. Like it was actually encouraged that teachers did the discipline at school. So you've got to remember that this belief system has been so entrenched in our community for such a long time that we get to this stage and we're understanding now, we've got the research, we've done the work, we're understanding what gentle parenting means and what trauma looks like, all the aspects of it, how it manifests so differently in so many different countries, cultures, ethnicities, family structures. It is manifest in so many different ways. So we're understanding it now. We've got the research, we know. So you'll see this generation, half of them trying to do gentle parenting because we know the effects of that. And the other half that just go, well, traditionally, this is what's been done and it's worked. So we're just going to keep doing this. And I don't blame parents for it, right? Like, because I know it's a cultural thing. I know it's been passed down. My parents hit me. I used to have a belt. I used to get hit. I used to have a wooden spoon. Like I'm speaking from someone that did have it. And I have children of my own and I have never harmed them physically. I've never yelled at them. I've never insulted them because I know the psychological damage that can occur. And I've got a 3-year-old and a 10-year-old. I would never, ever do that because I know. So we know now. So I know it's a long time for culture to change, but ultimately it needs to change because the impact is forever.
Yeah, I feel like I just have to agree to disagree because I don't think gentle parenting will work in every scenario on every kid. But
most things are not going to work.
Scenario.
Yeah, like that's how most things are. I'm sorry, but like I don't. This is such an insane criteria to have. Most things do not apply to every scenario. That's like you would not have to hold to literally anything that you know. Like, if it had to apply to every scenario, that is unrealistic, and I think you know that. Oh,
but
like
spanking
again,
also doesn't apply to every scenario. That's what I'm saying. It applies to some.
Well, no, but it does. Like the spanking, the impact that it has on it does apply. That's the issue, right? The ongoing psychological impact of it does last. And you're right. Gentle parenting is, you know what? Gentle parenting is bloody hard. Like it is really, really hard when my toddler is screaming in my face and telling me that I've picked the wrong cup and it lasts for 2 hours, right? Like I get it. It's hard. But the worst thing I can do in that moment is hit her for expressing her emotions. Like the impact of that, she's come to me because she's upset. She doesn't know how to regulate her emotions. Instead of me teaching her how to regulate by getting down on her level, breathing with her, talking to her calmly, giving her a hug if she wants that physical contact. Instead of that, I'm telling her she's bad because I'm hitting her. Gentle parenting is hard, but you know what? You're right. If it gets to the point where that's not working, then as exactly what Tanisha said, you need to go and actually find somebody that can help you with that. Go and find someone that can actually help you with that. And if you can't afford it, because let's be honest, mental health is a privilege, not a right, unfortunately. If you struggle with that, there are so many free resources out there online. We've like the world is our oyster. We have access to that. But at no point should we ever hit a child because of their behavior. We are only reinforcing that they are bad and that there's something wrong with them, and they will question whether they are accepted, whether they belong, or whether they are loved.
Okay, well, thank you for this conversation. I think I'm learning.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just going to go on. I appreciate you. Do you have anything else that you want to talk about?
No, I think that's about it, but thanks.
Okay, I appreciate you. But yeah, social, it's Tashika.
No, I know. I'm sorry. I'm so nervous. And then I was like, oh my God, I said it wrong. Sorry. I wholly apologize. Maybe it's just my accent. I have to, I've got 3 clients, so I have to go. But yeah, if you need me, I'll be available this afternoon. All right.
Of course. Bye. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, I forgot she's like from Australia. I said this afternoon. It's fucking 10 a.m. It's fucking p.m. over here on the East Coast. Jesus. I was like, this evening? This evening? What time is it in Australia? Do you still live in Australia? What day is it? Who am I? Oh my goodness. Hi, how old are you?
I am 40.
Cool. So do you believe that spanking is abuse?
Absolutely. I couldn't. Okay, so here's the thing is that when my son was young, I'm so sorry. I'm getting over strep, so my voice sounds horrible. But
I hate strep. Oh my goodness.
I haven't had it since I was a kid. I thought I was going to.
That's what I'm saying. As an adult, whoa,
it was brutal. It's still brutal. I still feel awful. But one of my things. Okay, so when I was a younger parent, my son is 10 now, and he's actually here in the room with me because we have had this conversation together. I firmly believe in communication. I was a spanker, and I stopped because I learned how harmful it was. Now I'm working on my master's in psychology, and part of that degree is child and adolescent psychology and growth and development. And it is absolutely frightening what it does to a child's brain when you spank them. It is the same things happen, like you guys were talking about earlier, as if they were essayed or as if they were, it's like the same as PTSD. You know, they get that fight or flight.
Oh no, yeah, no. They children who are spanked do have very similar.
Right.
I forgot they have similar brain structure to people who are like or symptoms of people who are like involved in like domestic violence.
Yes, exactly. And so when I learned all of this, I chose to do better, but the reason I wanted to join is because I want people to understand that when this conversation comes up, it's not about shaming anybody. It is about trying to help people do better. We are not sitting here trying to say, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. We're trying to say, listen, there's a better way. And we need to do better for our kids because they deserve better. I'm an 80s baby. And so our parents didn't know better. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. 1 second, Ashley. I love hearing you speak. I'm sorry. Rip Parker? Oh no, continue, Ashley. Jeez, I gotta text him now.
You're good. I don't know who that is, but
oh my fucking god. What is happening?
Oh. Rip Parker. Who's Rip Parker?
He's another debater on the app. Jesus.
Okay.
Fucking right Dean gets permit and now Parker's Fernanda.
Oh no! Jesus,
it's fine. But yeah, what else did you want to say?
I just wanted to say I just want to say that I think we need to normalize, admitting that it's wrong, admitting that we've done something harmful, and then learn and grow from it. And like I said, I've had that conversation with my son, and I've apologized to him, and we've grown together, and that is, I just think it's really important that we do that.
You know what? I'm really happy we did that. I'm very happy. For a week for misinformation, chat. Okay. But Ashley, thank you I'm really happy. I love hearing stories like yours where people are ending this cycle that we have in our society.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you, especially when a child is 10 years old. One thing I notice about children is that they don't always remember the bad things you did. They remember how you reacted to the bad things that you did. And that's the part that sticks with them. Those are the core memories.
But they can heal. They can heal.
Yeah, exactly.
And
no, exactly.
The only way that they're going to heal is if we do our own work. And so I think that's important. And I wanted to, and it's also, there's a great deal of shame behind it for me. But you know what? The more
No. The more you grow with your child, I'm sure your child's already, the second you said, I'm sorry, and the second you've already changed your behavior, your child has already forgiven you.
Well,
look, I don't know about your child.
No, he doesn't remember any of it. He really doesn't.
I know, but no, that's how it is for children, though. It's like, again, like they've already forgiven you. They don't need to think about the past. When you as a parent come to them and you do that work, right? You're giving them a lot more core memories, and I love it. I love it. I did that for my niece. I did that for my nephews, all the other children that I, grew up with and helped raise.
Right.
I did that for them, right? I had to go back to them and be like, this is how we're going to move forward. That's how it is. But yeah, I appreciate you so much, Ashley, but I am going to go on to the next person. Thank you so much, my love.
Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe. Be safe.
Thank you.
Yo, let's go on to the next person. Yo, I'm a little bit scared, yo. I'm a little scared. Even though I'm the only one that has an agency, I'm a little scared. Hi, how old are you?
Hey, I'm
Raymond. Old enough.
Yeah, 49.
Yes. Do you believe that spanking is abuse?
Well, I believe it can be abuse. Like if dad's coming home drunk and beating kids just because he had a bad day at work, yeah, that's fucking abuse.
Well, that's not spanking. That's just physical abuse.
Yes, but spanking because the motherfucker's just acting a fool and not doing what he's told, well then it'll get his attention. You don't have to like leave any welts on him. You just got enough to get his attention. And they say that I understand all the points that all the gentle parenting are making, but I also see that a bunch of the kids growing up these days have a really big sense of entitlement and are super spoiled.
I don't know. I think this rhetoric, I find this rhetoric to be very harmful because I don't think children these days are entitled. I think children are just demanding respect and basic human rights. I don't think that's entitlement. I think that's just children learning how to advocate for themselves. I don't have any issue with that. So again, because I don't even know where you would see that. Like I don't see where you would see that at all. Like I think it's fully fine that children are speaking nowadays.
I've been in the military
fucked up,
and I've lived in many different countries and been a whole bunch of different places, and I've experienced a lot of different. Like I haven't just born in. Like a lot of people are born and raised and grow up and die in the same town without ever leaving. I've seen a lot of the world. I've been to like 14, 15 different countries.
Mm-hmm. I understand, and it's great. Thank you so much for your service. But what I'm saying is that I don't know how we would demonstrate how children today are entitled. I don't believe that children today are entitled. I think children today are living, especially let's say if you also live in America, I think children are living in societies that give them fucking nothing and expect them to lay down their lives or behave civilized in a country or a world that is not civilized towards them. I don't, you know what I mean? Like I don't see anything wrong with these kids. I think the way that they behave is very much our fault. But anyway, so hey, you're rubbing up against your mic. You're hurting me.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, okay. So why do you think that it's permissible to inflict pain onto a child to
not
in a certain way?
I'm not trying to like physically harm them or inflict pain. It's just to get their attention. Like, hey, get them focused on what I'm saying, because you know how it is.
Why are we using violence to get their attention?
Because words have not worked the first time, the second time, the third time, and the countdown reach 0, reach 1.5, and still not listening, still doing whatever. And I'm like,
so again,
I don't have any little kids anyway, so my kids are, my youngest and my oldest are both 24.
It's okay, but yeah, like what I'm saying is that like how do you first of all, how do you know that the child is actually understanding what you're saying here? You're rubbing up against your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Watch out.
Let me put my phone down. Okay.
If you have your headphones in, it's probably better for you to take them out. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I was just replaying with my phone.
Oh,
no,
okay.
Okay, like I was saying, it's not when they have the, like I wrote it in the chat. Like, if they're not, like, verbal, like, if you, with a little toddler that has, like, 5 words they can express, well, then that's not the time for spanking. I'm talking about when they're, like, children, that they're already reading, writing,
I understand.
talking.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but the
like,
question.
You're not gonna hit a baby that doesn't even know what you're talking about.
I'm very happy that you agree with me on that point, right? But my question here still applies. How are you sure that your child is really understanding why you're saying something to them and why what you're saying is important? How are you
because
sure?
I sit down and I explain to them. Once they
But how
go
do you
down,
know that the way in which you're explaining it to them is the way that they need it to be explained to them? Because the same way that you wouldn't hit the baby, right? Because the baby wouldn't be able to understand. If the child who is older doesn't understand, why is that any more permissible than hitting a baby?
I feel that if that society is setting us up for failure as parents, because
I don't believe so.
When once they're like adults or whatever, and they still don't have the good habits that our parents instilled in us, and they go out to the world, the cops aren't gonna be gentle parenting them.
I don't believe. Like, again, you're going to have to find. Not again. I didn't say it the first time, but like you're going to have to find some evidence that like.
I can. It's, the evidence. I feel like the evidence is going to be in the future. Like after these new generations become adults, there's going to be newer studies. Like because we've gone from one extreme to the other extreme. We have to find a happy middle in there somewhere.
Yes, but like okay, I would agree, but violence should not be a part of that.
Well, we have to redefine violence because violence is to. I don't know. I feel like
the definition for violence as we have it now is pretty like all encompassing.
Okay, if somebody's walking into a fire because they don't know any better, and you tackle them out the way, oh, violence, bad. No, you just saved their lives.
No, that would be violence, but there are some forms of violence.
There are situations,
No.
and then there's situations.
I'm gonna say that there are some contexts where violence would be permissible, right? I don't even know if in the colloquial sense that I would even call tackling someone who's like going to unalive themselves off a bridge or something as violence, right? I would find that to be permissible because one, right? Here's how I can define this, right? Do you know what the concept of like the gentlest?
Time out. I didn't hear you. Say again.
Yeah. Do you know what the concept of the gentlest means?
The gentlest? No, I've never heard that concept, that term.
Yeah. So basically, this is how we like as a society know when something is excessive. Like for example, this is how we know when something like police brutality is at play, right? Because we know that there are certain types of like criteria, right, that police have to meet in order to restrain a subject or detain a subject, and we know that there are some things that are necessary and some things that are not necessary, right? Because we have displayed things, right, that have been done gently, but not actually gently like a soft touch, but I mean like gently as in they have gone through whatever they need to go through with the least violence and harm necessary, right? Like for example, like do you know like say like in the context of George Floyd?
Yeah. Okay. Like what I'm hearing is. Okay, this is what I'm getting from what you're saying.
We're going to break it down. I ain't done yet. But do you know in the context of, say, like, George Floyd or, like, or, say, Breonna Taylor, right? Mm-hmm. Do you know in those contexts, do you consider those contexts police brutality?
Yes.
Right. So, right, but, like, we're going to break it down. So, like, why do you consider those scenarios, like, or those situations police brutality? Like what makes it police brutality?
Because you can see examples of the police when they're dealing with a suspect that does not look like you or me. Mm-hmm.
Right.
The treatment is they get to
and they get the same result, right?
They ride in the back of the cop car to the police station with not a single scratch on them, even though they shot up 1,000 people in a school.
Exactly.
But if you and I are selling onesie cigarettes because people can't afford a whole pack because it costs like $12 a pack nowadays, if you're lucky, some places even $15, $20.
Exactly, Raymond, right? Because we have seen and it is demonstrated that we can get the exact same results from not engaging in something that is unnecessary, such as violence, such as unaliving the subject, right? We know that there are ways in which we can behave that can lead to the least harm possible or even no harm at all, right?
Yes.
So, Raymond, if we consider this police brutality because it is unnecessary and we can demonstrate that it is unnecessary, why can we not apply this same thing to spanking? Because we know for a fact that we can get the same outcome outcomes from children without using violence and without causing them harm, which by definition makes spanking unnecessary and excessive and therefore abuse.
I feel like, yes, what you're saying is true, but there's a limit to where the gentleness works. And then after they pass that limit, like we've tried everything, and then if all else fails,
good. Park out appeal. That's good. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Raymond.
If all else fails, then what's left after all else, and all the words and all the timeouts and puppies and rainbows done?
It is not, Raymond, it is very much not puppies and rainbows. The gentlest means does not mean puppies and rainbows. Like, for example, I'm gonna give you like more of a real world example. Like, for example, like a mass unaliver, right? This person has gone out and unalived a bunch of people. The police come, they unalive that person. That would still constitute as the gentlest means, because we know that there's likely going to be no way for us to detain this person without them causing even more harm. So the gentlest means would be to just remove them from life and end their life subscription. You understand?
Before they end 30 more, as soon as they reload, because they have 30 rounds in the magazine.
Exactly, right? So even unaliving that person with the mass unaliver would be the gentlest means still, right? Okay. So gentlest means doesn't mean sunshine and rainbows. If anything, like gentle parenting, even though it has a bad rap from people who like to hit kids for some reason, right?
Not a bad rap. It's not that I have a bad rap.
Because it is extreme. No, it's because here's the thing though, right? Real gentle parenting is extremely hard. It is extremely difficult, right? The gentle parenting that is typically portrayed, that people tend to make fun of, is passive parenting, right?
Exactly.
In which the children can do no wrong, right? But gentle parenting takes more of a therapeutic approach to parenting, in which you speak to the child, in which you acknowledge your own behavior in comparison to the child's behavior. And a lot of this not only takes a lot of discipline from the child, but from you as well as a parent. It takes a lot of self-control.
I completely understand that, and I completely agree with that. But I'm complaining about not the actual passive parenting that I see a lot of. That
and I think
kids
that's
are getting
unacceptable.
away with pretty much murder. And
I think that is unacceptable. I think that it is perfectly fine and permissible to teach children consequences, but I do not think those consequences should be abusive, of which spanking would be, because we can demonstrate, there are studies upon studies, right, that demonstrate that there is no benefit to spanking. If we understand that there is no benefit to spanking, that means by definition of the word excessive and like brutality, that like these things would be abuse. Spanking your child would be abuse, because there are gentler means in order to discipline them.
Okay.
Though they may be harder, yes, for sure, but that has nothing to do with gentler means, right? It has to do with the fact that it leads to the least possible harm done.
I understand that, and I don't know if your education, if you're in psychology or whatever you are, but the problem I have with studies is that studies are expensive and studies cost money, and if there's money behind it, the people paying the money are going to want certain results, so that completely shifts
I don't see why you would believe that.
Because I've lived through things that have made me jaded about all society, and I seen too much to have my eyes still closed.
I understand what you're saying, but like, can you give me an example in which this has happened? Like, in which like you've seen people get paid off?
Let's take an example, like simple, like I'm in the army and I've got to protect my country, got to protect freedom and liberty and democracy for all, right? And I'm out to Iraq, and they got me thinking everybody that even makes a move is a possible terrorist, and got me killing people left and right. And it results, now that I think about it, thinking back, I'm like, these people are in their houses trying to get to work or trying to pick up their kid from school or trying to rush to the hospital. And if we're on the road, we don't let them. And if they're in a road, it's such a rush that they come and try to pass us, we shoot them up. And that is really fucked up now that I think about it. And we did that, and there's no turning back. Like, it's already done. Like, nothing I can do about them now. But shit, I forgot. I've lost my chain of thought. Like,
No, it's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to. No, love. You don't. You really don't have to continue on if you don't want to. I
not that I don't want to. It's that I have a TBI as well now, so my brain doesn't work as it used to be. As it used to. Oh my God, I forgot English too.
No, it's okay. No, I have a couple military friends, who have had a lot of similar experiences to you, and that's why they're really messed up. Even if they got out without a TBI, the fact, because I've asked them, like, have you ever had to like unalive people before, and they're really honest, and it does mess them up for a long time. And I do understand. I'm very sorry that you had to experience that. But that I still have to ask the question: where have you seen this? Because this just sounds like you have been told very terribly that like these people are bad, but you weren't ever given proof.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, but we were made to believe that it was an us or them situation, and between us and them, I put me because I love me. I don't even know them, so that's what. And we're doing this for democracy. In Afghanistan, I remember I never went to Afghanistan. I went to Iraq all 3 times, but I remember watching the news, AFN news, and when Afghanistan had their elections, they had a democratic election, and like 90% of the people eligible to vote actually went and voted, and they were showing all their little black thumb, because if they had a black thumb, that means they had been fingerprinted and they had actually voted. And it was wonderful, and they picked the best candidate for their country, and this guy was gonna do wonders for the Afghani people. And what happened? Because he was pro-Afghanistan, not pro-America, our government trained, weaponized, and set off a bunch of guerrilla soldiers to overthrow that democratically elected government, so that we could place some puppet governors there that were going to do our bidding, what's best for the U.S. instead of what's best for Afghanistan. And we've done that in so many countries. It's like the standard operating procedure nowadays. And it's always been like that, like since the beginning of this country.
Yeah, we do.
With the natives,
all the time.
And we're still doing it.
Yep, for sure. We do. We definitely do. That is one of the things that I very much do not like about America.
We're the bad guys in all these wars we've been to.
Yeah.
That we've created. we go and we destabilize their country. We put a puppet that's not going to take care of them. And then they have to run away from these countries and come to ours looking for the American dream. And then we
punish them for running away.
Yes. Like, go back to your shithole country. The country wasn't a shithole country before we went in and fucked shit up for them.
I agree. But yeah, like I get it. And like, dude, you've been on the front lines. I would believe every word that comes out of your mouth. But again, like the difference between what has been told to you in these studies is that these studies are repeatable. They are reputable. They are credited, right? What has been told to you has not been credited. And of course, you are not in a situation to fact check things. I understand.
Okay, the thing is, I'm not going off stuff that I've been told. I've been going on stuff that there's been studies that have proven one thing, and then years later, there's new studies that prove the complete opposite. And I feel like all these studies coming out now are proving one thing, and then 20, 30 years from now,
it's hard to trust.
Yeah, so I don't trust it, because there was a time when doctors went to medical school and became doctors and learned about the best thing to treat a woman with hysteria was to give her lobotomy.
Yep. Yeah,
and
I understand.
So there's all kinds of...
There's a lot of people who hold the exact same view that you do. And I'll be real with you. The difference between then and now is that we do have a lot more provisions as to find out whether or not these things are true, right? And I get it. That's the toll of science, Raymond, right? That's the risk of science, that sometimes a lot of these things that we understand as facts... Oh, your mic is hitting up again.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. So like, a lot of the time, right? And I understand it. It's fucked up. It can be fucked up, right? Like even me myself as a black woman, people, even up until recently, people in medical school were being taught that black people don't feel pain as much as white people.
Yes, that.
You know what I mean? And that's a recent thing that they just took out of the book a couple years ago. You know what I mean? I understand exactly what you're saying. I truly, truly do. I truly, truly do.
And then to this, you have to add one more thing. The sources of information that we have, be it the newspaper, the news, TV, whatever channel you're watching, it's like there's the red and the versus the blue, but it's all bullshit because if you follow the money, it all channels up to like 3 major corporations that control all that we see, hear, and talk about. Like everything, it's like we talk about all these other countries like North Korea where they have no freedoms and the government controls all the media that comes in and it's all propaganda. But look at all the propaganda we're being fed to ourselves. Like even school, like first through high school, first grade through high school is mostly propaganda. Yeah, besides the English and the math and the
Christopher Columbus, all the shit. Yeah.
Yes.
I know.
Christopher Columbus was never even stepped foot in the U.S. Not once. He was never in the U.S.
I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying, but that is why I do believe that like when we are being told certain things that we do our own research. But that I still don't think that what the fuck? I can just jump on you. I'm sorry. I still don't think that means that we shouldn't trust anything. But let me be even more clear. When these studies come out and they say what they say, right? They say
and they're peer reviewed and
yes, I understand. When these studies come out and they say that they're peer reviewed, I think what people tend to not understand is that when these studies say this, you're not supposed to just take everything at face value, right? When you hear stuff on the news, you're not necessarily supposed to take everything at face value. You are supposed to be able to evaluate credible sources.
Yes.
And if you cannot evaluate credible sources, then you're just going to have to fall for everything, right? But when we can account for these sources, when we can account for contradictions in the sources, whether or not they're credible, whether or not they are experienced in their fields, how correct they are on average, where it's coming from. You can even look at who is funding it, right? You can look at the verbiage in how the study is written, right? You can even try to repeat it yourself. All of these studies are repeatable. They are reputable. I mean, right? And that's my main thing. That's my yeah, but like typically they really are though. They really are reputable because they wouldn't have been able to be published if they weren't, right? That's the point of it, something being peer reviewed, is because it has been tested again and again and again and again, and if no one can find fault in it, then it'll get published, right? So that's another thing. You're gonna have to look at these specific sites that are these databases in particular that are only publishing peer reviewed studies. Now, another thing is that just because something is within a study or within like a case study doesn't mean that it's necessarily true. A lot of the time, studies are simply trying to figure out what is the best model to determine something. What they happen to find. Studies can also acknowledge when they don't have all of the information to really come to like a conclusive thing, right? Conclusive, an accurate conclusion, right? Basically, what I'm trying to say to you is that there are ways for you to confirm information, Raymond. And I understand why you would be afraid. I understand why you would be uber skeptical. But there are ways in which you can confirm the things that you hear. And I think you should give it a chance. I think you really should give these a chance. Once you find reputable sources that you can look into, I think you should do that.
Okay. Have zero plans to have any other kids ever again because they're fucking expensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I hope for the best.
Yeah.
And I hope they're right and I hope that I'm wrong, but I fear that I might be, even if I'm like 10% right, that's still not good.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think this is something like no other university, no other database has been able to find fault in these things. You have to realize if you notice that a certain study has been funded by a particular group that you're wary of, go find it. Go see if there's another study that is funded by somewhere else or is like at a university or something like that, right? And if it says the same thing, right? If all of these studies are saying the exact same thing, it's very likely that it's true. Yes, at some point, that's how science works. We're going to find new information that expands our horizons of like the world that we live in. That's just the toll of science. That doesn't mean you have to believe nothing though.
But the problem is like with global warming, like we know the science is real, but there's been like I don't even know where they find these scientists or how they pay them that come up with studies that are easily debunked, but they're still published somewhere and they keep ruining it for everybody.
Well, a lot of the time they aren't published. That's the point, though. You know what I mean? Like a lot of time they aren't published. They're published somewhere, but they're not peer reviewed. You know what I mean? And a lot of time you see with these people, I'm sure you have, Raymond, that like they don't actually read the fuck what these people are saying. You know what I mean?
But a lot of people believe them because people still like denying.
It's because people don't know how to look for reputable sources.
And that's by design because they don't teach any of critical thinking in school. School is designed to take children, keep them busy until they're adults that can go work at a factory. They're training children for jobs that don't even exist anymore because they're all being done by robots now.
Yeah. I think that has some truth to it. I do think that like schools are teaching children to be a part of a specific class of people. I agree, right? But yeah, like I think there are ways. I think you should look into ways of like finding correct sources and finding and knowing when something is true, because at some point you are going to need more than your personal experiences. You're going to need more than your skepticism, and it's okay. You should be skeptic of a lot of things. This country sucks ass.
Yeah, like when I hear about something like in the news, I'm like, then I have to go online and I see what one paper says about it, another paper. Lately, I've been looking into. I have Al Jazeera app on my phone so I can see what they're saying because sometimes I have to trust what more other countries tell us about us than what.
Sometimes, yeah, but like I think you need to. I think it would help you a lot to look more into actual databases. Right? If you have a question, I would say go into PubMed. If you don't necessarily understand what PubMed is saying, because they might use a couple words that you don't understand.
No, that's not a problem.
It's good to use like ChatGPT and be like, can you explain this to me in a simpler way? You know what I mean? You can definitely do that, right? Oh shit.
I'm sorry, got my phone again.
It's okay. But yeah, like there are ways. I don't think you should only be getting your news and your information from like news sites, because they are owned by a lot of larger corporations. If they cite a specific study, I implore you to go to that study and read it yourself.
And read the fine print. And see exactly how it's applied and what questions were asked and in what way. Because some questions, I've taken surveys, and I took a survey once. I'm like listening to the questions. I'm like, this question is absolutely ridiculous. It only gives me the option of saying what they want me to say or saying something completely absurd. Those were like the two options, and I'm like, those shouldn't be the only two options. I know what I'm reading, and I know.
But that's why you do, like when you go into these studies, I feel it's a great thing to learn. When you go into those studies, go ahead, read the fine print, read every word, read the conclusions, read how they came up with it, how they found their sample size, all of it. And that's when and here's the thing though, nothing in this life do we know to be 100% true. The only way that we can operate is to find out what is most likely to be true. And things that are most likely to be true, we know through, let's say like Occam's razor, the simplest thing is typically the one that is true, right? The one that requires you to not have to hold to more and more beliefs are typically the ones that are, the ones that are most likely to be correct. Certain topics that are constantly repeated, like say in these studies, if all of these studies you find all say the same thing, that thing is most likely to be correct, right? There are ways for you to determine these things. I think it helps you a lot. No one's going to know if something is 100% correct, but to believe nothing means that you're going to fall for everything.
I understand that. Now, so I'm trying not to fall, and I'm being extra careful with every step. Like,
I think that's
no, you're not
fine.
gonna.
I think that's intellectually honest. I think that's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna get mad at you for protecting yourself and being afraid of believing in the wrong things, because you're already a victim of that. You know what I mean? So I think it's just overall, I'm gonna say it again. It's just good to like figure out what are the best ways to know that what you're hearing and seeing is actually true. You know?
And when it comes to the kid spanking thing, I'm just gonna sit back and wait because I don't have any kids. Maybe eventually I'll have some grandkids, but probably not.
Yeah, for sure. I tried it. Let me tell you something. I when I looked at these studies, I looked at it with my niece as well, and I treated her accordingly. I looked at these studies. I've spoken to like other child psychologists, and I looked at my niece. And though I can't say that it worked 100%, but the way in which my niece was raised and the way in which I was raised, we have two different outcomes, very different outcomes. But yeah, look, I would say this, please. Look,
I have two sisters, and they both have small kids, and one is at one extreme of the not gentle, the other thing you said, permissive, and the other one is at the other extreme of almost like you were back in the 80s.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. No, I get it. But yeah, like I think there are great ways for you to do this. But like, do you have anything else you want to talk about?
No, that we're good, and this has been wonderful. I appreciate you having me here.
Of course. Thank you so much, Raymond. Be safe.
You too.
You too. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Oh my God, I'm tired, you guys. I'm really tired. Is it okay if I end early? Is it okay if I end 30 minutes early? It's Monday! It's Monday, chat. It's Monday. We've been going for a while. Who's live? Parker is live! Everyone, Parker is live. I'm fucking tired. Y'all saw my undies. Okay? I'm so tired and I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. No, I think Raymond's good people. I don't think Raymond is like a no. I think he's good people's. I think that's something that I had an issue with as well. How do I know if what I'm saying is fucking real, right? But yeah, go to Parker. I'm tired and I'm hungry, okay? I'm tired and I'm hungry, okay? So, y'all, go to Parker. He's on Parker Get a Job. He got his account back. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all, stop saying no. You're making me feel bad, okay? Stop. But yeah, go to Parker, say Tashika Raid. He's on Parker Get a Job. Parker Get a Job. No spaces. I love you guys. I'm gonna end here. Thank you all so much for coming. Good night. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna eat food, engage in a wide back activities tonight. But thank you all so much. Love you. Abandonment. You're wild.
Kak, size-nya ada di 36 sampai 44. Size kita normal, yang biasa ambil 36 saja, yang biasa ambil 40 ambil 40 saja. Gak usah ditambah-tambahin dan gak usah dikurang-kurangin.
Betul sekali guys. Tinggal CO. Ya kalau kamu CO kamu dapat sepaket sama ini.
Beli satu dapat 3.
Betul, ada stiker juga kaos kaki guys. Pokoknya pakai sampai rumah itu tinggal pakai. Kamu nggak usah bingung lagi guys. Tinggal pakai ya besti ya. Nggak usah bingung lagi cari kaos kaki guys. Tinggal pakai. Sepatu sama kaosnya tinggal pakai, stikernya tinggal tempel guys. Gitu ya guys. Lanjut. Terus berapa lagi? Ayo di komen-komen aja ya besti ya.
Di komen-komen saja besti.
Pak Cina ya guys. Betul masuk alih guys. Lanjut. Oke, aku bisa sleep. Oh, ini buat kamu suka simpel-simpel nih guys. Buat kamu yang suka simpel-simpel, matanya kenapa Kak Sasa? Nganuk, ganteng tawon. Ganteng tawon Mbak Sipi tuh. Kan aku jadi kembaran kamu. Aku malah kayak Cina guys. Rasa kau ngono Pit. Tak gurai kok kayak turu lho Pit. Ini logonya bukan logo motifnya tuh motif reflektif ya Besti ya. Motifnya tuh motif reflektif. Motifnya itu bisa menyala jika kegelapan dan jatuh nafas ya guys. Untuk bahannya ini bahan apa Mbak? Bahan apa Mbak? Bahan full canvas. Bahan full canvas.
Bahannya full canvas 12 oz. Misalnya atau bawahnya sini 3 cm ini tingginya dan warnanya putih,
betul
tulang, putih
sekali.
bersih. Depannya juga udah di
bawahnya.
Bawahnya udah di
custom guys.
Custom sama logo iPhone. Udah full pentil, anti slip, anti licin dan berdeci. Jadi aman sekali kalau di licin-licinnya tuh tidak akan kepleset.
Betul.
Aman.
Kok wong preyo. Yo wis kok bengi tak dol wae wis. Buruan digecepin ya Besti ya, digecepin aja Besti. Ini Besti buruan digercepin aja mumpung masih ada promonya nih guys. Buat kamu suka-suka slip on, buat kamu suka-suka simple nih, buat kamu suka-suka simple, nggak ribet ya Besti ya. Mungkin dari kalian ada yang merasa ribet kalau menggunakan tali. Ini bisa guys jadi solusinya guys ya. Slip on, simple.
On langsung makslep.
Makslep guys, tak suen. Sat-set des pokoknya guys, sat-set. Shot ya Besti ya, shot kalau mau pergi-pergian juga sat-set ya Besti ya. Mungkin buat kamu yang suka pergi nih, nek lu senengnya mepet guys, tiba kesuwen ambil sepatu, ini pakai ini untuk apa namanya guys, motifnya tuh motif reflektif ya Besti ya, motifnya bisa menyala gitu. Jadi nek malam-malam pakai ini menyala abangku, menyala abangku nih jalan ngono guys, menyala. Yuk buruan digecepin ya Besti ya, mumpung masih ada promonya, mumpung aku masih live ya Besti ya, buruan digecepin aja nih Besti. Aku punya 2 pilihan warna kak, warna hitam dan juga warna krem. 2 pilihan warna hitam dan juga warna krem. Jadi buruan digecepin ya Besti ya, mumpung masih ada promonya, mumpung aku masih live. Oke. Lanjut lagi nih guys, tak berapa lagi Besti ya. Saya sudah gelibet iklanku guys. Lanjut talase berikutnya ya. Talase berikutnya Besti. Aku tanah itu. Aku punya slip-on lagi nih guys. Dan gengs sama Mbak Opi nih.
Untuk sepatu yang aku pegang ini udah etalasenya udah aku sematin ya guys. Ini bahannya full canvas 12 oz. Midsole-nya atau alasnya ini tingginya 3 cm, warnanya putih tulang kak. Warnanya putih tulang dan melingkar ya kak, putih tulang semua. Dan belakangnya udah ada logo iPhone.
Betul.
Di dalamnya udah full busa kak, udah full busa dan dipakai juga nyaman dan empuk sekali. Insole-nya ini atau alasnya bisa dilepas pasang supaya kakaknya kalau nyuci tuh cepet kering dan cepet bersihnya gitu. Jadi lepas dulu baru disikat gitu kan. Untuk dalamnya juga udah dijahit melingkar. Jadi kakaknya kalau jalan-jalan tidak usah
khawatir ya Besti ya,
bakal copot di tengah-tengah jalan kak. Jadi langsung saja di check out dan di payment.
Betul.
Untuk size-nya ada di 36 sampai 44. Size kita normal. Yang biasa ambil 36 ambil 36, yang biasa ambil 39 ambil 39 saja. Jangan dilebihin dan jangan dikurangin. Khawatir kalau tidak bisa dipakai.
Betul sekali. Kalau kamu CO juga kamu dapat sepakat sama ini nih.
Beli 1 dapat
3 guys. Ada stiker dan juga kaos kaki ya guys ya. Ada stiker dan juga kaos kaki. Jadi buat kakaknya bisa CO sekarang aja. Mumpung masih ada promonya, mumpung aku masih live. Nanti kalau aku sudah off itu promo berbeda guys ya, buruan digercep. Ingat saja guys. Oke. 2 pilihan warna ya kak ya, warna hitam juga warna krem. Warna hitam dan juga warna krem. Jadi buruan digercep. Ingat saja. Lanjut lagi nih guys, Selasa berapa lagi nih, buruan digercep ini Besti mumpung masih ada promonya. Nanti kalau aku sudah off itu promo berbeda Besti ya, buruan digercep ini Besti mumpung masih ada promonya. Nanti kalau aku sudah off itu promo berbeda guys ya, buruan digercep. Ini saja nih guys, dapat sepakat sama kaos kaki dan juga stiker nih Besti ya. Slip on nih guys, ini new arrivalnya kita Besti, new arrivalnya kita nih guys. Sekeren ini Sekece ini coba dari 100 ribuan aja Besti, ngopit mlebu metu wit. Buruan digercopin aja, boleh? Yo. Nek ana ndok pit. Ora usah, ya wis. Buruan. Ini sekalian Mbak. Pit, sisan pit. Buruan digercapin aja Besti, mumpung masih ada promonya. Nanti kalau aku sudah itu promo beda harga berbeda Besti ya, buruan digercapin saja Besti. Pit, jadi ora pit. Lanjut rasa kelas berapa lagi? Rasa berikutnya ya Besti ya. Iya udah mas mulai posan bocah kuwi gawur. Oh alah, Mbak Dewi Aisyah. Oh alah. Ini aku punya venture. Oh iso wis ngetemel sahur kok iso-isone pipit. Yo buruan digercapin saja Besti. Oke. Mau sing ini ra usah. Nih guys, aku punya venture ya Besti ya. Aku punya venture. Ini untuk logonya itu berwarna hitam bagian kanan dan kiri. Kak, logonya berwarna hitam bagian kanan dan kiri. Untuk bahannya kita perlu sintetis, tinggi yang lebih 3 cm ya Besti ya. Bawahnya itu full pentil, anti-sepel licin ya guys ya. Untuk size-nya kita dari 36 sampai 44 nih guys. Kamu kalau bisa CO sekarang Besti, mumpung masih ada promonya. Berapa aku masih lama kalau aku sudah off itu promo beda harga berbeda guys ya, digercapin aja. Mumpung masih ada promonya. Uhui. Yuk buruan digercapin saja Besti, mumpung masih ada promonya. Udah mau aku masih live ya guys. Jadi kalau aku sudah off itu promo beda harga berbeda guys ya, buruan digercapin aja. Lanjut. Rasa berapa lagi nih guys? Di komen-komen aja ya Besti ya, di komen-komen saja. Lanjut lagi nih Besti ya. Lanjut lagi nih Besti. Minta berapa lagi Besti ya, digercapin aja Besti, digercapin saja Besti.
Iya Besti. Buruan di check out di komen-komen aja dulu nggak apa-apa Besti. Biar kita bisa spillkan.
Betul sih. Pilek guys. Ayo guys buruan digercapin aja ya. Isu-isu banyak ngantuk aja. Buruan digercapin awan we yo kok. Aduh karo setengah sadar li ngepil guys. Yo buruan digercapin aja nih Besti. Selamat banget buat kakak. Iya Kak Jiden makasih ya udah share. Tapi juga kakean guys, nek engko sing komen ra enggak kebaca. Ayo guys di komen saja nih Besti, minta seberapa lagi nih guys, di komen aja. Mumpung masih ada promonya ya guys ya, mau aku masih live. Ini buat kakaknya bisa CO sekarang nih guys, mumpung masih ada promonya. Nih kalau aku sudah off itu promo beda harga berbeda guys ya, buruan digercapin nih guys, mumpung masih ada promonya. Mau aku masih live ya Besti ya loh. Nanti kalau aku sudah off itu promo beda harga berbeda guys ya, buruan digercapin saja nih Besti ya, buruan digercapin saja. Oh, buruan digercapin aja. Sapa ki yo ulan ireng kok gede. Buruan digercapin Besti, mumpung masih ada promonya. Nanti kalau aku sudah off itu promo beda harga berbeda guys ya, buruan digercapin aja, oke? Guys. Lah, maning jenenge sapa wi Mbak Sa? Coba kenalin namanya Mbak siapa?
Halo, aku Opin.
Namanya Mbak Opin.
Aku anak baru.
Yes.
Baru 2 hari.
2 hari, tapi udah lancar guys. Lanjut, dan rasa berapa lagi nih guys? Rasa berapa lagi nih Besti? Kok siswi kok? Iyangnya cantik Mbak lo. Nambah ketemu langsung teko iyangnya. Yuk buruan digercapin aja nih Besti, mau sudah promonya Besti ya. Digercapin aja. Kimi bertinyi. Lanjut rasa berapa lagi nih guys? Oke, skip. Ribet. Nih tak kasih rekomendasi ini aja wes. Tak kasih rekomendasi nih guys. Sayang bulan yang di Mbak Sayang bulannya nanti jam Jam 11 mantap meneh. Kita ke brand Eko saja, kalau untuk brandnya nggak punya mohon maaf ya. Ini brand Eko saja guys. Kau nonton bulan kok, tunggu jam 11. Masih satu setengah jam lagi. Logonya berwarna hitam bagian kanan dan kiri ya kak ya. Logonya berwarna hitam bagian kanan dan kiri. Untuk bahannya kita full canvas 12 oz. Misalnya itu putih pelang, depannya ada warna hitamnya ya kak ya. Depan ada warna hitamnya, bawahnya itu full pentil guys. Anti-sipil licin dan bersih. Oke, bisnis nomor 1. Kamu kalau bisa CEO sekarang aja mumpung masih ada promo ini guys. Ini bawahnya berbentuk waffle. Ini anti-sipil licin dan bersih guys karena ini terbuat dari pentil. Kamu kalau bisa CEO sekarang aja biasanya dan sudah full busa. Sudah full busa.
Untuk size-nya ada 36 sampai 44. Size-nya normal, Kak. Size-nya normal, gak usah ditambah-tambahin, gak usah dikurang-kurangin. Langsung saja di check out dan di payment. Keburu promonya habis, Kak. Waktu kita sebentar lagi kalau kita selesai live, nanti promonya juga hilang, Kak.
Selesai
harganya kembali ke normal.
Betul, soalnya live berlaku promo berlaku cuma di live aku aja gitu. Jadi buruan kamu gertapin aja ya guys, mumpung masih ada promonya ya bestie ya, mumpung aku masih live.
Langsung di check out dan di payment kakak.
Betul sekali bestie, ayo di komen aja mumpung masih ada promonya. Nanti kalau aku sudah off itu promo harga berbeda guys ya, buruan digertapin saja nih guys. Selamat bergabung buat bestie aku yang baru bergabung. Cek dulu keranjang kuning kita bestie ya, dicek dulu keranjang kuning kita guys. Minta disapir etalase seberapa di komen ya bestie ya, di komen saja. Masih ada promonya, saya udah mau akumulasi lah. Kalau aku sudah off itu promo berbeda harga berbeda bestie, buruan digertapin aja nih guys, digertapin aja nih bestie. Sebagus ini, secakep ini cuma di atas berarti tas nomor 1 deh guys lagi. Lupa satu itu aku punya. Oke, 2 years original. Mangga 2 years original.
Di etalase 1 ada 2 years original. Ini bahannya full canvas ya kak. Bahannya full canvas 12 oz. Midsole-nya atau alasnya ini 3 cm tingginya. Warnanya full putih ya kak, full putih melingkar. Dan belakangnya udah ada logo Aiko kak, ada logo Aikonya. Di dalamnya udah pasti nyaman dipakai, udah full busa kak, udah full busa dari atas sampai bawah, dari atas sampai ke dalam sini. Terus untuk insole-nya bisa dilepas pasang, alasnya bisa dilepas pasang kak. Di dalamnya juga udah full jahitan, Kakaknya kalau pakai ini tidak khawatir lagi, tidak usah kepikiran lagi kalau jalan bakal coplok kayak.
Karena aman ya bestie ya, aman.
Full jahitan melingkar di dalamnya kak, udah full jahitan melingkar. Untuk size-nya 36 sampai 44.
Betul
guys. 36 sampai 44. Size kita normal kakak. Yang biasa ambil 37 saja. Jangan dilebih-lebihin, apalagi dikurang-kurangin. Nanti takutnya nggak bisa masuk dan nggak kepake kak. Eman masa tuh dinggo.
Yo guys, maneman toyo yo. Temen aku guys, namanya Mbak Opin. Iya guys, awan dulu.
Masih cepet aja. Mas Yanto. Aku Opin. Pinjam Sasha.
Di follow guys. Ini aku punya temen yang sama-sama pakai hijab. Membunyi diomong ke Rome. Ngopo? Meme ngomong apa? Ya buruan nih coy besti, mumpung masih ada promonya besti ya, buruan digertapin saja besti mumpung masih ada promonya. Sesuk diomongin sipit kon nganu kucir loro ben kok meme. Ya buruan digertapinnya besti mumpung masih ada promonya. Kalau aku sudah off itu promo udah harga berbeda besti ya, buruan digertapin saja besti. Digertapin aja yo. Kok bengi nih sipit nganu diomongin ya kon kucir dua ben koyo meme gel. Lanjut lagi ya, selasa berapa lagi nih di komen-komen aja besti ya, di komen-komen aja nih besti mumpung masih ada promonya. Aku masih live ya besti ya, aku masih live. Kalau aku sudah off itu pernah mau berbeda harga berbeda besti ya, buruan digertapin saja mau dia mau. Kamu Astagfirullahaladzim. Udah mau genten toh guys? Ya dong. Ya dong sayangku.
Kok pelan lo?
Buruan digercepin aja bestia, aku masih ada promonya. Aku masih nanti kalau aku sudah pro udah harga berudah bestia digercepin aja. Lanjut rasa seberapa lagi nih bestia, buruan digercepin aja. Kayak ketemu